The aura shifts, now a soft, pulsating pink, resonating with a gentle power. Elsewhere, a glimpse into another room reveals a gathering of men. The man's gaze is intense, his brow furrowed in thought. The law of spirit energy, the stage of refining spirit energy, where one will be able to use a barrier of spirit energy. Breath of the sun. Woon's soul, with hands clasped, avows to his masters that he will become an alchemist that reaches heaven's throne. 1 month later, the sky stretches out before him. He trains in a snowy mountain area, the law of spirit energy protecting him. The wind howls around him as he continues his training. Woon's soul stands firm, his gaze unwavering. A faint blue aura emanated from Soul, his brow furrowed in concentration. 5 months later, the door burst open with a bang. A man called out, "Woon, are you all set?" Woon's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden intrusion. The old man sits across from Soul, stating that since it has been a long day, he will answer the lady's question without hassle. Okay, Lihu continues, regardless of the fact that it was immortals who opened the market, what does the young lord think a marketplace is? The judge of life and death states that he can even pay with more gold and jewels, but he's told him before. Okay, Lihu emphasizes the value of even one low-level spirit stone. The judge of life and death explains that what he needs is not gold, but spirit stones. Okay, Lihu asks if Soul understands, reminding him that a transaction is exchanging things that each other wants. Behind the young lord, Peng Saihyong speaks, referring to him as young master. Elsewhere, a flashback shows a procession of people. Woliong is hunched over, saying by anything, "We've worked so hard." The brother Peng believes that he'll be fine, stating that the master will definitely become well again, as their master is such a kind person. He looks up, a faint smile playing on his lips, perhaps sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the ground erupts in flames, the heat intense enough to make the air shimmer. A voice cries out in alarm. Oh my, the ground is suddenly on fire. The inferno blazes, consuming everything in its path. A desperate question hangs in the air. Is this an attack? A low rumble echoes as armored figures emerge from the blaze. The immortals have appeared. A voice echoes, expressing genuine happiness at seeing familiar faces once more. Having not been in Jinyang Nation for very long, one of the figures asks about the sects in the area, hoping to learn more about them. A mouth opens, ready to answer the question. A building stands silhouetted against the sky. 3 figures stand before a field of flags, their purpose unknown. The flags ripple in the wind, their symbols obscured. A massive creature looms, its features distorted and menacing. The judge of life and death, his eyes glinted with anticipation. He asked Soul if he could repay the favor he owed right now. Woon's Soul lowered his gaze, a sense of unease settling over him. Something was definitely up. From here on out, the judge of life and death explained, they were entering the territory of the giant shadow tortoises. He'd like Soul's fragrance tracer feline to track down the giant shadow tortoise's scent. The judge of life and death suggested they start from the peak. A voice called out, saying that they would tell Wan Wan to start searching. As he'd heard, the judge of life and death mused, Soul was one tough cookie. The young lord considers the situation. He doesn't know when Wang Tao will come. Soul focuses, thinking he just needs to take a Niden from its Tao spirit. Okay, Lihu remarks that there is ever else he needs from the tortoise carcass, adding that he was really a unique person. A disembodied voice scolds, calling him a brat and questioning why he can't even remember with that good brain of his. Woon's Soul seems to be in deep thought as he wonders about the fourth master. The young lord begins to condense his power using his water energy. He continues, growing his power using his wood energy, spreading his power using his fire energy, and connecting them all smoothly using his earth energy. A silhouette stands before a gate of spirit energy. The voice declares that he has broken through the gates of spirit energy. Soul's gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning in his green eyes as he focuses his inner power. A surge of blue energy crackles and flows, a visible manifestation of the power being channeled. Zhou Zhigang's face contorts in a grimace of pain and realization. He croaks, "Hup, it's absorbing my energy." A wave of relief washes over the figure. His senses are paralyzed, ensuring he won't feel the pain of death. A look of utter disbelief crosses his face. A strange energy crackles in the air. A beam of light pierces through the darkness. Yak Byong mentions the Iron Sphere sect, the great rival of their justice sect, her brow furrowed with concern. The man assures Lady Seo that everything is all right now. Zhou Jiagong warns that 5 law of spirit energy alchemists are approaching, and now that they've realized it, more could be coming. Yak Byong's eyes widen, fear etched on her face as she hears about the law of spirit energy. The soft fur ripples as a voice echoes in thought, declaring a growing fondness. A deep blue sky, streaked with faint light, hangs heavy with unspoken anticipation. A gentle voice offers comfort, acknowledging the pain endured and urging rest and care. In the courtyard, A figure questions the elder's motives, the query hanging in the air. An outstretched hand offers something, inviting two others to come closer and accept the gift. A voice replies, insisting that they are fine, despite the circumstances. Footsteps echo on the patterned floor, marking a path forward. A council of stern faces, their expressions unreadable, observes with silent intensity. Lost in thought, the man considers his next move, unaware of the surprised gaze fixed upon him. Overcome with emotion, the figure hides their face, the sound of their distress filling the air. Against a backdrop of endless sky, two figures race towards an unknown destination. In this world, those without exceptional physical gifts often turn to martial arts, hoping to achieve a state of self-improvement and perhaps even immortality. At a table, one of the figures suggests, her voice soft, that they should gather more information from the worldly government. The other figure nods in agreement. That was a good idea. It is said that secret trade fairs are sometimes held for the exchange of truly valuable items. A cup is held in gentle hands, the figure thinking that she must still be hurt over the Lord's death. The figure resolves to do her best to treat her senior sister well, for she is her savior. A man with a long gray beard inquires, seeking domesticated ginseng, light grass, cedar, and adumbra. He asks if they have these four herbs. The shopkeeper, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache, thinks to himself that these are expensive sacred herbs, not easily obtained. He then states that, thankfully, they do have domesticated ginseng, light grass, and cedar. The gray-bearded man reflects that it would have been a relief to have at least one of them here, finding it amazing. But it's a shame that they don't have adumbra. The shopkeeper states that he has written down the prices. A bag of money is handed over, the shopkeeper's eyes widening at the sight of the payment. Okay, Lihu seems to be contemplating something. 5 days later, someone voices their desire for adumbra from the trade fair. A voice explains that a small commission fee is required for purchases made, otherwise, there is no fee. Woliong walks with a masked figure, who states that if other items besides spirit stones are needed, the opportunity will be given to other alchemists. A box is presented. The masked figure explains that the essence is extremely concentrated, so even a drop of it can block the approach of fiends. If you're threatened by fiends, this shadow orchid essence can be your savior. The masked figure states that they don't need spirit stones and would like to trade this with 1 bottle of adumbra. Someone thinks that it's very tricky to put a value on it. Someone thinks that they might have appreciated the value better if there had been a higher-level alchemist. They wonder if there's anything else they could trade with besides the shadow orchid essence. Okay, Lihu is in thought. The masked figure thinks about the shadow orchid essence, deciding that if it's the real thing, they'll trade for it. The figure adjusted their stance, the light glinting off the dark fabric of their robes. They spoke, their voice firm despite the gravity of the words. I have a condition. Zhou Zhigang's lips quirked into a knowing smirk, his eyes glinting with an unspoken agenda. The masked man declared, his voice resonating with a hint of veiled authority, that he had a condition. The word condition hung in the air, a question mark etched on the face of Brother Gyohain. Zhou Zhagong leaned forward, his expression unreadable behind the mask. There was something he wanted to ask regarding that item, and he'd like to talk outside before making the trade. Gyohain watched Zhou Zhagong, a sense of unease settling in. This didn't feel right at all. Zhou Zhagong addressed the crowd, inquiring if there was anyone else who'd like to trade for the shadow orchid essence with adumbra. Damn, there was no one besides that person. It was decided then, after the trade fair was over, please come to the Poacher Inn. The Poacher Inn stood silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. Inside the inn, Gyohain asked Zhou Zhagong if there was any particular reason why he asked to meet at the inn. He spoke with a subtle smirk, indicating that he had something else in mind. Something I'd like to ask. Peng Saihyong observed the man, analyzing his presence. He looks ordinary, but he exudes an overwhelming energy. Zhou Zhagong raised his hand, continuing his monologue. What is that? Almost no one knows anything regarding the shadow orchid, let alone the essence that contains the scent of the shadow orchid. Peng Saihyong turned to OK Lihu, his expression thoughtful. Do you need to know up to that extent? He waved his hand dismissively. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Let's just make a deal. Peng Saihyong's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. A figure launched a spinning kick, the air crackling with energy. The kick connected, unleashing a torrent of power. The force of the blow exploded outwards, shaking the very foundations of the room. Zhou Zhagong was sent hurtling backwards, caught completely off guard. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring his senses. Damn it, you look like you're at heavenly birth at best, but you blocked my ambush. The attacker stood his ground, contemplating his next move. Cook, if I put in my best attack, I can find his real body. But it'll be troublesome if I stand out too much and the Lord of Yang province puts down a wanted order on me. Zhou Zhigang's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with a cold fury. But I remember his face clearly. The man in the dark robes clenched his fist, a silent vow escaping his lips. He would eliminate the problem once and for all. Sitting cross-legged in the inn, Zhou Jiagong reflected on his recent actions. The face-changing skill had been a wise precaution, it seemed. A wave of regret washed over him. Just where had everything gone wrong? Peng Saihyong considered the events. Was it a joint plan with that elder to steal his pouch of abundance? But if they were truly accomplices, wouldn't the attack have been more decisive than a mere dagger strike? Zhou Jiagong lay back, frustration evident in his posture. He was completely lacking in information. A sigh escaped him as he remembered accepting the suggestion to make the deal outside. He had been naive. He tossed and turned, his mind racing. But he had no choice, not since he needed to get a dumbara. Zhou Jiagong shot up, startled. Was it already dawn? He sat up, calling out to someone outside. Please come in. A young man entered, carrying a tray. How did you sleep? I brought you some sacred tea and snacks. Zhou Jiagong accepted the offering. Oh, I slept well thanks to you. You came here just in time. The young man tilted his head, a curious expression on his face. There's something I'm curious about. Have you lived here all your life? The young man beamed, stars practically sparkling around him. Yes, I've lived in Huijing ever since I was born. The young man in the yellow robe states that he has never stepped foot outside the province. Zhou Jiagong, stroking his chin, inquires if he has ever heard about a robber who kills alchemists at a remote inn or tea house. The young man speculates that the robber must have taken their lives with something like a dagger or short blade in one shot. The young man listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Zhou Jiagong urges him to tell everything he knows. The robber is called the Faceless Murderer, a figure standing over the bodies of his victims, sword in hand. The young man explains that on top of having a high level, the Faceless Murderer only targets foreign alchemists, which is why the elders just pretend to want to catch him without actually trying. Zhou Jiagong reflects, thinking that the Faceless Murderer even has a special nickname everyone must know of him. But at the secret trade fair, he was in a hurry. The people there were aware of him and did not want to strike the deal at all costs. The young man hesitates, beginning to speak. Zhou Jiagong suggests that if he wants to know more, it'd be better for him to ask Bao Xian sect. He repeats the name, Bao Xian sect. The young man states that he heard they know about all kinds of information, although they get criticized a lot for asking for too many spirit stones. He considered the nature of the organization he was dealing with. Zhou Jiagong thought they were supposed to work in the shadows, as an intelligence operation should, but their openness was unexpected. Approaching the building, Zhou Jiagong declared to the guard that he was there to purchase some information. In other words, they must be big and powerful, so it's worth looking forward to good intel. An elderly woman with a gentle smile inquired what kind of information he was looking for. The woman offered to escort Zhou Jiagong inside. Zhou Jiagong thought to himself that he had already passed 3 doors. How secretive was the inside? On top of that, Zhou Jiagong couldn't feel any qi. They must have good defense. A servant announced to the woman that a guest was here. A woman with striking blue hair, her expression unreadable, ordered that he be escorted inside. Zhou Jiagong proceeded further into the building. He continued to be led deeper inside. He approached the raised platform, the air thick with anticipation. The figure seated before him was flanked by silent sentinels, their presence adding to the already palpable tension. A voice echoed, inviting him to take a seat. The woman with striking blue hair must have mastered a unique qigong. The woman introduced herself. I am Xiao Bing, the lord of Huijing branch of Bao Xian sect. Zhou Jiagong responded, identifying himself as Wu Mo. He wondered what this widespread chant of black ice was, relieved that it didn't affect him. Xiao Bing waited for Zhou Jiagong to state his purpose. Xiao Bing pressed, if you tell me specifically what you want, I will tell you the price of the intel. Xiao Bing clarified, what I want is simple. If after his death is known, whether there's someone who will avenge his death or not. Xiao Bing stated that she only takes spirit stones. She expected his understanding. Zhou Jiagong remained silent, a heavy tension filling the air. Xiao Bing revealed, there's no one who will avenge the death of the Faceless Murderer. She continued, because he has always been working alone without a sect, family, nor friends. Xiao Bing stated, it will cost 5 high-class spirit stones. Zhou Jiagong was curious about his life, noting that they were asking for so many spirit stones, as the rumor said. Xiao Bing stands amidst a glittering hoard, the treasures reflecting in her eyes as she begins to speak. The Faceless Murderer, she explains, has been known by everyone since reaching the law of spirit energy. More than a century ago, there was an incident involving a family's treasure in the province. Back then, the Faceless Murderer killed a few alchemists. Since then, he has been going around a few cities, killing alchemists and stealing each one's pouch of abundance. The information hangs heavy in the air as Zhou Jiagong listens intently. He always finished his job neatly and survived. It has been 3 years since he came to Huijing. Ever since he came to Huijing, the gaps between when he causes trouble have been decreasing. Xiao Bing's expression darkened slightly. Shall we say he lost his cautiousness? Zhou Jiagong's gaze intensifies, his eyes narrowing as he presses for more. Are there any special characteristics when he commits murder? Xiao Bing smiles knowingly. That's really precious intel. But thinking of how much you've spent, I will charge you with only 10 high-class spirit stones. You really are as they say. He kills his targets with an indistinct dagger or with his target's weapons. It's his way of not leaving traces. Moreover, the air grows thick with unspoken implications. When the death of the faceless murderer is known, please come back to Bao Xin sect once again. Zhou Zhigang's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. If someone comes here to ask who killed the faceless murderer, what will you do? Xiao Bing explained that the Bao Xin sect was an intelligence organization that sold information. She continued, stating that if anyone paid the price, they would give the information, even if they were asking about the faceless murderer's targets. Elsewhere, a man with a long gray beard spoke of paying for information. A woman with blue hair declared she must obtain Yudambara at all costs. An old man with a wrinkled face muttered that it took him 15 days to obtain the needed sacred herbs. A man with a ponytail revealed he paid 100 high-class spirit stones to buy a fireplace and a red jade pot that could contain the true samadhi fire. Another man with a ponytail vowed that with these, he would make that and take care of him. A woman in white declared she must obtain Yudambara at all costs. Woon's soul gazes intently at the orb of red energy coalescing in his palm, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. What could this be? He stares at the energy in his hand, a growing unease settling in as he realizes it has consumed all of his spiritual energy. Just how much did it absorb? The orb of energy, now ablaze with a fiery aura, seems to mock his dwindling reserves. He has no idea how to use it all. The reaction to receiving spiritual energy is natural, he thinks. Woon's soul holds a red crystal, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he wonders if mediocre spiritual energy just won't work. The crystal glows intensely as it draws in more energy. Perhaps this is the reason why the faceless murderer committed his murders? If he doesn't hide his treasure, but puts everything into this. Woon's soul places his hands on either side of the glowing orb, preparing to infuse it with high-class spirit stones. The spirit stones begin to float and spin around the orb, drawn in by its power. The young lord realizes that it really sucked up all of the spiritual energy. He used up most of his spirit stones here. The orb pulses with energy, surrounded by the remnants of the spirit stones, as Woon's soul continues his experiment. He held the treasure jade aloft, the spirit stones arrayed around it like supplicants before a king. Just what kind of power did this treasure jade hold? The treasure jade pulsed with a soft, inner light, its surface swirling with arcane energies. He sat cross-legged, focusing his spiritual energy, but there was no reaction. Even after adding half of his own spirit stones, the jade remained inert. He sighed, deciding to abandon the treasure jade for now. It was time to focus on his senior sister. He needed to make some energy pills for her. The rainbow pill should provide a big impact for his senior sister's level. Things would get busy again. Flames danced beneath the cauldron, casting flickering shadows across the room. The liquid within the cauldron bubbled and churned, releasing fragrant vapors into the air. He watched the cauldron intently, a sense of anticipation building within him. Finally, he could finish up his senior sister's treatment that had been progressing slowly. He called out, his voice echoing through the quiet room. "Senior Sister Makion, are you there?" Silence. Had she gone out? She wasn't even feeling well. No, on the contrary, it's better than being locked up in a room, since Hui Jing is vast and extravagant. He paused, taking in the sight from the upper level. The restaurant teemed with more patrons than usual. On top of that, Senior Sister has been in the Iron Sphere sect all her life. It's good to enjoy. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The air crackled with anticipation. Aren't there more people than usual? A young waiter, balancing a tray laden with drinks, weaved through the throng. Came out. The waiter addressed a patron, his voice strained with the effort of keeping up. "Yeah, it's been 1 month. There are a lot of customers today. What is going on? I apologize, but I'm very busy right now. I'll let you know when I have time. Shall I escort you to your seat first?" He approached the busy waiter. "Sure, let's do that. Get a seat for me first." Woon's soul stood near a large, round table, observing the other patrons. He muttered, "Excuse me." A man's voice rose above the din, laced with frustration. "Damn it, there are too many people. Hui Jing is so full of alchemists. They all must have come for the rift." Another man, his face etched with experience, spoke of the past. "Well, what can we do? Just 30 years ago, we barely survived and returned, but it's completely different now." A disembodied voice echoed, boasting of newfound power. "We have enhanced our powers, so we become respectable masters, not some ordinary people." A man with graying hair spoke of treasures and dangers. "I heard that there are precious treasures inside, but those law of spirit energy geezers are scared and can't even get near it. Damn it. That's why I'm saying that we have to go into the rift and bring back sacred herbs, so that we can be promoted into the law of spirit energy." Two men discussed their ambitions, their voices hushed with excitement. "If everything goes well, we can go into the lake in 30 or 60 years. Whether we can go or not, shouldn't we, the pledged brothers, all be promoted to law of spirit energy? Let's boast about it." Woon's soul sipped his tea, his thoughts drifting to the matter at hand. Stop that absurd dream, and just properly prepare for this highly competitive rift. The rift? Is it something like the concentrated spirit land? It seems to be held regularly near Huijing, though. The cup is held aloft, but the conversation has ceased. Why do they stop talking? Makyom is surrounded by people. Woon's soul calls out, "Ah, senior sister." The senior sister responds, "Junior brother. It seems like it has been a long time." She knows, right? Woon's soul suggests, "Ah, let's keep talking on the way to your room." Makyom is asked, "You cut your hair." I'm a bit surprised. Makyom asks, "How is it? Do you think it suits me?" The others observe. Woon's soul remarks, "Is that so? I like my hair now, though." Makyom explains, "I cut it off because it was bothering me. This is comfortable." Woon's soul offered his thoughts on her new look. He assured Makyom that as long as she was comfortable, that was all that mattered, though he couldn't help but admit her long hair was better. Makyom acknowledged his sentiment. She was aware that he wasn't someone who would tell her what to do. She admitted to being in turmoil for a while, but she was able to compose herself after cutting her hair. She confessed that she couldn't keep being depressed. She had to push forward with her training and needed to return to Yangzhou one day. From afar, Zhou Jiagong watched, noting that she spoke as if it were nothing, but as he expected, she was thinking of revenge. The young lord told Makyom that before she could train, she had to recover first. A hand extended, holding a cloth with a yellow object resting upon it. Makyom and Woon's soul continued their conversation, a sense of understanding passing between them. Makyom thanked him, her voice laced with gratitude for his continued support. Suddenly, Makyom gasped, her face contorted in pain as she struggled to breathe. Something was terribly wrong. Zhou Jiagong, observing the scene, muttered that there was spiritual energy in the air, a clash perhaps. He couldn't even see her condition. Her eyes wide with shock, Makyom clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. A sudden burst of blood splattered across the scene, painting a grim picture of what was to come. She clutches her bloodied hand, her face etched with pain. The man with the ponytail asks what kind of Dan pill he gave her. He calls it the rainbow pill. Makyom tilts her head, a question mark floating above her. She's never heard of a rainbow pill before. A disembodied voice explains that it's her first time because it's an esoteric Dan pill that the first master told him about. The man with the ponytail explains that the pill is made out of easily attainable sacred herbs and is pretty useful to treat internal wounds. An older man with a white beard is shown in the background, seemingly confirming this. Makyom looks down at the pill in her hand, reflecting on how she's been staying inside. The man with the ponytail thinks to himself that she saved his life in the forest of fine beauty, so he will repay her accordingly. He notes that she's been working hard, and that there must have been precious sacred herbs that went into this Dan pill. The man with the ponytail expresses such humility as he offers Makyom a small pouch. He urges her to accept it. He explains that it must have cost a lot of spirit stones to buy the sacred herbs, and that this may not even come close. Makyom looks up, her eyes wide. She says that if she doesn't at least give him this, she will feel uneasy, so he should accept it. The man with the ponytail insists that if she insists, she should buy a Dharma tool of her choice with it instead, and give him the spirit stones later. He adds that she's lacking Dharma tools that fit her level. Below, a child points out that the alchemists of Daewon Nation are overall much more skilled than the ones of Jinyang Nation. She listens as the man with the ponytail explains that, from what he's heard, the rift will be held outside of Huijing. He adds that they can collect precious sacred herbs and even spirit stones there, so he'll pay for the sacred herbs price after that. The man wonders if senior sister is also thinking of going into that place called the rift. He admits he did hear about it, and asks what the rift actually is. Every half of a sexagenary cycle, hence every 30 years, a really strong wind blows over at Huijing. It is said that if you find the place where the wind blows the strongest, you can get sent into another. The entrance is what is called the rift. The man with the ponytail explains that it's the place where the wind blows. Inside the rift, there are rare, sacred herbs, spirit stones, and of course a lot of fiends live there. So alchemists who work far away come to Huijing every 30 years and try to enter the rift. That's interesting. It reminds her of the concentrated spirit land. Makyom wonders if there is any association that manages the rift. Makyom hears that there is none, so it must be why alchemists flock to it with their eyes on fire. The man with the ponytail explains that, different from the concentrated spirit land, it's not difficult to go into the rift. He adds that if she's thinking of going there, he'll go too then. He mentions that the government manages Huijing so that murder doesn't happen. Makyom thinks that it won't be strange if anything happens in the rift. She's actually worried because she's been seeing quite a lot of energy alchemists while walking on the streets of Huijing. Makyom stood near the doorway, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "That's good to hear," she murmured, a hint of relief coloring her tone. Her expression softened, a genuine offer extended. "If you go together with me," Makyom proposed, "it will be of great help." Meanwhile, the man with the ponytail addressed his companion, a plan forming in his mind. "I have some leisure time before the rift opens, so let's take care of some things before that." Footsteps echoed through the hall, each stride deliberate and purposeful. First, this one, a voice declared the intent clear. Elsewhere, a mechanical whir filled the air as the two women stood before a glowing blue screen, its purpose unknown. One of the women acknowledged the other's presence, her tone laced with a hint of familiarity. You've come here again. Back in the hall, the man with the ponytail stood framed in a doorway, light streaming around him, his expression unreadable. A voice called out to him, identifying him by name. Young Master Woon. The blue-haired woman gazes down, a slight smile playing on her lips. She notes that they have come again. A man's intense gaze pierces through the panel, his expression unreadable. Young Master Woon's soul sits quietly, his expression thoughtful. He remains still, observing the events unfolding around him. The blue-haired woman gestures towards the white-haired child, revealing that this child is Baek Ran. It is explained that she came from the General Assembly and is there to learn, so they should not mind her presence. Baek Ran offers a small smile. Elsewhere, the man from before wonders what is happening. His brow furrows with concern, his eyes narrowed. Baek Ran's gaze is fixed, a sense of familiarity washing over her. She wonders if they have met before. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air. Woon's soul stands bathed in the ethereal blue light, its source unknown. Blood splatters as Baek Ran coughs violently, her face contorted in pain. The blue-haired woman watches with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you suddenly throwing up blood? She asks. Woon's soul's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. Baek Ran, still spitting up blood, mutters, I can't believe this. She continues, her voice strained, to think that the evil spirit fragrance that I've been practicing all my life would fail. The blue-haired woman looks down at Baek Ran, concern etched on her face. Was it a bewitching technique? Baek Ran's hand trembles, stained with blood. Her thoughts race. Her spiritual power is disheveled. Her insides are a mess too. If she's to recover, she'll need to recuperate for quite a while. Woon's soul's voice booms with fury. How dare you do something you shouldn't have to a guest in my sect? A voice pleads from below. Young master, Baek Ran, surrounded by glowing symbols, continues her technique. I will atone this with this child's life, so please don't be angry. She struggles, her face a mask of determination. Her eyes widen in shock, the blue light intensifying. Woon's soul considers the situation. How ridiculous, he thinks. Baek Ran definitely didn't do this alone. He admits he doesn't know what happened, but why would anyone try to kill someone? The blue-haired woman's expression is grim. Who's injured and throwing up blood, she wonders. It will be troublesome if the fact that the bewitching technique was used on a guest gets known. So, she was trying to kill her to cut off the trail. The blue-haired woman stands over Baek Ran, who is kneeling on the floor. She coldly orders her to wipe her blood and get out. Baek Ran is on the floor, covered in blood, struggling to move. Woon's soul sits, deep in thought, his brow furrowed with concern. The blue-haired woman and Woon's soul sit in silence, the tension palpable. The blue-haired woman states that she didn't hear any news of the faceless murderer. Woon's soul looks up, questioning the statement. A flashback shows the faceless murderer walking away from a burning building. Did the faceless murderer leave Huijing and move to another place? Another flashback shows the faceless murderer. Or was his body thrown away somewhere to become feed for the fiends? How would he know that? Woon's soul gestures with his hand, wondering if the faceless murderer wasn't a strong man who came and went like a shadow, whom the alchemists in the prefecture couldn't even catch. The blue-haired woman looks on, an unreadable expression on her face. Energy crackled around her hand, a display of contained power. The blue-haired woman revealed that no one other than the young master sought revenge on the faceless murderer, piquing her curiosity. Soul listened intently. A sinister smile stretched across a face. The woman smirked, suggesting that Soul was underestimating the Bao Xian sect. She found the price of information regarding the faceless murderer surprisingly cheap. Originally, it wasn't a matter she had to concern herself with, but the new law of spirit energy alchemist intrigued her, so she decided to serve him. Soul considered her words, a slight frown creasing his brow. That was very kind of her. A hand opened a dark box. The blue-haired woman stated that if Soul were the one who killed the faceless murderer, she would have to serve him. Holding a scroll, she offered information regarding the faceless murderer. The woman offered to answer one of his questions. She reiterated the terms of their agreement, an exchange of information. Soul considered the deal. If he told her the truth, she could sell that information and get more spirit stones. The blue-haired woman seemed worried. She asked him to keep the truth of who killed the faceless murderer secret, and to tell her if he was dead or not. She revealed that the faceless murderer was indeed dead. His body was buried in a small hill above the northern rice fields in Huijing. Fine, that was really insightful, she said before asking what information he would like to know, addressing him as young master. Woon's soul considered what he needed. He couldn't see through her, which bothered him, but he didn't have anything to lose. He realized what he needed, a way to go to Yanam Nation. Soul focused deep in thought. He questioned if she was trying to make fun of him. The blue-haired woman stated that her memory wasn't bad, but she had never heard about Yanam Nation, nor had she seen it in books. Woon's soul was shocked. To think that even the owner of a great intel association didn't even know about it. He was losing his mind. The woman responded that it didn't seem like he was making fun of her, considering his expressions. She would find out about Yanam Nation, even if she had to send someone to the General Assembly. So please give her time. The young lord considered the woman's words. She was the owner of a renowned intel association, so it must have hurt her pride. Before them shimmered a teleportation portal. The blue-haired woman wondered if she had been too harsh. She inquired, her gaze sharp, if Hui Jing was crowded with alchemists. She then asked if Sol was going into the rift too. Woon's soul responded, his expression thoughtful, asking if the alchemists of the Bao Exine sect were going as well. A box sat nearby. The blue-haired woman stated that they don't personally send people into the rift. However, the blue-haired woman asked if he had anything to say regarding the rift. The woman with blue hair admitted she wasn't able to give him an answer to his question, so she would tell him something else instead and call it even. Elsewhere, Woon's soul walked away from the building, his footsteps echoing on the stone path. He thought to himself that he'd like to breathe in some fresh air and perhaps take a rest in this place for a bit before leaving. The blue-haired woman apologized, stating that he couldn't take too long, hoping he understood. Although Xiao Bing does have a point. The white-haired woman stood behind a tree as Woon's soul paused, tilting his head slightly, a soft huh escaping his lips. Beck Ran remained silent, watching him. He gave a small nod. Woon's soul glanced back at Beck Ran, a soft rustling sound accompanying his movement. Then again, it's a place full of things that are strange and beyond one's comprehension. The remaining thing to do now. Elsewhere, a hand reached out, opening a box filled with a soft, purple glow. This is the Eternal Youth Dan pill. Although it doesn't make you look younger, it's a Dan pill that makes you maintain your looks so that you don't grow old. Before I go into the rift, I have to find out the identity of that treasure jade. A group of masked figures surrounded the box, their expressions hidden behind their disguises. I'll start from one highest grade spirit stone, and I only take spirit stones. If that Dan pill is the Eternal Youth Dan pill, I'll buy it even if I have to splurge out all my wealth. The masked woman in purple declared that confirming the authenticity of the item was the top priority. The masked figure in red agreed, stating they were willing to spend their fortune. Doubts lingered about the sudden appearance of the Eternal Youth Dan pill, but the organizers would determine its authenticity. One of the masked figures suggested moving on to the next auction item. The masked figure with the box was eyed with suspicion. Would he simply take it and disappear? The successful bid was made with 4 highest grade spirit stones, and the item would be traded with a Dharma tool. A ring and a pink pill were displayed. A masked figure announced, "You for waiting." The group of masked figures gazed at the Eternal Youth Dan pill, now appearing as a pink orb. The item is genuine. Okay, Lihu observes the young man, thinking he looks young. The judge of life and death is surprised. Sol thinks to himself that he doesn't want to show courtesy for such a young brat, but he can't act recklessly right now. Okay, Lihu asks why that is important, and Sol replies that he just came because he grew curious while he was passing by. Okay, Lihu asks if there is any rule that doesn't allow someone not from Youngmun to participate. He then states that there is no rule like that, so Sol may take part in the competition. Someone hopes that young man wins. Okay, Lihu says what he said and asks Sol to wish him luck. The two walk towards the arena. A match between 2 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists is about to begin, a spectacle to witness. Someone wonders who's going to win. Sol thinks that he is not sure, but he really hopes the young alchemist will take Machiology down a peg. He realizes he can't use the destruction sword arts in front of this many people. Sol decides to do it like this time. Someone asks if he's going to fight without any talisman. The elderly fighter, surrounded by swirling green energy, declared his intention to swiftly conclude the battle. With a mighty HA, another combatant launched an energy attack skyward, the force of it radiating outwards. Below, Sol, clutching a glowing yellow orb, wondered aloud what kind of attack was being unleashed as green energy streaked past him. The green energy slammed into a golden barrier, the impact resonating with a silent. The onlookers commented on the intensity of the assault. One remarked that the attacks were pouring down, while another declared that the meteor pendulum was living up to its name, adding that it was as expected of a Law of Spirit Energy alchemist. Another simply voiced their surprise. The young man with brown hair watched with a furrowed brow, finding the attack less intense than he had anticipated. Yi Munbai, holding her pipe, stated that there was obviously a difference between Breath of the Sun and Law of Spirit Energy, adding that this was nothing compared to why Peo cased blue flames, implying that a normal early-stage Law of Spirit Energy alchemist couldn't achieve this. The elderly fighter, still blocking, taunted his unseen opponent, daring them to threaten him and questioning how long they would simply block. Sol smiled confidently, declaring that his opponent should defend himself, as he had been planning to confuse him with his alter ego, but there was no need. A woman launched an attack with a spinning wheel, the weapon blurring as it cut through the air. A green energy attack erupted, prompting someone to exclaim, "No, what is this?" The elderly fighter, now under assault, questioned if it was an early stage of law of spirit energy, noting that it looked like just a normal orb of light, and wondered if his opponent was really fighting without even using a talisman, realizing that his energy barrier couldn't take it. He focused, drawing power from within. Enough power, he mused, since he was using the principle of wood fire. With a shout, the young lord unleashed the gathered energy. The old man coughed, staggering back from the force of the blow. Just how many light orbs is he going to make? The old man wondered. His spiritual energy was diminishing without even properly fighting back. That damned bastard looks young, but just how much spiritual energy does he have? That fucking bastard, he thought he'd strangle his arrogant ass. Still, he couldn't face defeat in front of so many people. The old man raised a hand. How about we stop here, he asked. Soul clasped his hands together, a smile playing on his lips. Sure, thank you for giving in, he replied. He should do it properly when no one was watching. The old man launched himself into the air, fleeing the scene. He hated that relaxed face so much. That was a shocking match that I never expected I would watch in my life, one of the onlookers commented. Is there another challenger? That ill-natured man tucked his tail and ran away. What a vulgar and lame person. Alchemist? I'm not sure. Does anyone know him? It seems like there's no one else. This marks the end of the suitor competition. That was an amazing match. I'd rather not challenge that guy. I know, right? He was knowledgeable. What a suitable match. Congratulations. Things have become troublesome. Elsewhere, outside Young Mun, Yi family's manor. The judge of life and death gestures towards the interior of the building. He remarks that it's a shabby place, but he will escort Soul inside. Soul smiles, seemingly unbothered by the judge's comment. Behind OK Lihu, Yi Munbai watches with a smile. OK Lihu begins to speak about the suitor competition, acknowledging that Soul must be curious since he is the groom-to-be. He invites him to ask whatever he wants. Soul apologizes for ruining the suitor competition that required so much effort to prepare. He clarifies that he only participated to stop Machiology, not because he was interested in marriage. The judge of life and death is taken aback, asking what Soul means by that. OK Lihu covers his face, frustrated that he thought he had saved himself the trouble of finally sending off his Munbai to someone nice. He is about to throw a tantrum, but remembers he can't be rude to a law of spirit energy alchemist. The judge of life and death holds up an item, stating that it is something he got from inside the rift. The item is a jade plaque. OK Lihu wonders if it is the same thing that is traditionally given to direct blood relatives. He then wonders if Chongso isn't his uncle. OK Lihu is shocked that Soul has this item from inside the rift. He asks him to please tell him how he got the jade plaque. The judge of life and death asks Soul to explain it in detail, no matter how much time it takes. A flashback shows that Uncle and the family members were stopping the elementary spirit. OK Lihu thinks to himself that it's heartbreaking but relieving at the same time. OK Lihu holds a letter, thinking that his uncle was an excellent leader and very clever. He realizes that there is only grief and lunacy in this letter, and how painful it must be. He states that he got this from Elder Yi, and it's only right that he return this to the Yi family. He held up a string of blue beads, a look of regret on his face. He apologized, explaining that he'd used up all the crystal beads. It was the crystal protection bracelet that his grandfather used to wear. Soul smiled, trying to return something that he'd used up felt embarrassing. But if that was the case, he would accept it gratefully. His life had been saved thanks to the crystal protection bracelet, and he didn't want to receive it for free. OK Lihu insisted that Soul couldn't take it, since his uncle gave it to him. If the Yi family needed his help, they only had to ask. He would help with all his might. He was staying as a guest for the time being, but hearing their story was very pitiful. Soul thought to himself that him butting into their suitor competition was more harmful than he thought. He couldn't turn a blind eye because of what happened to the crystal protection bracelet and the suitor competition. OK Lihu explained that after the incident at the rift, the Yi family had to wander around the Yinnan region and was barely able to settle down in Yangmun. Even so, they were living peacefully in Yangmun, this small city, for a few hundred years. But then suddenly, the Huang family came around saying that this land was theirs. He was already so sad with that. OK Lihu continued, explaining that they even demanded that they return the chest containing the treasures, including the talisman from that land. Soul realized that the chest was obviously not there, and they were demanding that the Yi family take responsibility for the crime. OK Lihu added that the government and the other families were turning a blind eye too, and if she gets married into a good sect or alchemist family, they expect her to mediate the problem with the Huang family. Soul thought it would be good to have senior sister at times like this. About the Huang family, he remembered one thing. He heard there was one middle-level law of spirit energy alchemist, and two at the early stage. OK Lihu acknowledged that the other party was giving the matter considerable thought. He admitted he didn't know what the solution was, but he would listen to any method proposed. Below, Soul listened intently. From behind, a figure wondered aloud what would happen if they approached the problem in a different way. The blue-haired woman, seated and contemplative, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It seemed like a bad deal to her, no matter how she looked at it. She hadn't known that Yanam Nation was a country from a different continent. Yi Domyong, seated across from her, tilted his head slightly. Did she come all the way here just because of that? He had a few more things he was curious about. The woman's gaze sharpened, her thoughts swirling. What were they? She figured he must want her to answer him, to give her the information about Yanam Nation. It was known that their sect had sent alchemists to the rift to obtain its treasures. These were law of spirit energy alchemists, including Elder Pyong, who was a breath of the... Yidomyong stated, unfortunately, none of them returned. How unfortunate, he thought. There had been an unpleasant experience regarding the treasure inside the lake. But then the red heavenly winged horse of the Tane Willow Manor, Madame Y, who was a breath of the sun alchemist, was witnessed to have gone in. As expected, she didn't return either. The blue-haired woman stated that she had investigated that Elder Pyong not being able to return was related to her. Yidomyong mused that both of them didn't return, so this may be a little guess, but of course he thought that a quarrel over the treasure broke out, but both of them failed to gain anything. The woman stated that when she investigated it, interestingly enough, Woon Soul's name came up. The vision showed a memory. It was said that when the red heavenly winged horses were going into the lake, Woon Soul and another beautiful woman came together with them. The blue-haired woman walked alongside Soul, remarking that there was something special about him that one wouldn't notice unless they looked very closely. Makyom confessed that she felt that special something from him. Soul retorted that she could imagine all she wanted, but he wouldn't say anything about that. The scene shifted to another conversation. It was said that Madame Y's relationship with the leader of the Mountain Willow Manor, Ha Dong-yob, wasn't good because there was a strange atmosphere between her and No One. Soul pondered what that Elder Pyong was talking about regarding lovers and whatnot. The night sky hung heavy over the rooftops. Soul stood in a doorway, listening intently. He shifted uncomfortably, a strange feeling washing over him. Nearby, the others seemed extremely curious, even sobered by the topic at hand. The conversation continued, the implications hanging in the air. A palpable tension filled the space between them. One of the onlookers jokingly declared that since they were a fake couple anyway, he stood a chance. He mused on how enjoyable it had been to meet someone he clicked with so well. The young lord considered staying at the Yi family's manor for a while. The blue-haired woman explained that their great-aunt and Shun were staying nearby as well, so they were thinking of going together. Yi Domyong wondered if young Master Seo's great-aunt was the law of spirit energy who had been protecting the teleportation portal. It seemed like they sympathized with each other, so her staying there would be a great help to the Yi family. The voice noted that there were only a few people in the manor, so it felt empty. But if the people from the Seo family came, it would be bustling with people. The sky stretched out, a canvas of pale blue and wispy clouds. Yi Domyong stood before the manor. The alchemists of the Seo family were pretty used to staying there. Yi Domyong's face had gotten a lot brighter. It was a relief. Yi Domyong's gaze was steady, his expression thoughtful. A voice declared that the Mountain Willow Manor wouldn't be a threat. It was the Mountain Willow Manor they were talking about. YPOK had been the apple of the leader's eye in the Y family. The blue-haired woman stated that someone from the Y family came to their sect while offering a lot of spirit stones. Stones? What do you say? The blue-haired woman wondered if she would have talked about him to them. Yi Domyong states with a stern gaze that it doesn't matter whether she did or not. The blue-haired woman tilts her head, questioning if it truly doesn't matter. She reflects, remembering how she was tormented by both of them and barely able to save herself. The woman with blue hair finds the situation extremely unfortunate, considering the Yi family from Yan'an took him in as their son-in-law after he was the sole survivor of a lake incident 300 years ago where they lost most of their alchemists. She wonders if he had to come to Youngmun and take part in the suitor competition after coming out of the rift. Yi Domyong speaks of his wife, stating that she is beautiful and strong-willed, and that it's nothing strange to fall for her at first sight. The blue-haired woman observes him, noting that he didn't look that friendly though. Yi Domyong makes a noise, and the blue-haired woman thinks to herself that she is suspicious if the Bao Xian sect is selling rumors instead of information now. Yi Domyong tells her that she's only guessing instead of speculating. The blue-haired woman admits that she went too far, realizing that up until now, she failed to find out the truth and has been making a frame out of small pieces of facts. She thinks that she should have sold those small pieces of information. The woman realizes she should tell the things that she didn't tell the Y family, that he was the one who came into the lake with Madame Y. Yi Domyong tells her to do what she wants, and that if she has nothing more to say, he'll take his leave, as his wife is waiting for him. The elder, his gaze fixed on the shimmering barrier, questioned Yi Domyong's intentions. What did he plan to do with such a weak defense? A sinister smile played on Yi Domyong's lips as he clutched a glowing orb. He would ensure the other disciples knew what had transpired. The elder lay prone, defeated. A silent scream echoed in the air. Yi Domyong, his expression a mask of calculated ambition, admitted he hadn't intended to go this far. But given the chance to seize the Nadins from over 30 monkeys, how could he let such an opportunity pass? Yi Domyong revealed the secret of what had transpired, his words hanging heavy in the air as Makyom looked on. He had built his reputation too high within the sect to simply join another. What would Makyom do in his position? The elders of the sect, he believed, were the reason the sect hadn't progressed further. The elder's voice, weak and fading, lamented the fate that had befallen them. They had been killed by those they deemed insignificant. Yi Domyang, his eyes burning with ambition, declared he no longer needed the sect. With his skills, he could join any sect he desired and start anew. Ma Qiong, her face etched with fear, realized the gravity of the situation. Exposing his plans meant certain death. Another elder, his face etched with regret, blamed himself for not recognizing Yi Domyang's true nature. He resented his own inability to act while his master and senior were killed. A scream pierces the air, the sound echoing with a desperate urgency. Yi Domyang stands over a fallen figure, a dark shroud billowing around him. Ma Qiong glances back, the rustling of leaves accompanying her cautious steps. Ilip's gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The gravity of the situation settles in. To be honest, it's a different matter when lives are at stake. Ilip struggles to understand the extent of his opponent's power. He muses that he is sure that he is an alchemist to that level. Ma Qiong's eyes widen with concern. He could be just a stronger enemy than Ilip. Ma Qiong voices her worry, needing to know what he plans to do. Yi Domyang assures her that he would have killed her already if he wanted to. She asks if he just helped her. Ma Qiong tilts her head, confused. What's the difference between the two? Ilip's expression darkens. He despises people who dare to hurt their own masters. Yi Domyang and Ma Qiong walk away, leaving the fallen elder behind. He agrees that he does as well. Yi Domyang is still unmarried. The blue-haired woman wondered what would happen to his pouch of abundance. She mused that it would probably be given back to the sect, she thought. The woman with blue hair considered that it wouldn't be a problem if she took the pouch, right? Yi Domyang, lying prone, weakly protested that it was a bit much. A voice echoed, wondering what to say to the sect. The blue-haired woman apologized, explaining that if she took the pouch, she would have to disclose why only the pouch was missing, and she would be suspected of having taken them. Yi Domyang's expression was unreadable. It was noted that he did kill the bastard who killed his own master out of impulse, but he went for the pouch of abundance right after, so he must feel a little anxious. The blue-haired woman expressed her gratitude. The blue-haired woman expressed relief that he wasn't a bad guy after all. She then stated that she would get to collecting all the carcasses now. However, it was noted that he tried to take the elder. The air shimmered with unseen energy. A glowing blue orb floated amidst the tall grass. The blue-haired woman is sent flying, a startled cry escaping her lips. Woon's soul catches her, his expression etched with concern. His brow furrowed. Woon's soul asks, "Please pardon me, I must take a look at your body." His hands gently touch her. Woon's soul grimaces, regretting his actions. Asterisk, I shouldn't have given her the precious petal elixirs. She must be feeling immense pain. Asterisk, the woman is enveloped in a blue aura. Her spirit energy, the narration explains, has destabilized because she took way more elixirs than she had needed. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around her legs. Woon's soul clasps his hands together, a determined look on his face. I'll have to stabilize her spirit energy with mine, he thinks. He stands before the door, ready to act. Blue energy emanates from his hand, ready to be transferred. A swirling vortex of blue energy begins to form. He focused, drawing upon every reserve of his spirit energy. Woon's soul knew he had to stabilize her condition, to counteract the elixir's volatile power. The blue-haired woman's brow furrowed, a grimace of pain twisting her features. The effort to contain the overflowing energy was clearly taking its toll. Her expression remained strained, beads of sweat clinging to her temples, but the intensity of the pain seemed to lessen, if only slightly. With the immediate danger averted, Woon's soul carefully lifted the blue-haired woman into his arms, her weight surprisingly light. He held her close, his brow still creased with concern. For the time being, she would be all right, but he knew the effects of the elixirs were far from over. Woon's soul knew he needed to find a safe haven, a place where he could fully treat her without interruption. This area, he sensed, was teeming with both alchemists and magic beasts. The landscape stretched before them, a tapestry of towering cliffs and ancient forests, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. A narrow path wound its way through the craggy terrain, leading towards a dark opening nestled high in a mountainside. Water cascaded down the rock face, forming a shimmering curtain that partially obscured the entrance to what appeared to be a cave. Inside the cave, the blue-haired woman lay still, her breathing shallow and uneven. The cool stone floor offered little comfort. Her eyes fluttered open, a flicker of awareness returning to her gaze. A soft gasp escaped her lips. She pushed herself up, her head swimming, and looked around the dimly lit cavern. "Where is?" she croaked, her voice raspy and weak. Soul remembered when he met a senior. The blue-haired woman stirred, waking up with a start. She wondered if something had been done to her. She realized nothing was wrong with her body, and she was alive thanks to him. She wanted to thank him properly, but then remembered she had to report back to the sect. Elsewhere, Yi Haxiong thought it would be great if he could testify against Elip. The blue-haired woman wondered where she was and if Sol had left. She sat alone in the cave. She wondered if he really left, thinking she should rest up a bit more and head out of the forest. Sol wondered if she would be able to make it back on her own. The blue-haired woman and Sol walked together. The blue-haired woman noted the magic trap set up near the entrance. She remarked that the senior had set up a magic trap in front of the entrance. She looked at Sol, checking if he was all right. She told him that he looked okay, but then paused, seemingly wanting to say more. The blue-haired woman pleaded with Sol, urging him to come with her to the sect. Her voice was filled with urgency. Sol stood silently, his expression unreadable as he listened to her request. The night sky loomed above, a silent witness to their conversation. The mountain stood tall and imposing in the distance, shrouded in mist and darkness. The blue-haired woman paused, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence. Sol pondered the idea of going to MT White Sect, a place he had never considered before. The thoughts swirled in his mind. Sol reassured himself that killing Elip was justified, as he had committed a grave sin. He hoped that this would keep him out of trouble. The elder explained that the problem was that 2 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists had died. The news hung heavy in the air. Sol knew that the sect would try to investigate thoroughly, and he would inevitably be mentioned in the process. A sense of unease settled over him. The blue-haired woman, with a hopeful smile, asked Sol if he was sure he would come with her. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She inquired if he had ever visited MT White before, assuring him that he wouldn't regret it. The ancestor and creator of the sect had searched all over the Yeyang province. He was in search of the most beautiful and spirit energy-filled mountain, and he ended up here on MT White. Sol questioned if they were speaking of an ancestor. The blue-haired woman confirmed, adding that it was said he had reached vitality of yin and yang. Some even say that he was able to become a deity. Meanwhile, one Haijong exclaimed that his sister had returned. They approached the doorway. The blue-haired woman and Sol walked towards one Haijong. One Haijong stated that he was afraid he couldn't say it there. This was a senior of his, and he had come on business. The blue-haired woman offers a polite welcome. She explains that teleportation alchemy is forbidden, except for members of the sect. Woon Sol assures her that he will keep that in mind. The path ahead winds through towering, mist-shrouded peaks. Sol ascends a seemingly endless staircase carved into the mountainside. The pair continues their climb, the air growing thinner with each step. The sound of their footsteps echoes against the ancient stone. Finally, they arrive at the gates of the Kai Palace, its name etched above the entrance. A voice booms out, announcing, "Disciple A.K. Yeomin wishes to meet the Lord." The massive doors of the palace stand imposing and silent. Sol and the blue-haired woman pause, awaiting entry. Inside, one Haijong sits upon a raised platform, surrounded by attendants. The heavy air hangs with anticipation. With a respectful bow, Woon Sol introduced himself. The man before him, Lord Sun Wook of Legislation, returned the gesture. Sun Wook's eyes narrowed, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He thought to himself that he didn't know of a spirit energy alchemist in Yeyang province. He questioned if there was such a young law of spirit energy alchemist here before asking why they had come. The blue-haired woman explained that a tragic incident took place in the forest. She continued, stating that they had brought 3 corpses with them and put them down right outside. Sun Wook inquired if they had brought corpses, to which one Haijong confirmed. The Lord of Legislation asked what happened to them. One of the men reported that the cause of death for Yung Peng and one Seicheng was a white thundershot. The corpses lay still, covered in white cloth. The man continued, confirming that there was some internal damage as well. Sun Wook acknowledged the report. One of the elders declared that the traces of white thunder shot clearly indicated the culprit was a disciple. Woon Sol, standing beside the blue-haired woman, considered the statement. However, he thought the problem was... Another elder wondered aloud if Elip or A.K. Yeomin was the culprit. The group continued to discuss the matter. The elder, his gaze sharp, wondered aloud if Elip was the true instigator or if A.K. Yeomin was to blame. The details of their attire spoke of rank and tradition, but offered no answers to the questions hanging in the air. A.K. Yeomin, her voice laced with urgency, recounted their encounter. They had been set upon by magic monkeys, but had managed to defeat them all. Elip, hand outstretched, revealed that all of this was done for the master's pouch of abundance. A chaotic memory surfaced, a desperate attempt to silence someone forever. One Haijong, his expression grim, admitted he was only alive to tell the tale, thanks to Senior Woon. The elder confirmed the account, his gaze unwavering. A.K. Yeomin stated plainly that Elip had tried to kill her. Elip revealed the Yin Yang shield he had used to stop the attack. One of the men confirmed that Elip's corpse showed no signs of internal damage, supporting the claim. The elder expressed his gratitude, speaking as a representative of the family, for stopping a criminal and saving one of their own. The elder explains that a temporary conclusion has been reached, but the lord of the house still needs to confirm some things. He asks A.K. Yeomin to extend his stay, assuring him that the lord will summon him soon. A.K. Yeomin agrees to the request. One Hyajong thinks to himself that he is glad everything is settled. He will watch on the sidelines silently, since he only came to help. A moment later, a knocking echoes through the halls. An attendant announces himself. The attendant informs A.K. Yeomin that the lord of the house wishes to see him. The attendant instructs them to lead the way. Elsewhere, the group is seen walking through the snowy grounds of the estate. The attendant tells A.K. Yeomin that he must leave his pouch of abundance outside before heading inside. Ak ypsilonomin agristo dozo. The attendant urges A.K. Yeomin to go on, as the lord is waiting inside. He offers a respectful bow. This junior greets the lord of the house. The lord of the house smiles warmly. Oh, you must be Woon's soul. I am the head of MT White's sect, Nung Jawoon. Nung Jawoon gestures toward the cushion. Please take a seat. The lord of the house continues, a hint of admiration in his voice. I'm honored to meet the alchemist that defeated the Y family. I've always wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect you to visit yourself. Nung Jawoon's expression turns slightly serious. The Y family should have shut their people up, and the Yi family won't speak of that incident, so how does he know? The lord of the house clasps his hands together, a wide smile on his face. My heart was pounding hearing about what you had achieved. Nung Jawoon leans forward, his voice filled with disbelief. I couldn't believe that you were able to defeat 4 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists all by yourself. 2 out of the 4 were mid-stage Law of Spirit Energy alchemists. His expression turns serious, a warning in his eyes. You must be careful. YSEK is not a forgiving person. A.K. Yeomin inclines his head slightly. Thank you for worrying. No Yavun smiles, impressive. He's very humble, even though he's reached this level at such a young age. A.K. Yeomin looks away, a hint of modesty in his eyes. I was just very lucky. A.K. Yeomin states firmly, his gaze unwavering. I'm not a part of sect. Having just been praised, A.K. Yeomin recounts, sharing that he was taught alchemy and craftsmanship by his master when he was young. Nung Jawoon leans forward, a glint in his eye. He asks if he may inquire about the master's name. The lord of the house continues, noting that it has been long since his passing, so there likely won't be anyone who remembers him. A.K. Yeomin considers this, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is that so? He wonders. The alchemist remains silent. Nung Jawoon expresses his satisfaction, adding that he believes he knows how the sect was able to maintain its prestigious position. He chuckles, glad to hear it. But the sect of today, a narration box reveals, lacks a lot compared to the past. It's only been a day, but how was... The narration continues, revealing they lost 2 alchemists of the Law of Spirit Energy, and the culprit turned out to be a disciple who will drag the sect's name in the mud. The narration box further reveals that they are even being pushed around by the Iron Rock sect that's nearby. The narration box concludes, stating that if an alchemist like Woon's soul joins the sect in times like this, it would benefit them greatly. The scene focuses on the lower half of neutral Nung Jawoon. Nung Jawoon gestures, stating that A.K. Yeomin has taken care of the work that the sect was. The elder implored, requesting that Woon's soul become a disciple of the MT White sect. He would even put aside his pride. The elder insisted, his expression earnest. The elder continued, promising great amounts of elixirs. And spirit stones as well, he added, sweetening the deal. The elder sweetened the deal further, promising to hand him the position of an elder when he reached the final stages of the Law of Spirit Energy. The elder assured him that it wouldn't take more than 100 years to reach that stage. He would make sure of it. Soul found a bit baffling. He only came to make relations with MT White's sect, not to join it, he thought. It was better for him to be free and not be chained to a sect. The elder pressed on, mentioning that if a sect like MT White gave their support, it would be of great help, the elder added, smiling. The elder then mentioned the 3 Breath of the Sun alchemists, 2 of whom were busy training, but one of them was at the Sanction Palace. The elder offered to introduce Woon's soul to him and ask him to help him train. The elder's hands rested calmly, listening intently to the young lord's words. Soul admitted it was a tempting offer, but he couldn't stay in Daewon province forever. He clasped his hands together, a solemn look on his face. He couldn't say when, but one day, he would leave. The elder hummed, considering Soul's words. Even if he became the sect's disciple and accepted all the support given to him, it would be wrong of him to suddenly leave one day, Soul thought. What he's saying is that there's a chance that he could stay, the elder mused. Soul looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The elder proposed an alternative, becoming an outsider disciple. Once he did that, leaving to a foreign country would be no problem. Soul stood, his posture reflecting a newfound determination. Because he'd be free to do so. The MT White sect was actively accepting that kind of disciple, the elder explained. They were currently protecting and teaching them under their wing. 2 figures practiced their stances in the courtyard. That is, with a few exceptions on some of the alchemy and craftsmanship. They wouldn't be able to give their full support like an official disciple, but they planned to do the best they could. The elder's smile crinkles the corners of his eyes, a picture of benevolent amusement. He wonders, if he does as the elder says, will he be free to leave MT White for several years at a time? The elder beams, assuring him, of course. Soul takes a sip from his cup, considering the elder's words. Setting the cup down, a smile graces his lips. If the lord of the house says so, he's made the right decision. With that in mind, the elder offers him a wooden box. The box is carefully placed into his hands. He looks down at the box, a glint of surprise in his eyes. The elder explains that this great protection elixir is just a gift from him, urging him to take it. If he reaches the final stages of the law of spirit energy, he'll give him a position as an elder regardless of his status as an outsider disciple. So he should train hard. Inside the box, nestled on a soft cushion, lies a glowing orb. He was afraid he'd made the wrong decision, but he got a great protection elixir. He affirms that he is not an ungrateful person. Footsteps crunch through the snow-covered forest floor. Woon's soul agonizes over the loss of his master, feeling adrift from the other masters and even the other sect disciples. He wonders if it might have been better for him to die at the hands of Elip. The wind whistles through the trees. The young lord pauses, a soft hum escaping his lips as he considers the situation. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. A small, fox-like creature peers up at Soul with a cheerful expression. The fragrance of fruit fills the air. The disciple wonders if there are many magic beasts in Chanyo Mountain, and if Wanwan hid in the ice caps. Wanwan likes these winter coconuts. The voice suggests cutting the fruit in half and feeding it to him, saying he'll like it. The disciple holds out the fruit, a small smile gracing his lips. He watches as the small, gray creature laps at its bowl, the sound of its tiny tongue filling the quiet space. The other figure muses that Woon Soul acts out sometimes, but he's also playful, which is why he gave him that name. Anyhow, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. Disciple Woon, he is reminded, became a 5-star law of spirit energy alchemist only a couple of months after joining the sect as a disciple. A young, mid-class law of spirit energy alchemist is what everyone dreams to be. Not only the sect leader, but also everyone in general thinks highly of him. The figure continues, adding that nowadays, there are rumors going around that he may become the youngest breath of the Sun Alchemist. But for him, it's too tough a task to beat the 1 in 10 odds and reach the law of spirit energy, especially. And he has the Niden of a superior magic beast, rightfully his to use. The figure asks if the problem is that Woon's soul can't use the Niden as he wishes. He'll make it into an elixir, so he'll take him up on that. The figure assures him that if anyone asks where it came from, they won't be able to question it if he says it came from him. Woon's soul thinks to himself that he was going to make elixir for Wanwan anyway, so he can make Sister AKs too. He felt like he left her alone, so he was feeling bad. The figure thanks Disciple Woon. The figure reveals that his master also passed away when he was a heavenly birth alchemist. The figure concludes that his master sowed the seeds, so it's up to him now to realize his potential. A figure is told that if they don't give up and continue training, they will see good results as their master, Won Sichung, trained them well. The words Disciple Woon hang in the air. This is the Jangseogak, the library of the White Mountain sect, which should have numerous records and books about crafts and sorcery from those who came before. Before starting to make an elixir with the Beast Niden, he decides to stop by. Woon's soul is startled. Aman exclaims in surprise, di disciple e Woon. He mentions that even outsider disciples can read at the Jangseogak. The man responds, yes, of course. He continues, saying that if Woon's soul would like, he can stay there, but he can't enter the restricted section. He then asks if he can borrow books to read as well. The man explains that any alchemist that's law of spirit energy or above can borrow up to 100 books. The man continues, explaining that Woon's soul can only take the books around the sect grounds, and if he takes any of the books outside or damages them, he may be punished according to sect rules. The man says, very well, I'll take a look around, so you can go back to what you're doing. He adds that Woon's soul looked so busy that he almost felt sorry to disturb him. The man laughs and tells the disciple to call him Wang Pyong. The family disciples rarely come here since they're all busy training, so it's peculiar that Disciple Woon takes an interest here. Wang Pyong's name is spoken. Wang Pyong gestures to a towering stack of books, clarifying that there are exactly 100. Wang Pyong emphasizes that the disciple must return all the books within a month. Woon's soul assures Wang Pyong that he will return them in time. Wang Pyong chuckles, saying he will keep that in mind. Inside the boiling kitchen, a book lies open. Soul reflects that the best thing about becoming an outsider disciple of the White Mountain sect was not the pill of great protection elixir, but being able to enter their library. He muses that the books may be more valuable than their treasure vaults that keep the sect's wealth, and that the true wealth of a long-established sect would be these books. The elixir bubbles in the pot. Soul thinks that while he makes the elixir from Magic Beast Niden, he should read these books. Soul sits surrounded by stacks of books, reading intently. 2 weeks later, Wang Pyong looks shocked, exclaiming if he read all of them. Seeing his reaction, it seemed like he didn't expect him to. Mu Jiangyang had read all of them. The chant of black ice seemed very useful, and he was able to memorize it quickly. It's a pity that he could only borrow 100 books at a time. He couldn't trust the sect founder and leader, Mu Zhangyang. Sect founder. It's a book written by an elder mid-class breath of the sun alchemist, Zhang Hakbaiyang. Mu Zhangyang was a vitality of yin and yang alchemist that suddenly appeared in the Yiyang province. The benevolent, and just Mu Zhangyang quickly became an idol of many alchemists. After some time, he founded the White Mountain sect here on this mountain. And in a martial arts duel, he beat the lord of the Taoist temple in the Yiyang province, utilizing his white thunder shot. When he was young, he recalled seeing the white dragon's secret sword art performed by an elder of the Sangsan sect. Mu Zhangyang's white thunder shot is similar to that of the Sangsan sect's elder. Is the sect founder from the Sangsan sect? How did Mu Zhangyang come to settle in the Yiyang province? Is it his goal to grow the White Mountain sect into the best sect in the Yiyang province and rule over them for 10,000 years? This is it. What kind of book is this? Well then, time to finish up Sister A case and Wanwan's elixirs. A couple days later, something didn't sit right with the ending of Zhang Hakbaiyang's book. Wang Pyeng approached, noting that the other was still looking very unbusy. A startled apology escaped the other's lips. The disciple exclaimed, eyes wide, at the sight of a high-class spirit stone. Mu Zhangyang's gaze narrowed, a question forming in his mind. Mu Zhangyang inquired if the other knew the name Zhang Hakbaiyang. The disciple responded that he didn't seem to be a disciple of the sect, but asked if he was related to anything he wanted him to do. He requested that the disciple look for all the books Zhang Hakbaiyang left, noting that he was active when the sect founder. Wang Pyeng interrupted, exclaiming that he knew the name Zhang Hakbaiyang and would be right back, before hurrying away. Mu Zhangyang stated that his disciple had found something. The disciple explained that he looked for it because it sounded familiar, but oddly enough, it was in a list of books in the restricted section. Mu Zhangyang questioned the disciple about the restricted section. The disciple responded that the sect leader asked him to move them, and that there's no reason why a handwritten record should be in the restricted section, so he had no idea why. The elder questioned, his brow furrowed with concern. Was the sect leader truly acting as the sect leader should, right now? Mu Zhangyang explained that the sect leader was very on top of things, so he must have a separate reason for his actions. He added that an outsider disciple like himself wouldn't be able to access the restricted section. The man with the ponytail confirmed that only a sect elder or above could enter the restricted section. He then inquired about the number of books, to which the response came, 3. Woon's soul turned away, a hand gently placed on his shoulder. Mu Zhangyang considered the situation, thinking there were other ways to achieve their goal. The text explained that the restricted section was opened on the first day of every month. It also mentioned that handwritten records didn't have someone that looked after them, so they went through them. Mu Zhangyang thought to himself that he could sneak the books out. Woon's soul's expression softened, a hint of approval in his eyes. He liked trustworthy people. The disciple exclaimed, worried about being punished if word of this got out. Woon's soul reassured him that he knew very well how to act so that he didn't get punished. A hand presented several high-class spirit stones, their surfaces gleaming in the light. Woon's soul offered 5 high-class spirit stones if Mu Zhangyang got the books, and he'd give him 5 more. He explained that 10 high-class stones would be enough, since it would get him any superior Dharma tool. Mu Zhangyang agreed, promising that he wouldn't let Woon's soul down. Bare feet padded softly against the wooden floor, the only sound in the otherwise silent corridor. Meanwhile, the first day of the following month arrived under the watchful gaze of a full moon, casting long shadows across the temple grounds. At long last, the handwritten records of sect ancestor Zhang Hakbaiyang were in hand. The elder pored over the ancient text, his brow furrowed in concentration as he absorbed the knowledge within. After the White Mountain sect's reputation skyrocketed from fighting the alchemists of the Yiyang province Taoist temple, he was tasked with even more work. Dozens of years passed in competition with other sects. After some time, the elder finally had some leisurely time to return his hometown of Wan'an province, to follow up on his speculations about Mu Zhangyang's ties to the Sangsan sect. He had found out one thing. A sect elder that had reached the vitality of yin and yang disappeared after murdering 3 sect members, including another elder. They never found him, but he was certain that it was Mu Zhangyang. Why did Mu Zhangyang commit such atrocity? The most likely hypothesis, Zhang Hakbaiyang mused, was that the 4 discovered a great treasure together, and Mu Zhangyang killed the other alchemists. Where's the sect leader? Zhang Hakbaiyang inquired. Ah, you're back just in time, came the reply. The sect leader has left, the man exclaimed, his face etched with shock. Left? For where? He demanded, his voice rising in alarm. The thought occurred to someone. Wasn't it obvious that Mu Zhangyang had reached mid-class vitality of yin and yang, and therefore wanted to focus on becoming an immortal being? He left to become an immortal being? Zhang Hakbaiyang wondered, then why did he establish the White Mountain sect in the first place? A lone figure soars through the sky above a snow-covered mountain range. It was deemed impossible for the murderer who killed the 4 brothers of Dongmun to have done this. Zhang Hakbaiyang wondered if he left to become a deity. Then what was the reason for creating MT White sect in the first place? Why did he create MT White? A glowing orb pulsed with energy. For what? This does not benefit Mu Zhangyang at all. Everything about him is suspicious. Still remains to this day. The white thunder shot he passed down is just a version of White Dragon Secret Sword Arts that has been changed up a bit and renamed. There is no way of knowing if Master Mu Zhangyang actually exists. A figure walks toward a temple nestled in the mountains. The restriction still remains to this day. Zhang Hakbyong somehow made his way back here, even though he hasn't found anything. A place that is kept clean for no reason. Maybe this temple is the reason why Mu Zhangyang created MT White sect and is related to his secret. And so a few decades passed. I wasted years trying to find any traces of Mu Zhangyang. Before I pass, I leave these final words. The young lord still doesn't believe Mu Zhangyang. The ancient script detailed the truth, as this handwritten record had stood for hundreds of years. It was unknown if Mu Zhangyang was a deity or not. Questions linger in the air. If the author's assumption is correct, why did Mu Zhangyang kill the four brothers? Was it really to get his hands on the treasure? Then why did he create MT White sect? He knew that the temple was a restricted area, but he had to go there. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Cool air rushed past him. The temple stood before him, nestled in the mountains. So that's the temple. It was supposed to be a restricted area, yet there was not a single guard. There were no magic barriers or traps, so it was basically neglected. He called out, "Come out, Wanwan. You took all those magic beast nadins, so it's time for you to be of use." Wanwan tilted her head, asking if he smelled anything off. Seeing her reaction, he figured there seemed to be nothing unusual here. He told her to go back inside. There were two portraits. They said he was handsome, so it must be the one on the right. He studied the portraits, his gaze lingering on each face. Maybe something was hidden in front of the altar? But if it were that simple, Zhang Hakbyong wouldn't have wasted decades. Perhaps it was in the most obvious place. He reached up, his fingers brushing against the ornate ceiling. There was nothing there. His gaze shifted downward, scanning the floor. Nope, nothing here either. Even if he activated key detection and searched every nook and cranny of this place, was there really nothing? That's right. The Needle of Wisdom. Yeah, no one was able to find his way through the rift with the Needle of Wisdom. He even found the old palace passageway. Let's see. The Needle of Wisdom was pointing in this direction. There must be a place with more concentrated spirit energy than the temple. He considered the possibility that the secret wasn't confined to the temple itself, but hidden somewhere within the entire restricted zone. The Needle of Wisdom spun faster, guiding him onward. His gaze dropped, following the needle's insistent pull. With a determined shout, Soul leaped into the unknown. He landed in a world of white, the snow crunching beneath his feet. Examining the Needle of Wisdom once more, Woon's soul resolved to clear the path ahead. The snow was proving to be an annoyance. A network of cracks spread across the expanse of ice, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. The area, long restricted, was now revealed to be a vast expanse of ancient ice. Surrounded by swirling energy, Soul knew that if this area had been covered in ice and snow for 7,000 years, it was no surprise that nobody had been able to find it. With a surge of determination, he channeled his power into his blade, preparing to shatter the ancient ice. The Needle of Wisdom continued its rapid spin, a vortex of blue energy swirling around its tip. He stood poised, the energy of the spinning needle resonating with his own. A sharp crack echoed through the icy expanse. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. As expected, the Needle of Wisdom spun even faster than before, tearing through the ice. The vortex intensified, revealing something beneath the surface. Woon's soul realized what lay within. "There's something inside that gray rock," he exclaimed, his hand glowing with energy. With a surge of power, he began to fasten the rock. Golden lines of energy pulsed from his hands, binding the unseen contents. His brow furrowed in concentration, the binding seal taking shape. The inner binding seal began to take hold, securing the mysterious object within the rock. The seal complete, the rock was now secured, its secrets locked away. The opening above offered a glimpse of the sky. He peered down into the darkness. There was indeed an area below the rock. Holding a small flame aloft, Soul ventured deeper into the cave. A cave? It's a man-made cave. There had to be something amazing inside. The cave stretched before him, a path carved into the stone. A chill ran down his spine. The air grew colder. What is this freezing cold air? I've never felt this cold since I was a baby. He continued onward, his footsteps echoing in the growing silence. Holding a small, glowing object, Soul frowned. It's getting faster the deeper I go in. Just in case, he prepared a shield of graceful energy. His eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He gazes upon a figure encased in ice, the cold emanating from it biting at the air. The ice seems to pulse with an unnatural energy, trapping the figure within its crystalline embrace. Sol squints, his breath misting in the frigid air. W what? An old man, he wonders. The ice itself is a work of art, intricate patterns swirling within its depths, obscuring the man within. He notes that the man is not one of the people in the portraits hanging nearby. According to Jang Hakbyong's words, Mu Jangyong was a handsome man, but this man isn't. Sol wonders if other alchemists did this to him. His eyes widen slightly as he spots something else. This is... He calls out, Wan Wan, come out for a second. What do you think of this ice crystal? Wan Wan shivers, the cold clearly affecting her. He says, this coldness must be too much for you to bear. You can go back. Sol muses that the ice crystal seems to be the result of this thick energy, but he doesn't know for sure. He considered the figure encased in ice, a shiver running down his spine. Touching him might lead to a similar fate. Footsteps echoed nearby as he wondered aloud what they were doing here. Wan Haijong's expression tightened with concern. He admitted to himself that he had let his guard down, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a stern voice boomed out, declaring that this place was a restricted area. The elder's gaze intensified, demanding to know why they were here. A group stands before a large, frozen figure, the air thick with anticipation. A close-up reveals a face etched with concern, the weight of the situation heavy on his brow. Hands clasped, a silent gesture of respect, or perhaps resignation. The sect leader's voice cuts through the silence. Sect leader, elders, and lord of jurisdiction, I see that you've come. An elder responds, a hint of condescension in his tone. It seems like you don't know the sect rules, since you're relatively new here. The lord of jurisdiction is asked to explain the punishment for breaking the rules of entry. After breaking their Naiden, we dismember their arms and legs. The elder continues, his words chilling. And we cut off their tongue, so they can't speak of the incident. The sect leader questions the severity of the punishment. Really? That's a very severe punishment. Is it the same for accidental entries? On a case-by-case basis, if there are extenuating circumstances, then the sect leader can use his discretion to lower the severity. Wound's soul declares, the life and death of Wound's soul lies in my hands. Then, the sect leader states, I'd rather give him an award than a punishment. Wan Haijong declared that he had resolved a dilemma that he had been pondering for a while. The disciples working at Jangseogak are all given one secret task. They're told to directly report to Jang Hakbyong if a disciple begins to read or borrow the records of Jang Hakbyong. Wan Haijong explained that there were some disciples before, but they were all lackluster. Wan Haijong exclaimed that the person he was speaking to was different, demanding to know how they found this place, a place that nobody else has been able to find. Wang Pyong questioned how much time the elder intended to waste, suggesting they postpone the punishment and properly examine the cave first. Elder Suk reminded Wang Pyong that the sect leader was speaking, but Wang Pyong retorted that he was wasting time. Wang Pyong insisted that they must quickly start looking for the treasure. Elder Suk agreed that if the sect founder's treasures were here, it would be right to explore the cave first. Wang Pyong thought about how hard it was to find this cave. Elder Suk internalized that he couldn't do anything about these idiots getting their way, and that he would postpone Woon Soul's punishment for now, lamenting that he was just a middle-stage law of spirit energy alchemist. He chuckled at the dry, rasping sound. Jang Hakbyong understood if that was their collective will. It was of utmost importance to find the sect founder's treasures that he left for his descendants. It may be the sect's chance to elevate themselves into one of the best sects. The elder turned his gaze towards Wan Haijong, singling him out. The sect leader warned, if Woon Soul secretly escaped the cave, he would become an actual criminal, so he should behave himself. They had searched this cave inside out, but nothing seemed to stand out. Elder Suk thanked them for the compliment, but insisted it was his first time seeing this object as well. Wang Pyong mused that if no use was found, treasure simply becomes junk. Wan Haijong suggested they take this off from the old man and examine it further. A strange horror seemed to emanate from the object. Jang Hakbyong exclaimed, "What the?" Jang Hakbyong, his brow furrowed, questioned the sect leader, asking how he knew about the treasures. He thought to himself that it was odd, and wondered if this was right. He declared that his training was similar to Woon Soul's, so it should be sufficient. Jang Hakbyong then resolved to try, as he was told to leave it to him, Elder Suk. A surge of energy emanated from the elder. The energy intensified, focused, and raw. The sect leader cautioned that it was enough, questioning if he intended to use his latent spiritual energy as well. He then told Jang Hakbyong that he had done well, and to catch his breath. The sect leader commanded the 3 elders and the lord of jurisdiction to deploy the quaternary palace. The elders channeled their power, activating the quaternary palace. A sphere of swirling blue energy formed. The ice crystal began to glow with an ethereal light. Jang Hakbyong noted that he was concerned about the ice being harmed, but that didn't seem to be an issue. He added that it wasn't like the object was made like a talisman to effectively absorb energy. Wan Haijong observed that it withstands the energy of 4 high-level law of spirit energy alchemists. The narrator declared that the ice crystal was no ordinary treasure and that the sect's reputation would definitely rise. Zhang Hakbyong realized he couldn't go any further, thinking he had to stop. The ice crystal pulsed with a soft, internal light, its intricate structure resembling a frozen flower. Its crystalline petals shimmered, reflecting the ambient light in a dazzling display of blues and whites. The crystal had indeed blossomed like a flower, and nestled deep within its heart was a clear marble. A voice, laced with curiosity, broke the silence. "Let me examine it." Zhang Hakbyong stared intently at the marble, a bead of sweat trickling down his weathered face. "I have to be careful with it, or I'll face severe consequences," he continued, his voice laced with caution. "I've never heard of an elixir shaped like a clear marble of iciness, so it can't be an elixir. I think I'll hurt myself by touching it, so I'll place this here." Lying prone, Zhang Hakbyong's thoughts drifted. "I think so too. I thought he might have been an ancestor of the sect, but there isn't any evidence." One Hyajong, standing over him, reassured, "No need to completely strip the man. I'll cover him up." One Hyajong gently draped a blanket over the unconscious Zhang Hakbyong, his expression a mixture of concern and relief. A faint groan escaped Zhang Hakbyong's lips, a sign of returning consciousness. One Hyajong's eyes widened in surprise and relief. "Alive!" he exclaimed. The sect leader, his expression stern, demands if there is any elixir of purity left. The elder responds that they can't use that precious elixir on a random old man. The sect leader retorts that he'll give him his elixir of purity. One Hyajong notes that Elder On has tied him with multiple layers of rope, so they should just wait for the man to wake up. He questions if it isn't better to move him outside, instead of doing this here. A faint sound is heard. Woon Soul looks down, seemingly at the source of the sound. The elder states that the old man's awake. He adds that Zhang Hakbyong must still be half asleep, touching that cold thing with his bare hands. Zhang Hakbyong, eyes glowing red, asks if they all. The man's eyes burned with intensity, his voice a low growl. Did they dare disturb his slumber? One of the onlookers observed that he was certainly no ordinary person. The man scoffed at the notion of being trapped. Nobody could restrain him, he insisted. He paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Sect? What sect was this? With a booming voice, Nung Jawun declared himself the 38th fourth leader of the MT White sect. Nung Jawun then demanded to know the identity of the other person. A sinister grin spread across the man's face as he posed a question. Who am I? With a flourish, Mu Zhangyang revealed his name. Wang Pyong urged the elder to cease mimicking the sect founder's face and to put down the marble. Was he really Mu Zhangyang? It made sense that he survived thousands of years trapped in ice, but he was not a spirit. If it is indeed Mu Zhangyang, a vitality of yin and yang alchemist, then everyone here will be slaughtered in seconds. Mu Zhangyang scoffs, declaring that whether they believe him or not is unimportant. Someone wants to make a scene, but he can't forgive them all for waking him. Before that, he asks who gave him the elixir of purity and who covered his body, promising to show mercy to them. He then threatens to crush them to death, calling them worthless insects. The group of onlookers watch with concern. Mu Zhangyang states that he covered up someone's body. The elder insists they have no intention of harming him, urging him to give up the marble, apologize, and they'll put behind their discussions about murder. Someone guesses that they want to die first. Mu Zhangyang draws his sword, stating, "Very well, as you wish." The robes of Mu Zhangyang are shown. The elder exclaims that there's a treasury from inside his body. It is proof that he's achieved vitality of yin and yang. He stands over the fallen disciple, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. It's certain he thinks he is definitely the sect founder, Mu Zhangyang. The incompetent disciple failed to notice him and dared to disrespect a sect founder. The fallen man begs for mercy, confessing he has committed a grave sin. He continues to beg for forgiveness, his voice cracking with fear. Mu Zhangyang stands amidst the carnage, blood splattered across his robes, a testament to his brutal efficiency. A severed head rolls across the ground, a grim reminder of the price of disrespect. Mu Zhangyang towers over another fallen figure, his shadow, a harbinger of death. He tells the man to go find his grave if he has sinned. Gravely, the fallen man struggles to speak. He wonders how the sect leader can just be at mid-level law of spirit energy. Mu Zhangyang looks down at the scene. He declares that they all are at least better than that moron. The ground is littered with bodies, a testament to Mu Zhangyang's overwhelming power. Another fallen man, barely clinging to life, stammers that he gave Mu Zhangyang the elixir of purity. Mu Zhangyang states that now there's 4 of them left. He'll save 2 of the 4. Mu Zhangyang continues, but his words are cut off, leaving his intentions unclear. He commanded them to fight amongst themselves, declaring that only the last 2 living would be spared. The remaining disciples knelt, their faces unreadable, as if they had already been forgiven. Considering how angry he had been, Mu Zhangyang appeared remarkably calm and composed. One disciple mused that if he truly possessed the vitality of yin and yang, he could have instantly killed everyone. He had shown that he'd accomplished training for it. but his actual skill level remained unknown. Another observed that Nung Jawun's death was no different than murdering a defenseless man, something even heavenly birth alchemists could accomplish. Even now, one of the disciples noted Mu Zhengyang was standing back and trying to use others. One disciple, having been spared, thanked the sect founder for saving his life. Mu Zhengyang questioned what they were waiting for, asking if they all wished to die. Mu Zhengyang scoffed, asking what they were talking about. He never said he was going to save them, only that he would show mercy. He clarified that he never said he would spare their lives, and that the two who lived from the fight would have to fight the two again. He smirks, a glint in his eye that belies the truth. Mu Zhengyang can't properly execute his skills right now. His spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered, so he tried to establish dominance and have the disciples fight each other to death. A voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm. Ah, indeed. Did you hear that, sect elders? Mu Zhengyang looms over the remaining disciples. The two of you that live have to fight again? Then, what do you think will happen next? Do you think I will spare your life? His eyes narrow, a predatory gleam in their depths. Do you want to die? One of the disciples speaks, a hint of desperation in his voice. The more I think about this, you seem like you'll kill us all just to stop word from breaking out. Mu Zhengyang throws his head back, a chilling sound escaping his lips. Hilarious. He spreads his arms wide, an offer laced with malice. I will spare the life of anyone who kills. His voice drips with disdain. That discourteous, foolish disciple. Are you asking for someone else's help this time, too? Mu Zhengyang's expression hardens, his gaze intense. I think you're saving your unrecovered spiritual energy. Am I wrong? A dark aura emanates from him, his voice a low growl. I'll kill you myself if you'd like. He gestures toward the disciple, goading him. If you are Mu Zhengyang and have sufficient spiritual energy, you should be able to kill me with one attack. Wang Pyeng, seeing the incoming attack, pleads with the elders to join the fight if he survives the initial onslaught. Nung Jawun steels himself, preparing for the incoming assault. He mutters, acknowledging the power of the attack. A colossal, dragon-shaped energy blast hurtles towards him, crackling with raw power. The energy dragon roars silently as it closes the distance. Nung Jawun resolves to survive by any means necessary. Though the light is blinding, Nung Jawun focuses, pinpointing the attack's trajectory towards his neck. The energy dragon slams into his defenses with earth-shattering force. The impact sends tremors through the surrounding area. Nung Jawun, countering the attack, summons 3 spectral dragons to his aid. The 3 dragons surge forward, their forms shimmering with ethereal light. The summoned dragons strike with a resounding crash. The force of the impact reverberates outwards. Streaks of pure energy slammed against an unseen barrier, the force of the impact visible in the air itself. The assault intensified, the barrier shimmering and threatening to buckle under the relentless barrage. Nung Jawun stood firm, his expression unwavering. He scoffed, declaring that the attacker couldn't even penetrate his defenses. A faint mist swirled around him as he maintained his stance, the energy crackling in the air. The sect elder watched with concern. He exclaimed that the attacker was the legendary vitality of Yin and Yang alchemist. Nung Jawun remained confident, declaring that the attacker wouldn't have a chance. He explained that he saw the streaks of light only because of his concentration, and that he blocked it with a superior-level amulet and the abominable stone. Mu Zhengyang, his face contorted in anger, cursed the waste of the elixir of purity. He urged the others to consume their elixirs, regardless of whether the attacker was the sect founder. Mu Zhengyang snarled, declaring that since the attacker tried to kill them all, they should fight back. Elder Chun announced that he would also help the cause, as light matters. Wang Pyeng stated that the MT White sect founder who deserted the sect doesn't exist anymore, so they should fight. He added that if the attacker is a vitality of Yin and Yang alchemist, they still have a fair chance. A booming laugh echoed through the chamber, the sound laced with cruel amusement. The man's long white mustache twitched as he found humor in the situation. His expression shifted, a predatory glint entering his eyes as he looked down upon his unseen audience. He mused that he had considered sparing a few of them. His gaze lifted, hardening with malice. He promised to kill them, granting their apparent wish for death. An old man's got a lot to say, it seems. One of the men declares that if they perform the Quaternary Palace, they should be able to fight that vitality of Yin and Yang alchemist. Perform the Quaternary Palace? The elder scoffs, asking against whom they mean. The man's fur collar shifts as he moves. Another man laughs, calling them a bunch of comedians. The man states that the Quaternary Palace is a result of his legacy because he only handed down skills with no actual impact, like the White Thunder Shot. It's a skill that does all it can to maximize the impact of the attack. The elder's face contorted in anger. He barked, demanding silence. One Haijong, ignoring the outburst, unleashed a torrent of blue energy, forming a swirling vortex around him. He demanded his elixir of purity back. The energy expanded, crackling with raw power. The blue energy enveloped the elder, a blinding light emanating from the point of contact as Nung Jawon watched. The elder, caught in the energy's grasp, sneered, calling them arrogant idiots. The energy intensified, sharp lines cutting through the air. The radiant power focused, a concentrated beam of pure force. The energy reached its peak, exploding in a blinding flash of white light. The elder grunted, feeling himself being pushed back by the sheer force of the attack. He stammered, realizing he was losing ground. One Haijong's face was set with determination, sweat beading on his brow as he maintained the assault. The energy continued to stream downwards, a relentless torrent of power. Finally, the elder spat, a sign of his defiance despite the overwhelming force. One Haijong throws his head back, erupting in laughter. He finds it amusing that the elder is a vitality of yin and yang alchemist. The unknown elder narrows his eyes. He warns that one more white thundershot, and one Haijong will be on his knees. One Haijong finds it unsettling to attack such a powerless elder, but he's willing to do it again. The elder clenches his fist, muttering in frustration. One Haijong reveals that he's woken up from a long coma, and his plan has been ruined, with a bunch of lowlives standing up against him. The elder wonders if God has sent that damned idiot to stop him. The elder's expression hardens. It leaves him no option. One Haijong declares that they all won't be able to fathom what this is. The unknown elder holds up a glowing marble. Even with this marble, even novice alchemists like them can reach the vitality of yin and yang. One Haijong states that they'll figure out what the marble can do in due time, and there's no need for an explanation. The unknown elder smirks, saying that they won't be able to figure out the true use of this treasure. The elder reveals that this is a treasure from the High Ancient Era, prompting one Haijong to question if it's from the High Ancient Era. He exclaims, the image of a swirling, frozen flower suspended above him. The High Ancient Era. It was an unfathomably ancient era. It was an era so far back that records of it were barely left. Treasures from High Ancient Era sites were considered incomparably valuable to the treasures of today, with greater usage and impact. One Haijong smiles, holding a glowing blue flower in his hand. He continues, explaining that he accidentally came across information about a historical site and found out that it was a High Ancient Era site. And so after suffering all sorts of hardships, the treasure he obtained was this frost flower. The flower that you idiots bloomed without any knowledge. The frost flower has a characteristic of absorbing frigidity. It's just like a normal flower, so it grows in cold environments. He scoured the corners of Daewon Nation, looking for a frigid place where the snow never melted year-round. And that place he found was empty white and the temple to bloom. The frost flower, it takes at least 10,000 years. So he had to restrict the temple to bar anyone from entering. And so he established the MT White sect and made it the greatest sect of the Yang province. He expressed his disappointment, lamenting that the sect had failed in their simple task of keeping the temple barred forever. One Haijong is questioned about what he is looking at, his tactics of stalling to recover spiritual energy being transparent. The sect members stood together, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity, awaiting one Haijong's explanation. This, one Haijong explained, was the frost pill, a concentrated form of frigidity made by the frost flower. A proper frost pill, it was explained, isn't transparent, but rather a white color similar to that of goat's milk. But because of them all, the frost pill wasn't properly made. One of the sect members expressed that this was a shame. The sect members pressed him to tell them the important part. Where can they use this frost pill? If they consumed it, it would instantly improve their training. A proper frost pill could even elevate one to heaven's throne from the vitality of yin and yang. One of the sect members looked distressed, wondering if that was it. It was also a wondrous treasure that increases their mastery of skills and graceful movements. The sect members questioned if they were talking about the effects of frost pill that's properly 10,000 years old, or the effects of an incomplete, transparent frost pill. One Haijong stated that it has no use for him, but it has an impact for their training. This frost pill is an incomplete concentrate of smaller forms of energy, so Law of Spirit energy alchemists can consume it without strain. It will elevate them to the breath of the sun in an instant. The sect members were shocked by this revelation. He speaks, his words laced with a subtle manipulation. Mu Zhengyang's spiel is met with distrust, the others wary of his true intentions. Nung Jawon stands beside Mu Zhengyang, his expression unreadable as the other members voice their skepticism. They can't trust his words, they say, for they could be lies masked as truth. Mu Zhengyang scoffs, retorting that if they possessed any situational awareness, they would understand. He claims the treasure is something he desperately protected, a vitality of yin and yang alchemist. Elder Chun holds a glowing orb in his hand, its light illuminating his face. The orb pulses with an inner energy, a tangible representation of the treasure they seek. The discussion turns to the frost pill. There is only one, and the question hangs in the air. Who will keep it? The members decide that since they've figured out what the flower and pill are, they should take care of the old man. One Haijong's face twists into a sneer. It's up to them to trust him or not, but if they have some kind of... One Haijong continues, stating that it'll all come down to a fight between them anyway for the frost pill. Everyone would give anything for a treasure of that value. Elder Chun and Nung Jawun listen intently as the others discuss their plans. Elder Chun believes that if he leads the attack against Mu Zhengyang, he'll use up all his spiritual energy and be vulnerable to sudden attacks from others. The only person stronger than him is Elder Meng. One Haijong explodes, his voice booming with anger. What are you all thinking? The sect members stand together, their faces grim. The tension in the air is palpable as they discuss their next move. One Haijong is telling them that they have to kill that old man first. Elder Chun scoffs, declaring that they are empty-headed fools. He doesn't need the frost pill, so they can keep it. One Haijong reacts with disbelief, his face a mask of shock and anger. He knew this would happen, so he was careful about not using his energy. He is told to slowly put down the frost pill. Another voice warns that if there's any sign of the pill going into his mouth, they won't hesitate to attack. The unseen speaker emphasizes their threat, the tension in the room rising palpably. The unseen elder questions if their relationship has come to this, and if he thinks he would consume this without talking it out with them. Elder Chun retorts, suggesting they keep it if they like it so much. Elder Chun holds the frost pill, a faint blue glow emanating from it. He wonders aloud if this is indeed the frost pill. Another elder calls out to Elder On, mentioning that he wants the treasure. Someone questions what Mu Zhengyang is doing. Elder Chun begins to move, a determined look on his face. The other elders watch him closely, their expressions a mix of suspicion and concern. Elder On is told to stop, the urgency in the voice palpable. Someone curses, demanding that Elder On stop right there. Elder Chun chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Mia Schmists. The cavern echoed with unseen energies as the two figures faced each other, the air crackling with anticipation. The elder's thoughts raced, realizing the flow of his spirit power was unstable due to the frost flower's aura. The elder focused, gathering power into a glowing orb in his hands, preparing to strike. The elder's face contorted in rage, thinking that crazy man. With a surge of power, the elder unleashed a crimson blast, declaring that Soul was asking for death. The elder's face twisted in fury, his eyes wide with murderous intent. The force of the blow struck Woon's soul, sending him flying backwards through the air. The elder, still holding the glowing orb, found the situation how annoying. The elder, with a determined look, realized that they needed to work together to defeat that. With a burst of speed, Soul closed the distance, a blur of motion against the cavern walls. The elder was caught off guard as someone shouted, "What are you doing, Elder Chion?" He bellows, a vein throbbing in his forehead. "Don't you dare touch the frost pill." A sudden intake of breath, a strangled ack, escapes the elder's lips as something unseen occurs. His hands, gnarled and aged, reach out as if to grasp at something slipping through his fingers. From a distance, the scene unfolds. Figures scattered, the air thick with tension. It's come to this. A voice murmurs, laced with resignation. Elder Chun's face contorts, a silent scream etched into his features as whatever force acts upon him intensifies. A dark thought bubbles to the surface, a desperate, violent urge. He needs to wipe out everyone. Nearby, Mu Zhengyang watches with a stoic gaze, while Nung Jawun's lips curve into a disturbing smile. My oh my, how exciting, he muses. Elder Chun's gaze hardens as he addresses someone unseen. What are you doing here? Don't you want the frost pill? His eyes narrow, suspicion lacing his tone as he continues. Or are you waiting until you get the perfect chance? Mu Zhengyang remains a silent observer. A chilling smile spreads across Elder Chun's face. I'll be playing into your hands if I join in on their fight. Oh, so what? What are you going to do if one of them gets the pill? The value of the frost pill was being debated, its worth apparently immeasurable. There was no way anyone would give up such a pill so easily, the man in blue thought. Many alchemists would go crazy over such a treasure, the white-haired man mused, having read about it in the diaries of a senior elder. Elder Chun, face contorted, asked if the unseen person he was speaking to thought he followed them around like a dog. He had started distancing himself, and it seemed like he was digging up dirt on him. The man in blue warned the unseen person not to say that again about Elder Zhang. The man in blue revealed that thanks to the unseen person, he was able to find this cave and wake Elder Chun up from his slumber. Elder Chun, enraged, asked if the unseen person had just confessed to disrupting his 10,000 years of key cultivation, and if they were asking for death. He was not asking for anything, he insisted. The scene shifts to a wider view of the cave. Elder Chun stood before the unseen person, Nung Jawun and Mu Zhengyang flanking him. The man with the beard wondered how it had gotten to this. But they couldn't go back now, the man realized. His face etched with grim determination, Elder Chun vows to obtain the frost pill. A chilling laughter echoes through the halls. A figure, arms spread wide, revels in the chaos, urging others to fight amongst themselves. One man tells another that he doesn't need the frost pill, ordering him to leave if he wishes to live. The man scoffs at the idea of being defeated with a single left arm, lamenting the interference of Elderon. A close-up reveals a man's frustration as he recalls suggesting they target Mu Zhengyang first. One of the men suggests that even if they are at odds, they should deal with Mu Zhengyang first. Another offers to give up the frost pill so they can sort things out amongst themselves. A man with dark hair declares that they need to get Woon's soul to lead an attack if they want to win. An older man with a beard states that if that is possible, he will join them. A man with dark hair expresses his disapproval of their reckless plan. It's revealed that they're hoping to drain someone's spirit energy and that they'll keep fighting amongst themselves until the frost pill is gone, even after Mu Zhengyang is defeated. There's no telling what they'll do after they've already lost their sanity. Elder Chun's eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips as he took in the scene. Another man, standing beside him, voiced the unspoken query, demanding to know what was happening. A voice boomed out, cutting through the confusion, calling out to Senior Huanggan. A figure in white robes stood silently, an air of mystery surrounding them. The grim reality of the situation became clear. Two elders lay dead, blood staining the stone floor. Huanggan's face contorted in disbelief, his voice rising a shout as he demanded to know what had transpired. His voice dripping with accusation, Huanggan challenged the others, wondering why they had all lost their tongues and demanding an explanation for the fallen elders. Another voice suggested a motive, claiming that the elders had been fighting amongst themselves for a treasure. A new figure stepped forward, drawing the attention of the others. He was immediately met with suspicion, someone questioning who he was and why they had never seen him before. The figure in white robes denied the possibility of the elders fighting each other, accusing someone else of being behind the chaos. Huanggan scoffed, identifying himself as the creator of MT White Sect. Elder Chun, his eyes narrowed, called Huanggan a crazy bastard and demanded an explanation. Elder Chun explained that they had found the cave and the frost pill, but then the elders started fighting each other. Nung Jawun's hands are clasped, his expression unreadable as he listens to the accusations. An undercurrent of tension vibrates in the air as the others await his response. The man is told that he is wrong, and that there were other circumstances that led to this mess that they can't explain with words. The elder's face remains impassive, his gaze unwavering. He declares that the ordeal is over, and asks what there is to explain. Nung Jawun's eyes narrow, his voice laced with disdain. He wonders what more can he explain than the fact that the idiots fought. A chilling laughter erupts from Nung Jawun as he recalls the events. He reminds them that they fought amongst themselves and killed two elders in the process. Nung Jawun's expression hardens, his words dripping with venom. He speaks of a treasure that can raise even their lowly level to vitality of yin and yang from the lowest stages of breath of the sun is in front of them. The elder's gaze pierces through the others, a hint of challenge in his eyes. He asks if they think one will be able to resist and reason with one another. Nung Jawun's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white with suppressed rage. He states that only one person can take the frost pill. If you want to be that one, you have to kill the others. The elder's eyes burn with a cold fury as he reveals the past. He says that they killed the four brothers of Dongmoon, blinded by greed. Huanggan's face contorts with anger, his voice a low growl. He believes that they aren't trash that deserves to die any dash. Nung Jawun's expression darkens, his eyes filled with contempt. He tells Huanggan to shut his goddamn mouth. Nung Jawun's words echo with malice, promising retribution. He declares that they will pay for all their sins after this is over, and that they can redeem themselves by joining him and killing this monstrosity. Nung Jawun's face is twisted in a maniacal grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The others, swayed by his words, declare that they will follow. Wang Pyong is addressed, and he is asked for his orders. Elder Chun states that they have to stop him. Nung Jawun's face is shown in a close-up, a sinister smile plastered across his face. He thinks that the idiotic bastards don't see that the frost pill will end up in that breath of the sun's hands. Nung Jawun thinks that if they've got such a feeble thing for a brain, it'll be better for them to die right here, and that they should be prepared to die. The elder's face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing with an almost unhinged intensity. The threat hung heavy in the air, a promise of swift and brutal retribution. If you've got such a feeble thing for a brain, it'll be better for you to die here. Be prepared to die. The faces of the other elders reflected a mix of concern and simmering anger, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. A swirling orb of energy pulsed with an otherworldly light, its power undeniable. Wang Pyong's gaze hardened, a deep-seated frustration etched on his face. He muttered, "Those idiots, have they yet to accept what has already happened?" An outstretched hand summoned the orb, its energy crackling with anticipation. The energy erupted in a blinding flash, a raw display of power. The voice dripped with disdain, dismissing the object of contention. A treasure that has made the elders that were supposed to lead the sect fight over. It is just a hideous object. Nung Jawun cautioned, his expression grave. Don't be tempted by such a thing. A vast, dark cavern stretched before them, its depths shrouded in mystery. The two elders stared in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. Just what? The blue gem sits undisturbed, its surface reflecting the light. Not even a scratch mars its perfection. One Hyajong's gaze shifts, his expression unreadable as he looks at the other figure. Holding the crimson orb aloft, one Hyajong's voice carries a grim weight. Another lowly breath of the sun alchemist is joined, that leaves him no choice. His eyes widen in dawning horror. That's a blood elixir. The crimson liquid drips, each drop a stark reminder. So those eyes of yours aren't just for decoration. One Hyajong's face contorts in fury, his voice a low growl. To take such a thing. The hand clutches the elixir tighter, the knuckles white with rage. It is just. The blood elixir continues to drip, a morbid testament to its creation. A figure writhes in agony, bathed in a malevolent red glow. A blood elixir is made by extracting small particles of spirit power into one. Very few know how to create a blood elixir, as the process is arduous and uses humans as its ingredient. The issue was a pill being made from criminals. Hundreds of alchemists must be sacrificed to create a single pill, but to create a single pill out of criminals, hundreds of thousands of lives must be sacrificed. The final product is foul and impure, as thousands of spirit power have been mixed into it, and the side effects of taking the pill require years to recover from, making that pill a pricey contingency plan. Crimson eyes burned with malice as a figure vowed, "I'll kill you all." A surge of red energy erupted, a raw display of power and fury. Overwhelmed by bloodlust, one Hyajong's face contorted with rage. He steeled his resolve, thinking he needed to be of help, no matter the cost. With newfound determination, one Hyajong moved with blinding speed. A flurry of swords danced through the air, a whirlwind of steel. A defiant yell tore through the air as someone charged forward. Nung Jawun's gaze hardened, his resolve unshakable. He adjusted his dark glove, preparing for what was to come. Nung Jawun moved with purpose, a force ready to be unleashed. Nung Jawun was encased within a shimmering, translucent sphere, the barrier humming with contained energy. He challenged, goading his unseen opponent. Was that all they had to offer? A blade began to glow with crimson light, the energy coalescing around its form. The Manchong's sword pulsed with raw power, ready to be unleashed. The air cracked as the sword began its descent. The blade blurred, a streak of red cutting through the air. The crimson arc widened, promising devastation. A flicker of disbelief crossed the face of the man with the bandage. His features contorted with a desperate strain. The world exploded. A cataclysmic force ripped through the landscape. Amidst the desolate, rocky terrain, a lone figure stood, the silence broken only by the sound of dripping water. Close by, the aftermath of the explosion was clear. A figure lay bloodied and battered. Mu Zhengyang observed the scene, noting to himself that it was a big blow and that he wouldn't have made it out in one piece had he taken a direct hit. Wang Pyeng, struggling to speak, called out, "Yes, senior," his voice strained with pain. Orange energy crackled around his hand, a desperate attempt to heal the grievous wounds. Mu Zhengyang thought to himself that senior elder's will to defeat him was incredible and strong. His gaze hardened, a resolve forming in his eyes. Wang Pyeng, his face contorted in pain, commanded, "Sun Wook, get behind me. We'll end this with one strike." Surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, Mu Zhengyang affirmed, "Of course." The air crackled with raw power, the energy coalescing into a tangible force. Streaks of blue and orange energy surged forward, a final, desperate attack about to be unleashed. A vortex of energy crackles, a silhouette of a figure barely visible within its chaotic embrace. Wang Pyeng, battered and bruised, his face streaked with blood, spits out a taunt. "You were so confident before, but where is all that now?" Mu Zhengyang clenches his fist, a sphere of pure, shimmering energy materializing in his palm, ready to be unleashed. The orb flares, bathing the area in an ethereal blue light as Mu Zhengyang prepares to strike. The force of the blast sends Wang Pyeng hurtling backwards, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. Coughing up blood, Wang Pyeng whispers, "I'm sorry." His gaze drops, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he anticipates the next blow. A devastating impact rocks Wang Pyeng, the force of the blow nearly knocking him unconscious. A primal scream tears from Wang Pyeng's throat, a raw expression of agony. His face contorted in pain, every muscle strained to its limit. Wang Pyeng struggles to remain conscious. Mu Zhengyang stands resolute, his eyes narrowed, preparing to deliver the final, decisive strike. A fist, blurred by speed, hurtles towards its target, promising oblivion. His grip tightens on something unseen, blood staining his hand a deeper crimson. A heavy impact echoes as something crashes to the ground. The sound reverberates, a finality in the air. Wang Pyung's face, a mask of blood and pain, struggles for breath. His eye twitches, a silent testament to the agony he endures. The old warrior lies prone, defeated, his body a canvas of crimson. Mu Zhangyang gazes down at his fallen opponent, an unreadable expression on his face. Wang Pyung, barely clinging to consciousness, croaked, "Stupid little insects." Despite his grievous wounds, Wang Pyung staggers to his feet, a grim determination etched on his face. He pauses, his gaze drawn to a single, luminous flower. 10,000, he muttered. Clutching the flower, Wang Pyung's thoughts drift to the future. I need to make preparations. With a renewed sense of purpose, Wang Pyung continues his unsteady journey, his mind already planning his next move. Rations for numb soul creation technique. He lay defeated, the rocky ground cold against his back. Wang Pyung spat, a mixture of blood and frustration. I've been injured by mere pest-like bastards. He growled, his face contorted in pain and rage, the memories of the battle still fresh. 10,000 years. That's right, just 10,000 years, he thought, his mind racing. Despite the pain, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He could still fight. A twitch, almost imperceptible, ran through his foot, the first sign of returning strength. The dark energy began to coalesce around him, a visible manifestation of his will to survive. His foot moved again, this time with more force, scraping against the stone. With a surge of power, Wang Pyung rose to his feet, a dark countercurrent swirling around him. His face was a mask of grim determination, the pain still evident, but overshadowed by a burning resolve. Another twitch. The recovery was almost complete. A ragged breath escaped him as he lay on the cold ground, the metallic tang of blood thick in the air. Each exhale hitched, a painful reminder of the wounds he had sustained. His fingers, stained crimson, weakly clawed at the dirt. The scene around him was a macabre tableau of carnage, a testament to the battle that had just concluded. His gaze hardened, a flicker of resolve igniting within his weary eyes. The air itself seemed to weep with the crimson aftermath. Flames licked at the sky, casting an eerie glow on the devastation. A figure emerged from the inferno, a blade wreathed in fire. Standing amidst the blaze, Wound's soul declared, his voice echoing with grim determination, I have no duties to fulfill to the elders. The aftermath revealed a grim scene, bodies shrouded in white, a silent testament to a brutal victory. A voice echoed, but I was able to defeat Mu Zhangyang thanks to one of the elders. A new resolve hardened within him. I should leave the pouches of abundance of the MT White Sex alchemist alone. I'll be satisfied with Mu Zhangyang's sword and frost flower. Elsewhere, a vast, snow-covered landscape stretched beneath the sky, painted with the fading hues of twilight. The peaks of distant mountains pierced the horizon, their jagged silhouettes stark against the darkening blue. The MT White sect had lost a breath of the Sun Alchemists and its sect leader. The figure moved with haste, a blur against the cold backdrop. The loss of 4 elders and their lord of jurisdiction meant a dark future. He paused, glancing back in the direction he had come. Nung Jawun muttered, It's only a matter of time until MT White's sect finds me, since I've already made my way out of the cave. This should do it. The man stood amidst a grove of bamboo, his robes swaying gently in the breeze. Nung Jawun's gaze fell upon the object in his hand. Anyway, this has finally come into my hands. A blue orb pulsed with a soft, ethereal light in his palm. A lot of people have died, but that's due to their excessive greed, he thought. He stared at the orb, lost in thought. What should I do? Should I just swallow this and not think too much about it? His green eyes reflected the orb's glow, a mixture of determination and uncertainty swirling within them. But Wan, remembering some past encounter, trembled and ran away after seeing this. A voice echoed, speaking of the craftsmanship of the River of Thirst and string craftsmanship. The voice continued, noting that the string craftsmanship was surrounded by the River of Thirst and string craftsmanship, but that the string craftsmanship oozed unique properties. Nung Jawun held the frost pill, its power palpable in his hand. He couldn't feel the coldness at all. It was pretty effective. Mu Zhangyang's words echoed in his mind, that taking this thing would open up a path to one's negative alchemy and craftsmanship. It wasn't just any treasure, but a priceless one that would take his alchemy and craftsmanship to another level. If he could completely absorb this frost pill and its chill with string craftsmanship, it would help him. It would be more than just his spiritual power increasing. This frost pill was not complete, so he could attempt string craftsmanship. A surge of power coursed through him. It was freezing his mouth completely. He would gather as much spiritual power as he could and direct it all to his head. Slowly, he began melting and absorbing the pill's cooling spirit. Cooled down enough, Nung Jawun would slowly start absorbing it. He could feel the coolness spreading to every crevice in his body. He steels himself, knowing this is only the beginning and that he must focus. He centers his mind so that his body doesn't freeze. He has to trust his string craftsmanship, nice and steady. The energy swirls around him as he continues to absorb the frost. A wave of nausea washes over him, and he struggles to hold on. He focuses his mind, pushing through the discomfort. The energy intensifies, focused at his chest. His eyes narrow with intense concentration. He barely manages to reactivate his string craftsmanship, the golden energy flickering around his hands. He focuses, awakening his Niden to absorb the remaining frost. He realizes that the chant of black ice boosts his string craftsmanship, and he can feel the paralysis gradually fading, but there's still some remaining. He understands that if the frost pill was meant to be easily absorbable, his body would have frozen in a matter of seconds. He sat in quiet meditation, focusing his energy. The key was to slowly and steadily absorb it. Slowly, the energy began to flow, nice and steady. Oh, he realized he'd absorbed it all. And this feeling, Zhang Yang wasn't lying. Immeasurable spirit power is filling his body. The power surged through him, focused in his hand. Then, Nung Jawun thought he should be able to do this. Before him, the path to the doors shimmered. He could finally surpass the doors to breath of the sun. Nung Jawun walked forward, determination etched on his face. This breakthrough, he mused, was different from the other ones. He focuses, the air around him shimmering with nascent power. Energy crackles, a visible manifestation of the forces gathering within him. The power surges through his hands, lightning dancing across his fingertips. A swirling vortex of energy envelopes him, a testament to the sheer force he now commands. The light intensifies, blinding in its brilliance as the culmination nears. An explosive burst of power erupts, signaling the breakthrough. His gaze sharpens, a newfound confidence etched upon his face. A red aura blazes around him, a visible sign of his achieved power. He stands bathed in the crimson glow, energy trails dancing in his wake. He soars through the sky, a streak of power against the horizon. Nung Jawun realizes he has finally achieved 4-star breath of the sun, granting him the ability to craft high-class talismans and elixirs, and to wield true samadhi fire to burn away the turbid ki within his body. He raced across the landscape, thoughts of MT White sect weighing heavily on his mind. He hoped they were handling everything well, but first, he needed to see for himself. Senior Brother Woon, it's so nice to see you. It's been a year, a voice called out. Yeah, another voice responded. They had thought he had been killed. He explained that it was all bad timing, and he had been busy for the past year, so he wasn't sure about getting killed. The mood shifted as the disciple revealed grim news. Their former head and elders were all killed recently. The disciple lamented that such a terrible thing happened while Woon's soul was gone, urging him to first visit the sect leader. The disciple stood with his hands clasped, awaiting a response. A new voice spoke, confirming his identity. So you're Woon's soul. Tang Jianwan, the 39 4th sect head of MT White, explained that Woon's soul probably heard about what happened to this sect from his disciple and what kind of situation they were in right now. Tang Jianwan offered his condolences, saying that if there's anything he can do, Woon's soul shouldn't hesitate to ask. He added that he may be an outsider disciple, but he is indebted to the sect. Good to hear, Tang Jianwan responded. He revealed that the Iron Rock sect has been harming their disciples after rumors have spread like wildfire all over the Yan'an region. Tang Jianwan explained that their relations with the Yang provincial inspectors are not the best, so they're not able to get help from them. Not to mention the friendly Ahemi matches they have next month against the Iron Rock sect. He explains that they've made up their minds and are trying to bring the sect down, the condition being that the loser must close their sect's doors for the next 1,000 years. Woon's soul questions the terms, asking if it's truly been 1,000 years. Tang Jianwan confirms that it is right, explaining that they had no choice but to accept those terms because they were pressuring them under the pretext of the provincial inspectors overlooking the fight. The young lord's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Woon's soul's gaze intensifies, a determined glint in his green eyes. He declares that he wants to participate. A shadow falls across Soul's face, his expression unreadable. The words hang in the air. The MT White sect will not send any high-class alchemist to participate in the friendly match. The young lord stands amidst a field of bodies, his sword still drawn. Tombstone stands silhouetted against the setting sun, silent witnesses to forgotten stories. He stands before a weathered tombstone, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. He mutters that he normally wouldn't care too much, but he wants to fulfill the rest of his duties to Senior Huang. Soul's gaze hardens as he asks why someone else doesn't take the case. The young lord declares that he wants to participate. A grand temple stands bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. Tang Jianwan says that some of the weight feels like it has lifted off of his shoulders thanks to the other person. Tang Jianwan sits across from Soul, reminding him that they've agreed upon 500 years. The elder's face was etched with concern. 500 still felt like too much, he thought. The elder addressed the younger man, explaining that if the Iron Rock sect started losing, Bong Gong of the Breath of the Sun alchemist would likely step in. A somber gathering of alchemists was shown. They had lost most of their high-class alchemists a year ago. The younger man clasped his hands together, a determined look on his face. He would do his best. The elder elaborated, explaining that many people had been wounded from sparring with the Iron Rock sect. The younger man's expression turned grave. If there were so many wounded, what about? A woman was shown, and her name was questioned. A.K. Yeoman? Senior sister A.K. was wounded in the last spar against the Iron Rock sect. The younger man stood over A.K. Yeoman, concern etched on his face. Was she going to be okay? She was wounded internally, badly. He knew she had used all of her power down to the last drop and fought to recuperate. She must have hidden her state and fought. And for there to be this many wounded, is this all the Iron Rock sect's doing? The man named Tang Jianwan doesn't even want to get started. The wicked things those bastards do are just horrible. They demand outrageous things and pick fights. Inside the boiling kitchen, thankfully, no one has noticed that he's reached breath of the sun. He hopes it stays that way. It'll be more helpful if it does. No one will be able to notice unless they have reached vitality of yin and yang. Now, he needs to make it in bulk, so he shall make use of the true Samadhi fire. Senior sister A.K. S. Senior brother, how do you feel? It seems like you were caught up in a sticky situation while I had left for a while on business. Tang Jianwan offers, take this. It's a 9-leaf healing elixir. It's not as effective as a rainbow pill, but it still has great healing properties for internal wounds. The others have taken them as well. So take this. A.K. Yeoman thanks him. Thank you, senior brother. She considered her journey, the trial she had faced. One Haijong acknowledged A.K. Yeoman's hard work and dedication. She had done well. The memory of her struggles weighed on her. Yeah, her body hadn't fully recovered at the time, and she felt guilty for dragging the others down. A.K. Yeoman was grateful for senior brother's words. And thanks to the elixir he gave her, she had reached the last stages of heavenly birth, so she wouldn't stay discouraged anymore. A newfound determination sparked in her eyes. Oh, one more thing. Wound's soul reached for something. Every time he sees her, she's injured internally. It's a case of healing elixirs. Use them when needed. A.K. Yeoman was once again indebted to him. Thank you. Elsewhere, a distant mountain peak stood in silent vigil. A palpable tension hung in the air as the assembled members awaited news, their fates intertwined with the outcome of a looming confrontation. Wang Pyung stood tall, his expression a mask of concern as the weight of the sect's future settled upon his shoulders. His brow furrowed, a silent acknowledgement of the disaster that loomed if they failed. One Haijong observed the scene, remarking that everyone seemed to be on edge. The gravity of the situation was not lost on anyone. The fate of their sect rested on the outcome of this single match. One Haijong knew that most believed they had little hope, and if they were to close their doors for 500 years, it would be the disciples who suffered the most. The thought of the potential consequences weighed heavily on one Haijong's heart. The Iron Rock sect was late, and their tardiness fueled speculation about their intentions. One Haijong hoped that the Iron Rock sect wouldn't show up at all. Wang Pyung knew it was unlikely that the provincial inspector alchemists would arrive, and they were probably on their way together with the Iron Rock sect. The Iron Rock sect was said to have a variety of alchemy. Wang Pyung was curious to see what the Iron Rock sect had up their sleeve, as their admission and withdrawal system was said to be one of the freest. The young lord considered the information. It was true that official disciples could leave, breaking their necromancy if they wished. However, the Iron Rock sect was different, a place where high-class alchemists gathered for individual gain. Wang Pyung stroked his beard, remarking that a sect made for individual benefits was quite unique. Thanks to that, their forces have been growing. Suddenly, Wang Pyung pointed, exclaiming that they were coming. The provincial inspectors were indeed among the Iron Rock sect's alchemists, their imposing figures a testament to their power. One Haijong grimaced, muttering that those inspectors were colluding with the Iron Rock sect against them. Woon Sol turned to Wang Pyung, stating that he would be right back and cautioning him not to do anything that the provincial inspectors could nitpick. Elsewhere, Wang Pyung stood on the training grounds, observing the preparations. One Haijong expressed his gratitude for overlooking today's matches. Mu Zhengyang stated that they should make sure this was a fair fight. Mu Zhengyang scoffed, asking when a provincial inspector had ever been unfair. The rules were being reiterated one last time. 10 alchemists from each side were allowed to participate, and this would not be repeated. One Haijong explained that alchemists didn't take turns, but instead stayed on the field until they lost. The rule echoes in the air. If an alchemist wins, they can fight again and again, a fact that weighs heavily on their strategy. One Haijong grimaced, seeing the disadvantage. Even if they managed to win some fights, they would ultimately be defeated by the Sun Alchemist. Silence hung in the air as Woon Sol considered the implications. The words senior brother Woon drifted through the air, a plea for guidance. Akyomin verid alod. Why would an outsider disciple choose to fight? It was going to be a bloody fight. The thought of the inevitable outcome clenched someone's fist. It would ultimately end with him getting injured. A.K. Yeoman added that it was even more dangerous with the Iron Rock sect's breath of the Sun Alchemist participating. Again, the plea. Senior Woon. What was Woon's soul thinking? A sharp cry of pain echoes through the air. The figure is sent hurtling through the air, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the city. The older man states that the Iron Rock sect is just ruthless. He wonders if the provincial inspectors are being too much. One Haijong and the young lord walk together. They remark that they're not batting an eye after such a violent attack, not even a warning. They add that the breath of the sun alchemists are capable of stepping in and calling the fight off, calling it unbelievable. The man with the gray beard thinks that if this goes on, they won't even see the shadow of the Iron Rock sect or the breath of the sun alchemist. He adds that there's only 2 mid-classes alchemists aside from him, not putting up a fight and losing power easily, or to go down with a fight. The man says he'll go next. The man laughs, saying it's too easy. The smaller man in purple, standing opposite the warrior, demands to know who's next, urging them to hurry up. The warrior, Yuk Jianjio of MT White sect, steps forward, energy crackling around him. Mac Hanwei of the Iron Rock sect scoffs, adding that the quality of the alchemists of Yuk Jianjio's sect just drops endlessly. A voice from the shadows declares that in their sect, ranks are based solely on one's skills. Mac Hanwei continues, stating that even if Yuk Jianjio manages to defeat him, a stronger one is waiting, so he should be ready. Though, he will take Yuk Jianjio down and his sect's head himself today. Yuk Jianjio retorts that it would be one hell of a disgrace for 10 of MT White's sect's alchemists were to be defeated by 3 from their side. A spear stands ready, its flags fluttering slightly in anticipation of the coming battle. Yuk Jianjio declares that he will give it his all for the sect, as Mac Hanwei looks on with a smirk. A voice thinks that this is at least just enough for Wound Soul to have an easy time taking that guy down. A loud shout echoes. Mac Hanwei launches himself forward, ready to attack. Mac Hanwei charges, spear in hand, ready to strike. He reels back, eyes wide with disbelief. Yuk Jianjio's voice cracks with surprise. Where'd he go? The room is still, the only evidence of a struggle the spear lying discarded on the patterned floor. From above, Wang Pyeng plummets towards his unsuspecting opponent, a blur against the bright sky. Jianjio's eyes widen as he looks up, realizing the danger too late. Wang Pyeng's fist, crackling with green energy, hurtles towards him. The blow lands squarely on Yuk Jianjio's back, the force of the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. The force of the blow sends him hurtling forward. His back is now stained crimson. Wang Pyeng's face contorts in anger. He barks, "Aren't you fighting seriously?" A smirk plays on Yuk Jianjio's lips. "If that's what you want, why don't you make me?" With a sharp TSK, Yuk Jianjio erects a shimmering green barrier. He unleashes a torrent of green energy, the beam cutting through the air with deadly precision. Yuk Jianjio meets the attack head-on, conjuring a shimmering green barrier to deflect the blast. But the force is too great. The barrier shatters, fragments of emerald light scattering like broken glass. The force of the impact sends Jianjio hurtling backwards, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Wang Pyeng thinks to himself that he can't read his movements at all. Wang Pyeng presses his advantage, another blast of energy aimed at the downed opponent. The energy scorches the earth, narrowly missing its target. The ground cracks and splinters, the force of the blast reshaping the landscape. Wang Pyeng prepares to strike again, his eyes narrowed with determination. Wound Soul and One Haijong watch with concern, the intensity of the battle etched on their faces. Despite the onslaught, Yuk Jianjio stands, blood staining his clothes, but his grip on his staff remains firm. An unseen figure urges Wang Pyeng to keep holding out just like that. A sinister smile creeps across the face of the older man. How cruel, a voice muses, noting that Yuk Jianjio has no will to end the fight, even though he's aware of his situation. The Iron Rock sect, the voice continues, is aiming to trample the alchemist's spirits completely. Yuk Jianjio struggles to maintain his stance, gasping for air. His head hangs low, defeated. The announcer declares that the winner is Mac Hanwei from the Iron Rock sect, as Yuk Jianjio collapses to the ground. However, the announcer warns Mac Hanwei that he was too disrespectful to his opponent and will be disqualified if he does the same thing again. One Haijong sighs, muttering that it can't be helped. Wang Pyeng clenches his jaw, a look of determination hardening his features. If you think you won't be able to handle it, the older man tells him, forfeit right away. Wang Pyeng responds that he will do that, sure. A lone figure stands in the distance, their thoughts a mystery. Wang Pyeng's face fills the view, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He wondered if the last fight had disheartened his opponent. Wound Soul's gaze remained steady, betraying no hint of fear. The young lord calmly stated that he was merely contemplating how to defeat Wang Pyeng. Wang Pyeng scoffed, incredulous at Soul's words. He had originally planned to quickly defeat him and move on to the sect head. But now Wang Pyeng had changed his mind, a malevolent green energy gathering in his palm. He would make Soul feel twice the pain that Yuk Jianjio felt. Soul questioned why Wang Pyeng wasn't taking a stance. The young lord issued a simple, direct challenge, "Come at me." Wang Pyeng laughed, clenching his fist. He declared that Soul had asked for it. With a burst of speed, Wang Pyong launched his attack. Wang Pyong vowed to toy with him using his specialty art, the shadow clone art, and slowly and painfully take him down. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing Wang Pyong's face. Yuk Jianjiao narrowly avoids the blow, a green energy trail marking his swift dodge. He wonders if it was just a coincidence. Wang Pyong doesn't give him time to consider, immediately launching another attack. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Yuk Jianjiao, face contorted with rage, spits out his frustration. That crazy bastard. How did you manage to dodge that? What dirty-handed method are you using? Wang Pyong simply looks down, unfazed by the outburst. With a shout, Wang Pyong attacks once more. Yuk Jianjiao braces himself, knowing he can't dodge again. The blow connects, sending Yuk Jianjiao flying. The force of the impact reverberates through the wooden platform. Blood splatters as Yuk Jianjiao is struck, his face now bearing the marks of the attack. Wan Haizhong watches with a concerned expression. He stood amidst the aftermath, a whirlwind of confusion clouding his thoughts. What just transpired? Yuk Jianjiao lay sprawled on the patterned floor, seemingly unconscious. Nearby, Wan Haizhong was also prone, his eyes closed. Woon Soul's expression hardened, the question echoing in his mind. Just what had happened? A pained groan escaped his lips, the young lord looking down at his defeated opponent. Woon Soul extended his hand, a surge of blue energy emanating from his palm. The mysterious figure began to freeze, frost rapidly spreading across their face and chest. A piercing scream tore through the air, a testament to the agonizing cold. From a distance, a voice boomed, demanding an end to the fight. Wan Haizhong watched with a stern expression. The frozen figure wondered how a mid-class law of the spirit alchemist could overpower one that had reached the latest stages. It would take decades to recover from this internal damage. The victor was declared, Woon Soul of MT White Sect. However, it was made clear that he had gone overboard. Wan Haizhong warned that if he did that again, he would be disqualified. Woon Soul simply replied that he understood. From a distance, a figure watched Woon Soul, whispering in awe of his extraordinary skills. The elder acknowledged the rumors, admitting he'd heard of how skilled Woon Soul was. The woman gazed after him, thinking that senior brother was just amazing and wishing she was a little bit stronger. He lamented that if he was able to fight and win just like senior brother Woon, he could have saved him all this trouble. A figure moved with incredible speed. He yearned to become strong like him. Determination hardened his gaze. He wanted to win, not lose. Her expression was resolute. He vowed to train harder and follow in his footsteps, though a companion cautioned him not to push himself too hard. Woon Soul walked away, his back to the others. Now all that's left is the Iron Rock Sect's breath of the Sun Alchemist, he mused. The gray-haired man, standing before Woon Soul, admits that things have come to a head. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. He stands firm, his expression unreadable. With a respectful bow, Woon Soul introduces himself as the MT White Sect's outsider disciple. He hopes to learn from the upcoming fight. The gray-haired man reflects that he hadn't planned to fight today, but the fact that the MT White Sect's doors will be closing won't change. Woon Soul declares that he plans to give it his all to stop that from happening. The gray-haired man tells him that he needs to learn to face the truth and accept it. He adds that if the doors were closed for 500 years, an alchemist as skilled as Soul would get bored out of their mind. The gray-haired man invites him to join the Iron Rock Sect, a place for supporting skilled alchemists like him to grow. Woon Soul thanks him for the offer, but explains that he is indebted to the MT White Sect. He continues, stating that if he wins this fight for MT White, he'd be repaying the debt he has to them, and he will consider the offer after that. The gray-haired man laughs, finding that quite the answer. He asks if Woon Soul is asking him to let him win, stating that he won't be having a loss on his record today, as he has a reputation to protect. He clarified that there had been a misunderstanding, stating that he simply believed he had a chance of winning this fight. The man with the white hair stood across from Soul, his expression unreadable as he listened to the boy's declaration. The white-haired man acknowledged Soul's confidence, remarking that it was good for a young alchemist to have so much, but promised to quickly destroy it. He added, with a sinister glint in his eye, that he would do so again. The air crackled with energy as Woon Soul prepared himself, the swords around him beginning to glow. The man with the white hair observed the display, commenting that the spiral bomb Soul was concentrating his spirit power into seemed too simple. He wondered aloud if that was not Soul's true fighting style, questioning if he had been hiding his sword skills for this moment. The swords spun faster, the energy around Soul intensifying as he focused. The white-haired man smirked, realizing that Soul had been planning to fight him all along. He declared that he would not go easy on Soul like a senior would. The man with the white hair prepared himself, readying his spear for the coming battle. "Prepare yourself," he roared. Soul stood firm, the floating swords now forming a protective barrier around him as he prepared to face his opponent. He tenses, coiling like a spring ready to unleash. The air crackles with anticipation. Golden figures are struck. A voice echoes, declaring, I'll refrain from attacking and just defend against his attacks. I have defeated 6 alchemists, so if I go head-to-head with him, they'll question my stage. Woon's soul becomes enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, the energy radiating outwards. Yuk Jianjio smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes. The blue aura intensifies as Woon's soul unleashes his attack. Golden figures are struck again. A sudden exclamation pierces the air. Woon's soul's kick connects, a burst of speed and power. Yuk Jianjio declares, even if you manage to outspeed Manhwa, this won't be easy for you. Yuk Jianjio's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features. I have no choice. He was enveloped in a vortex of swirling energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The force of the magic threatened to overwhelm anyone caught in its path. Yuk Jianjio's laughter echoed through the arena. He taunted, amused by the display of power. Ha ha, you're trying to make me dizzy. The alchemist stood firm, planted on the shifting ground. Energy cascaded around him, but he remained unmoved, a beacon of defiance amidst the storm. His eye narrowed, a glint of something cold and calculating flashing within. Too bad, he muttered, a promise of retaliation hanging in the air. The swirling energy intensified, the vortex tightening around Woon's soul. The air thrummed with anticipation, a prelude to a devastating attack. Yuk Jianjio's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The intensity of the magic seemed to have caught him off guard. His hands slammed against the ground, a surge of power emanating from the point of contact. Nice try, he exclaimed, bracing himself for the onslaught. The energy around Woon's soul pulsed, a beacon of raw power ready to be unleashed. The air crackled, the very fabric of reality seeming to bend to his will. A blade gleamed, reflecting the swirling energy around it. The sword, a conduit for his power, was poised to strike. Yuk Jianjio stared, his mind racing. What kind of alchemy is this? He wondered, astonished by the display of skill. Was there ever any craftsmanship like this before? Woon's soul moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of swirling energy. He closed the distance, intent on delivering the final blow. He was a whirlwind of motion and magic, the sort of mere extension of his will. The final attack was imminent, the culmination of all that had come before. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, the magical force building with palpable intensity. The blue energy washes over Yuk Jianjio, encasing him in its ethereal glow. Yuk Jianjio grits his teeth, realizing, it's a bizarre frost key. I can't fight with the frost key seeping in. His expression darkens, the man thinking, if worst comes to worst, I'll use all my power and take him down in one move. Woon's soul's body radiates an intense orange aura, the air around him shimmering with magical power. He raises his hand, preparing to unleash his attack. A wave of mist erupts. A touch of mist. Yuk Jianjio's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The force of the attack slams into Yuk Jianjio, sending him flying backward. What the hell is this? He cries out. He curses, realizing, damn it, the fog is conjoining with the frost key. Yuk Jianjio struggles against the encroaching power, thinking, I can't control my spirit key anymore. At this rate, I won't be able to use a Dharma tool. No, this isn't the end. I just have to get rid of this fog. He glares at Woon's soul, sneering, you really think you could defeat me with a little fog? The figure spoke, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. What secrets did he hold, even if they managed to be rid of it? Looking down, the other figure questioned if the battle was already decided. Doubt lingered in the air. A sudden gasp escaped him. The news, whatever it was, struck him hard. A figure moved with purpose, the air thick with the tension of the unseen conflict. Frustration etched itself onto his face. Damn it, he spat, the words laced with bitterness. The scroll was held aloft, the announcement imminent. The winner of the fight between the Iron Rock sect and MT White sect was about to be revealed. His eyes widened, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The news, clearly unexpected. Worry creased her brow, her gaze distant. What did the outcome mean for them? The name echoed, a declaration of victory. Woon's soul of MT White sect. Woon's soul stood firm, his expression resolute. He was ready for whatever came next. So, something like that happened. The events unfolded, leaving their mark on the world. Elsewhere, the Bao Xan sect stood, a new stage for the unfolding drama. An older man mused, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that Mr. Woon was such an interesting person. Elsewhere, a woman with vibrant blue hair and a large pink Bao stood, her gaze fixed on a distant figure. She muttered that he was everywhere. The woman's hand rose to her face, her expression thoughtful. She considered giving him a little visit soon. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of determination in her gaze. She would give Mr. Woon a deal of a lifetime he wouldn't be able to reject. The announcement rings out. Woon's soul of the MT White sect has emerged victorious. As agreed, the Iron Rock sect will close its doors for the next 500 years. The man warns that if any members of the sect are discovered operating outside of the sect's jurisdiction, the provincial inspectors of both the Yunnan and Yang provinces will impose sanctions. Wan Haijong acknowledges the young lord's skill. The reason for the young lord's hidden skills in previous fights is now clear. Wan Haijong admits it was a unique and unexpected attack, confident he'll win next time, but the fight is over. Woon Sol offers a simple thank you. Wan Haijong dismisses his own words as mere excuses from a loser, stating he'll leave it at that and that he'll be going now. The young lord stands resolute. An onomatopoeia fills the air. The doors of the grand building stood tall, 2 guards flanking the entrance as he approached. A voice called out, filled with respect. "Senior brother." A woman in blue and white approached, a smile gracing her lips. She congratulated him, having heard that he was invited to be a guest elder of the sect. She explained that since he had become one of the elders, he would have to move to a new place. It was formerly used by Elder Suk, but it would be his now. The woman gestured for him to follow. In the distance, a complex of buildings nestled amongst snow-capped mountains. She stated that this was his new place and that she would be on her way now. Woon Sol thanked her, contemplating the chance to repair his graceful shield and armor, thinking of the giant shadow tortoise shells and scales of a 7 silver-scaled snake he had left over as ingredients. Rumors spread like wildfire amongst the disciples of MT White's sect that a mid-class law of spirit energy alchemist was able to win against 6 high-class alchemists and a breath of the sun alchemist. The rumors reached the Yunnan province, and some believed them, but many did not. Figures clad in traditional robes converse, their words lost to the wind. When the rumors proved true, the Yunnan province felt the impact. A serene temple roof, dusted with snow, stands against a backdrop of towering mountains. Now that the repairs are complete, Woon Sol resolves to hone his talisman crafting skills. Only by mastering the craft can he create truly precious talismans, treasures of immeasurable value. A voice booms, announcing, "Senior brother, you have a visitor." A visitor? Woon Sol wonders if it could be Senior Makyom, or perhaps Elder Guango Duin. The informant confirms that the visitor is someone very famous from the Yunnan province. Woon Sol muses that he doesn't think there's a famous person who would come looking for him. He was surprised. The leader of the Huijin branch of the Bao Xian sect is here. The visitor congratulates Woon Sol on becoming MT White's sect's guest elder, noting that he's been placed in a nice house as well. Amazing things are happening in the fight against the Iron Rock sect. The young lord states that he has been well, but he hadn't expected the leader of the branch to come all the way here. The leader of the Huijin branch places a hand to his chest, stating that Woon Sol is someone who is able to defeat a breath of the sun alchemist, so this is nothing. Sol thanks him before asking what the purpose of his visit is. The leader of the Huijin branch says that before he gets into details, he has a question. Woon Sol remains silent, his expression unreadable. He still couldn't grasp what really happened. The leader continues, stating that although Sol had learned many superb and intricate techniques and had many tricks up his sleeve for a mid-class law of spirit energy alchemist, such a feat is unfathomable. The leader's words hang in the air, heavy with implication. What Sol has done is an impossible thing. The leader of the Huijin branch suspects that Sol was hiding his true stage, adding that he's not the only one that suspects this. Woon Sol tells the leader to think however he'd like and get to the point before chuckling. The leader of the Huijin branch states that the Iron Rock sect is going to fall apart after what happened. The leader continues, stating that once the Iron Rock sect falls, a lot of sect-less disciples will be roaming the streets, and there will be quite the number of freelance alchemists for their sect to hire. The leader of the Huijin branch smiles, a glint in his eye. "Thanks to you, I now have the chance to do something fun." He raises a finger, as if about to impart a great secret. "Something fun?" the young lord echoes, as Wan Haijong leans forward, listening intently. The leader continues, "There's a place with one of the largest concentrated spirit lands in the Daewon Nation." The leader elaborates, his expression unreadable. "Usually occupied by a sect, but that land doesn't have an owner. The untraversable poisonous lands." The leader of the Huijin branch's smile widens, a hint of malice in his tone. Like the name suggests, you are faced with rancid poison everywhere you go. The image shifts to an aerial view of the poisonous lands, a swirling landscape of mist and gnarled trees, full of spirit stones, sacred herbs, and magical beasts. The leader continues, his voice taking on a darker edge. "Many alchemists traveled into the land, and many didn't make it back out." Sol listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The leader's words hang in the air. "I can hold my own against a venomous magical beast? Who knows? I'll leave that up to your interpretation." The leader leans forward, his gaze intense. "Recently, an alchemist made it out alive of the poisonous lands, and it drew attention to the land. He reveals a hidden motive. Then, you gave me the location of the 7 silver-scaled snake on purpose. According to him, humans are living in those lands." Meanwhile, a hooded figure with glowing eyes watches from the shadows. At least 100 of them, wearing unfamiliar clothing and using in. The informant continued, mentioning that they even have all kinds of treasures. The leader of the Huijin branch revealed that the main branch has even put in an order to send any extra troops, and he plans to do so as well. The leader, with a dismissive tone, stated that it was quite an interesting story, but he wasn't that interested. He added that if Sol found something more interesting after his journey, he could come back then. The informant mentioned that the Bao Xian sect had decided to gather up their forces and travel to those lands, as two seniors hadn't returned. The sect head hadn't been able to gather up any information regarding that matter. The leader asked the informant to tell him about the tip-off. The informant explained that not very long ago, a Breath of the Sun alchemist was spotted entering the poisonous lands. Witnesses the alchemist was dressed similar to Gong one of the seniors of MT White's sect. She suggested that if he joined them, he would be able to look for traces of him. The leader stated that if he entered the lands on his own accord, there's no reason for him to go after him. The informant admitted that she was really hoping that she didn't have to mention that. The camera focuses on the informant's hand. The informant looks on. The leader's expression shifted as he said that it was a manuscript. The leader, Huijin, listens as the informant speaks. The informant's words make him uneasy. She explains that offering something so valuable makes her nervous. Huijin responds, stating that she will have to explain what he has to do in the poisonous lands and what he'll get in return. He then agrees that they've established some grounds, and he'll send someone later to get to the details. The informant offers to send a copy of the manuscript so that he can check it for himself, a slight smile playing on her lips. Huijin wonders to himself just what kind of treasures the people of the poisonous lands have in order for her to be so insistent. Huijin turns away, considering the offer. He admits to having some suspicions, but he can't turn down her offer. Huijin decides he'd better get organized before he heads off to the poisonous lands. The scene shifts to the Yi family manor. It's been a while since Woon's soul has been here. A woman with pink hair congratulates Woon's soul, confirming that he's reached the mid-class stage of Heavenly Earth. The woman thanks Mr. Woon, acknowledging his help. The woman urges Woon's soul to go, explaining that his father and the family head are waiting for him. The informant sits at her desk, a picture of serene focus. Her expression is bright and welcoming. The informant acknowledges that Woon's soul has reached a significant stage in a short amount of time. Woon's soul responds, "I can't fool you, can I?" He then learns that the informant has heard he's been training hard as well. Woon's soul thanks her, and the informant congratulates him on becoming a worthy high-class heavenly birth alchemist. The young lord asks if something happened to Ms. Yi. The informant confirms that something was up with her. Woon's soul says that no one would tell him what was going on, not even the family head. The informant's expression is sympathetic. The informant wonders what she should do with Woon's soul, calling him a poor thing. She tilted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Me? A poor thing? She wondered, the words echoing in her mind. What does she mean? The rooftops of the estate stretch into the distance, the sky a swirl of pink and gray. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. The young lord's brow furrows, his green eyes wide with concern. He wonders if he is the subject of discussion. The woman in red hesitates, unsure if she should reveal the information. She trails off, leaving her companion in suspense. The woman wonders if the news will cause worry. She reminds him that he and Mrs. Yi are married. Woon's soul is told that he is about to lose his wife. He is shocked by the revelation. The details of the situation are revealed. Mrs. Yi and Mr. Co have grown closer and are now engaged. Mr. Co is described as amazingly stubborn, having been kicked out by the family head multiple times, but ultimately gaining approval. Two figures gaze at each other, surrounded by flowers. They express their understanding of the situation. The woman wonders if the news was too much of a shock for Woon's soul. She reminds him that they were a fake couple, but asks if he has developed feelings. He admits that this is something he hadn't expected. The woman looks concerned, while Woon's soul states that he should congratulate them. The woman expresses her concern for Woon's soul, asking if he is really okay. A voice declares that they have something very important to tell him. He listened as the informant spoke, her words painting a grim picture. Poisonous lands? She asked, confirming the destination. The informant elaborated. Yes, it's a large concentrated spirit land in the Gejong province. Woon's soul, his gaze distant, warned, it's a dangerous place, even I'm not sure I'll make it out alive. The informant's expression shifted, concern etched on her face. You're planning to go to such a place? Then, her voice firm, the informant declared, I'll come with you. She insisted, senior sister, the toxins in the area are too dash. Mr. Woon, his expression hardening, countered, dangerous for you. The informant pressed, her brow furrowed. And what about it? You're going. Woon's soul explained, his gaze softening slightly. I've reached breath of the sun, but for a law of spirit energy alchemist, it'll be way too dangerous. The informant's determination remained unwavering. I can't let you go to a place like that on your own. She continued, her voice pleading. I can be of help if you let me go with you. I'm also in need of elixirs to help me reach breath of the sun, and there will be rare sacred herbs and spirit stones there. Woon's soul thought to himself, a hint of concern in his eyes. This is not good. She might actually follow me. He realized, senior sister, this is related to MT White sect. The informant pauses, considering something. Woon's soul explains that he would love for her to accompany him, but this situation is unfortunately related to the sect. The informant looks down, seemingly understanding. The informant mentions that she heard he's become a guest elder of MT White sect. Woon's soul replies that if it was about the sect, he can't put his head in, but it'd be different if it was during the times of the Iron Sphere. The young lord's eyes narrow, realizing that it can't be helped, and there's no telling what would happen since Xiao Bing is related to this. The informant states that it can get dangerous in an instant, so it'll be better if she doesn't tag along. Woon's soul offers to show her a technique. The informant replies that it sounds good to her, and she was getting curious about Breath of the Sun's power. The two exchange a look, seemingly agreeing to proceed. Elsewhere, the destination is labeled as Poisonous Lands. The informant and Woon's soul stand at the entrance, a sign that reads, "This is the entrance to the Poisonous Lands." As expected, clouds of noxious gas fill the air, making it difficult to find a safe place. The poisonous fog near the entrance will not affect the Breath of the Sun alchemists, but spirit energy alchemists will feel discomfort. Someone will hand out a detoxificant. Him being sent by Xiao Bing just adds another reason not to trust him. The informant explains that he is a poison specialist and has experienced the poisonous lands before, so he will be of great help. He will guide everyone through the lands. I have checked the memoirs that Beck Ran had given me, but just what are they up to? Chu Jisong wonders who they have here. Chu Jisong asks if he is speaking to Senior Ma. He adds that if it isn't Woon's soul who made, Chu Jisong declares himself a famous man in the Yan'an province, and that it's a bit of a relief to see him here. Woon's soul replies that the same goes for him as well, Senior Ma. The man with the white beard, Chu Jisong, looks down at the younger alchemist. He asks what brings him to this place. The young lord explains that now that he is a freelance alchemist, he followed a brother of his here. Chu Jisong is flanked by Woon's soul on one side. A stout man with a neatly trimmed mustache shares that Lord Xiao Bing buys and sells information, which means she values trust. He adds that if they can successfully deal with whatever happens today, they'll be able to walk out with loads of spirit stones. The informant adds that besides the two of them, there's another Breath of the Sun alchemist here, which means that they don't have to worry. Woon's soul's expression hardens. Chu Jisong explains that his name was Yom Jang or something, and he has no facial hair at all, so he must use a special type of alchemy. He speculates that all his hair was probably burned off because of that. Woon's soul observes Yom Jang, thinking that he seems like the quiet type, and that he can't read what's on his mind at all. The informant declares that she'll be off to get her share of the detoxificant. Chu Jisong is speaking to another character, who says that they should get some for themselves, just in case too. The stout man laughs, saying that he wouldn't do such a thing and that it's all in the past now. Elsewhere, the group walks through the forest. The young lord declared he would lead the way, instructing the others to follow behind. He planned to collect sacred herbs and hunt as well. The informant, her dark ponytail swaying, asked if anyone was against being on the lookout. A voice from the group responded, "No, not at all, sir." Chu Jisong, his white hair contrasting with his dark attire, remarked that the young lord had gotten stronger since the last time he'd seen him. Mr. Woon acknowledged the praise, stating that if Senior had gone all out, he would have lost. Chu Jisong chuckled, saying that he was praising him too much, but thanked him. The young lord smiled, stating that he wasn't saying it to praise him. It was the truth. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Yom Jang, his face etched with concern, offered to take a look. Chu Jisong clutched his hand, exclaiming, My hand! What's going on?" Yom Jang explained that he'd been pricked by a poisonous thorn, pointing out the red-leafed plant nearby, identifying it as prickly thorn grass. The group gathered around the plant, its red leaves standing out against the forest floor. Yom Jang explained that it may look like harmless grass, but it's poisonous. Thankfully, he carries an antidote for its poison. To poison a law of spirit energy alchemist just like that, it's a dangerous poison plant. He examined the red plant, turning it over in his fingers. It seemed the prickly thorn grass had no effect on him. Just in case, Chu Jisong decided to collect some. The informant tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. That was strange. Why didn't it have any effect on him? Chu Jisong explained that he had built an immunity to all kinds of poison. He also possessed some knowledge of poisonous plants. Yom Jang listened intently, his expression unreadable. Woon's soul, his face drawn with concern, knew he wouldn't be of much help in this situation. He focused on gathering his spirit energy. The informant frowned, the fog making it difficult to see. It would take a while for her to figure out who was missing because of the thick fog. Yom Jang's gaze remained fixed ahead, while Chu Jisong's expression was one of quiet contemplation. Her eyes narrowed. The informant felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck. Something was off. Yom Jang's face was grim, his eyes scanning the fog-laden path ahead. The group continued their trek through the dense fog, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Yom Jang led the way, his back to the others, seemingly unfazed by the growing tension. Deep within the fog, a pair of crimson eyes materialized, watching the group's every move. The fog thickened, the air growing heavy with an unseen dread. From within the swirling mists, crimson eyes materialized, burning like embers in the oppressive darkness. A booming voice shattered the silence, laced with urgency and command. On guard! Get prepared for battle! A lone figure continued down the forest path, unaware of the dangers ahead. The group pressed onward, their destination still unknown. A stern voice boomed, commanding everyone to stick close together. Another voice, filled with alarm, announced their arrival. Here they come. His green eyes narrowed, focused on the approaching threat. A monstrous insect, its eyes glowing red, appeared from the shadows. Magic bugs! Someone exclaimed. The air filled with the buzzing of countless wings as a swarm of the creatures descended. Panic rising, a voice cried out, Senior, what is that? The swarm grew larger, overwhelming as another voice shouted, There are too many of them. They advance, their multiple eyes gleaming with predatory hunger, mandibles clicking in anticipation. Yeomjang curses under his breath, realizing the gravity of their situation. Chu Jisong's face is grim, the silence hanging heavy as he considers their options. The informant prepares her weapon, the metallic swoosh echoing in the cavern. Chu Jisong is asked to make the call, the weight of the decision etched on his face. With a heavy heart, Chu Jisong orders a retreat. The order is given, stay close and retreat. The group turns and flees, the sound of skittering legs growing louder behind them. They scramble to escape, the bugs advance relentless. Magic bugs are known to travel in swarms, but Chu Jisong realizes that this is no ordinary swarm. If they fight, they won't stand a chance. The swarm descends upon them, a living wave of chitin and malice. They descend from above, faster than expected. Woon Soul can only exclaim in surprise. The man with white hair calls out, seeking support from his brother. The informant agrees, stating that they need to fight the magic bugs, as there is no other choice. Chu Jisong asks if anyone knows anything about the bugs. There's no other way. The voice echoes, the bugs will catch up with them. Chu Jisong invokes the law of spirit energy alchemists, standing behind his brothers. They don't know what those bugs are, but Chu Jisong emphasizes that they are weak to flames. Those who have mastered the art of yang use it, don't hold back on it. Chu Jisong asks if his brothers are ready. Yeomjang prepares flames in his hands, ready to fight. Chu Jisong and the white-haired man yell, ready to go. The flames intensify, ready to be unleashed. Figures unleash a barrage of fire attacks, hoping to incinerate the swarm. The flames erupt with intense heat, a display of true samadhi fire. One of the golden-toothed locusts is engulfed in the blaze, but it doesn't seem to falter. Yeomjang realizes with growing concern that the spiral bombs are proving ineffective against the relentless swarm. Yeomjang's expression hardens as he assesses the situation. He watches the swarm, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The creatures are identified as golden-toothed locusts, known for their ability to devour anything living, even metal. Yeomjang grimly acknowledges that they're going to chew through his spirit barrier at this rate. Woon Soul, surrounded by the relentless swarm, despairs that there seems to be no end to them. Yeomjang extends his hand, emitting a surge of blue energy. He manages to slow the locust down, but the respite is likely temporary. Yeomjang wonders how the locusts are able to fly at such a speed, questioning if they shouldn't be able to catch up to the law of spirit energy alchemists. Desperate cries pierce the air as the swarm closes in. Senior Jong, Senior Ma, help us. The situation grows dire. They can't hold them off any longer. The pleas for aid continue, a chorus of desperation against the buzzing horde. Please help us. We can't do this much longer. A lone voice cries out a desperate, echoing help, lost in the chaos. Screams of terror erupt as the insects descend. Gee, get away. Aya. The insects close in, their numbers overwhelming. Frustration boils over, laced with a chilling realization. Damn it. At this rate, everyone's going to die. He focuses, gathering his energy, a desperate gamble against the encroaching darkness. The energy coalesces, forming a sphere of raw power. Pillars of light erupt, a testament to the force he's about to unleash. He steels himself, preparing to unleash the full extent of his power. Woon Soul hardens his resolve. I wouldn't mind traveling alone, but I won't be able to get my hands on the memoirs on my own. He couldn't allow these insects to wipe out their group. Yeomjang began to cast an imaginary element formation spell. His voice echoed, calling out to the others. Yeomjang urged them to follow his voice and make their way towards him, promising safety. Chu Jisong cried out as he was struck by an insect attack. Yeomjang screamed, trying to get away from the insects. The sound of something hitting the ground echoed. The informant told him to calm down and get rid of his spirit barrier. Chu Jisong was told to wait right there. Chu Jisong thanked someone for saving him. The insects continued to swarm. The swarm of insects filled the sky. The group surveys the aftermath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and lingering magic. Woon Soul, cloaked and hooded, stands near the prone form of Chu Jisong. Yom Jang's gaze sharpens, a question hanging in the air. Is this, you're doing? He asks, his voice laced with suspicion. Chu Jasong's voice is weak, but he manages to reply. Something I made myself. Another man speaks, his tone grateful. Everyone's safe thanks to you. It seems like you're skilled not only in training, but even technique creation. The hooded figure, Woon Soul, stands silhouetted against the swirling vortex. Yom Jang's voice carries over the wind. Let's see, only 9 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists made it out alive. The vortex churns, a maelstrom of energy and unknown danger. A voice echoes, laced with regret. I didn't expect this to turn out to be such a dangerous situation. Yom Jang's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. I knew you were a skilled alchemist, but you surprise me every time, he admits. Chu Jasong offers a weary smile. Thank you so much. Even though it'll be difficult, please keep doing your best, he urges. Yom Jang clasps his hands together, a gesture of resolve. I will. No need to worry, he assures, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. Chu Jasong's face contorts in pain as he cries out, Chu Jasong. Yom Jang's expression turns grave, concern etched on his face. How long were you in the poisonous lands for? He asks, his voice filled with worry. A somber tone hangs heavy in the air. About 3 months. The question follows, unspoken but palpable. Have you been faced with a situation like this before? Chu Jasong's face is drawn, etched with exhaustion and a hint of fear. This is the first time I've been faced with something like this, he confesses, his voice barely a whisper. Yom Jang is told that they will speak again later. He is then asked if he plans to continue the journey. Yom Jang admits he is not entirely sure they should. The other man notes that it's his first time working with Lord Xiao Bing, and asks if Yom Jang is hesitating because of that. Yom Jang explains that if it were any other lord, it wouldn't matter so much. Xiao Bing is the daughter of the lord of the Bao Xian sect. The man listened intently as the words hung in the air. Xiao Bing was the daughter of the lord of the Bao Xian sect? The woman with long blue hair explained that this was the reason Xiao Bing was able to keep such a high position, even though she was young and completely lacked skills. The white-haired man stroked his beard, understanding dawning on his face. So that was the cause of the hesitation. It was a bit burdensome to call off something she organized, especially since Xiao Bing hated it when something didn't go her way and was picky about how things were done. The man looked up, a sense of unease washing over him as he heard the buzzing of insects. He exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and concern. Zhu Jiaseng, there's something you must bear in mind since you're an alchemist from the Bao Xian sect. Yes, tell me. If something similar happens again, I will not continue this journey and leave the land at once. Even Xiao Bing can't complain about it. The figure in the foreground glanced back, a sense of foreboding settling in. Xiao Bing brought Yom Jang and Chu Jasong here. I should be on guard just to be on the safe side. The man with a mustache declared that they would continue searching the lands. Yom Jang announced that if anyone wished to head back, he wouldn't stop them, so they should feel free to leave. Yom Jang added that he could not guarantee that they would return safely on their own, asking if anyone wished to leave. The group remained silent, considering the implications of Yom Jang's words. Another man stated that Brother Ma and he would give up the search and leave the land, but until then, they would lead the way. Someone called out, addressing someone as senior. The landscape stretched out before them, a vast and uncertain expanse. The scene shifted to a different location. An old man with a white beard stood over a fallen beast in a forest clearing. The man with the mustache looked down, a sinister expression on his face. The dark object is held up, seemingly insignificant compared to the effort put into acquiring it. Yom Jang is praised for his understanding. There is no other way, he is told. The man with the mustache insists that their efforts will only be worthwhile if they return with the treasures of the Poisonous Lands people. The informant notes that over a month has already passed. 2 Law of Spirit Energy alchemists have passed, so there are only 10 left. The man in the forest admits to secretly collecting sacred herbs and spirit stones, but it's not enough. The people of the Poisonous Lands that Xiao Bing was talking about are nowhere to be seen. One of the men suggests that the situation is a bit boring. The other man retorts, asking what he's talking about, insisting that the place is seeping danger. The Lord said that unless they are faced with the people, it's said that of these lands, there's nothing that would be of a challenge to him. He thinks he knows now that the other is quite different from the other Law of Spirit Energy alchemists. The man in blue thinks that the other has heard the wrong thing from the wrong person, and asks why he suddenly made small talk with him. Yom Jang explains that many men were sent to these lands from quite the number of sects and branches, because of some descendants. He spoke of the descendants of the Valley of Secrets, the people of the Poisonous Lands, the ones they were searching for. The wrinkles around Yom Jang's eyes deepened as he continued, his hands seemingly growing darker with each passing moment, a detail that unsettled him. The informant revealed that their names had been erased for some time now, and no one knew of them. The informant stood amidst the trees, the sunlight dappling through the leaves. She questioned how Yom Jang knew of their existence if no one else did. She pressed him, demanding to know how he had come by this information, especially if Lord Xiao hadn't shared it. Yomjang chuckled, a low sound that rumbled in his chest. He claimed that a lowly being, like himself, knew nothing. The core forces from the sect had already made their move a month ago. The informant's eyes widened, a flicker of shock crossing her face. A month ago? Why are you telling me this now? She scoffed, finding it obvious that they were not a part of the core forces. Just what was going on? Yomjang explained that the chances of getting the memoirs were low in the first place. He mused, unsure about deceiving them. Nothing will change even if you tell them. Well, things would have gotten a little complicated if they were still in the Iron Sphere sect. Well, what can you do? They're just alchemists who have reached a notable stage. He declared that no one has the power to complain about their sect. The informant narrowed her eyes, wondering if Xiao Bing had instructed him to say all those things. Yomjang confirmed her suspicions, then asked if she could take him to where the core forces were. Yomjang's face was partially obscured, but a sinister smile seemed to play on his lips as he said he would tell her if she asked nicely. Senior Zhang appeared, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the informant and Senior Zhang walked through a misty forest. The informant noted that the fog was thick, but the road seemed familiar. She believed she could lead the way from here. Senior Zhang wondered if she could lead the way, and the informant replied that she believed this could help them find traces of the people of the poisonous lands. Senior Zhang grunted, telling her to go on. The informant thanked him and told him to follow. The path ahead wound through the misty mountains. She leads the group through the misty forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unknown flora. Chujisong's presence at the lead only deepens the suspicions of the man with the dark ponytail, though he recalls this road from the chant of black ice. Despite the fog obscuring their vision, Chujisong continues to guide them forward with confidence. Yomjang follows closely behind the informant, his expression unreadable. The older man's face lights up, a wide smile spreading across his face. He thinks to himself that this is what he's been hoping for. The informant exclaims in surprise as the group emerges from the dense forest into a clearing. Yomjang announces that they've found a great place to rest, suggesting they make the most of it and resume their journey tomorrow. Chujisong thinks to himself that they don't have time to spare, resolving to sneak off while the others are resting. A man with white hair and a beard asks Chujisong if he's going somewhere. Chujisong replies that he was planning to look around a bit. The white-haired man asks if he minds if he joins him, a sly grin on his face. Not stopping, Chujisong continues onward. He resolves to keep the white-haired man's words in mind. His boots crunch on the forest floor as he moves deeper. He doesn't sense the presence of any alchemists, so he believes he should be fine here. The wind whispers through the trees as he continues his trek. He sighs, relieved to be left alone. The sacred needle of wisdom, he notes, is pointing to the west. He muses that this should be far enough, the place oozing spirit power. For spirit key to be this concentrated in the poisonous lands, he reasons, it can only mean there's a deadly poison somewhere. He pauses, sniffing the air. He smells something strong. Before him blooms a supreme chrysanthemum, a beautiful flower. The flower, beautiful on the outside, carries a deadly poison. Chujisong thinks himself lucky to find such a precious poison herb. He reaches out, his fingers gently brushing against the petals. Something catches his attention nearby. A deer chews on a leaf, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Chujisong reminds himself that he needs to extract this carefully. He doesn't want to damage its precious roots. With a gentle tug, he pulls the flower free. He pauses, a thought striking him. Wait a minute. Chujisong stands, holding the flower, a strange feeling washing over him. Where did it go? It was just right there. Suddenly, the deer reappears, its mouth closing around the supreme chrysanthemum. Chujisong curses, realizing the deer has eaten the poisonous flower. Shit, damn it. A deer ambles along, a flower clutched delicately in its mouth. Woon's soul calls out, urging the creature to halt. He wonders what is up with that deer. The wind whips around him as he prepares to give chase. The young lord muses that a deer that bites someone and runs away with a poisonous herb is not even a sacred beast. It was too fast, he thinks, realizing he needs to catch it before it disappears in the fog. Woon's soul casts inner binding seals. The seals glow with power. The deer continues to flee, still clutching the flower. The deer's hooves pound against the earth as it continues its escape. Woon's soul wonders how it is so strong. The deer, ensnared in a glowing net, finds itself unable to make even the slightest movement. The deer collapses to the ground, defeated. Woon's soul approaches the trapped deer, finally catching up. He wonders where something like this could have come from. His green eyes narrow. He demands to know if it is a human or a magic beast. A girl, kneeling on the ground, retorts, asking if she looks like a magic beast to him. Woon's soul scoffs, telling her that anyone can tell she just threw a trap on a feeble young girl. The girl replies that it looks like she is not a magic beast, seeing that she has a water bag. The girl stands before Woon's soul. She clicks her tongue, telling him that if his hands touch his pocket stoves, the swords will attack him immediately. She demands that he be obedient and hand over the supreme chrysanthemum, and she will spare his life. She stands defiantly, the stolen flower clutched in her hands. Mr. Woon accuses thief. Does it look like I'll hand it over? You thief. His accusation lands like a physical blow. The girl's eyes widen, her expression hardening. Did you just call me a thief? Her voice rises, laced with indignation. Yeah, you're the only thief here, aren't you? The girl's face contorts with anger as she recalls her efforts. I cared for her and protected it like it was a jewel, yet you dug it up as you pleased. The supreme chrysanthemum lies between them, a silent witness to their escalating conflict. Woon Sol's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean, cared for it like it was a jewel? The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the weight of their accusations. You're the thief for biting me and running away with it. Her voice cracks with fury. You moron, don't run your mouth when you don't even know anything. The girl's eyes blaze with conviction. I put my heart and soul into growing it. Of course. Woon Sol raises an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. How long did it take? The girl nods, her expression softening slightly. You protected that supreme chrysanthemum in these poisonous lands for more than 20 years. A smile plays on her lips, a hint of triumph in her voice. Then that's enough to say it's yours. He seems to have finally understood. By the way, if it took over 20 years, she presses, he must have lived here, right? Her eyes widen, a glint of something unreadable in their depths. She admits that she lied about growing it, and that she was actually stealing it. She tells Mr. Woon to take the chrysanthemum. But why all of a sudden? Her voice rising, she demands that he take it and leave, insisting that she already said she's giving it to him. Her face contorts in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Woon Sol says that he doesn't really want to take something that belongs to someone. More importantly, she questions why he is being so nice all of a sudden, and accuses him of being a descendant of the Valley of Secrets. Her expression twists with rage, her teeth bared. She spits out that he's no different than the others she sees. Woon Sol is shocked by her words. She accuses him of being on the same side as those evil people. She explodes forward, a surge of raw energy propelling her towards Woon Sol. The sudden aggression catches the young lord off guard, his expression shifting to one of shock. Her eyes blazing with fury, the girl spits out, I don't have anything to talk about with you anymore. A swirling vortex of wind erupts around her, crackling with emerald energy. Woon Sol braces himself, the wind picking up around him. The wind intensifies, a wind of determination, whipping around the girl as she focuses her power. The force of the wind becomes almost unbearable, the air itself vibrating with energy. The wind explodes outward, a shockwave of power unleashed. The girl's eyes widen as she senses something shifting. It's coming back. From the forest floor, swords rise, summoned by Woon Sol's will. With a gesture, the young lord commands the blades, preparing to counter the girl's assault. The swords streak towards her, a deadly barrage of steel. The girl's voice cuts through the air, commanding them to stop. A golden web spider descends. Its multiple eyes gleam menacingly. At the forest of beasts, Woon Sol observes the monstrous spider, realizing the situation is dire. The girl orders the golden web spiders to attack. The spiders move with terrifying speed. Mr. Woon realizes that the gold webs are stronger than criminal binding ropes, and wonders how she is two of them. Woon Sol calls out, summoning Wanwan. Wanwan appears, surrounded by a surge of energy. Golden webs shimmer into existence. The girl looks shocked, questioning how they can fight against a higher-grade magic beast. The small, white creature remained behind the boy, as the woman floating in the air, flanked by her golden web spiders, insisted that she didn't want to fight. A question hung in the air. Why was the Bao Xian sect pursuing them? The woman with purple hair snarled that she wouldn't tell them anything, even if it meant her death. Mr. Woon raised his voice, insisting that he only wanted to talk. His eyes narrowed, a resolve hardening his gaze. An unseen observer noted that they were coming, one wielding the law of spirit energy and the other the breath of sun stage. It was declared that someone at the law of spirit energy stage wouldn't be able to escape. The command was given to put away the golden web spiders, as a breath of sun alchemist was about to arrive and to transform into a deer. The woman began to transform, her form shifting into that of a deer. Wanwan tilted its head, wondering what was happening. Her eyes widened in surprise as the transformation took hold. She insisted that she wasn't lying, and that if they tried to run, they would surely be caught. Woon Sol, walking down a forest path with Wanwan, recognized the approaching figure. It was Yomjang. Yomjang's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. He stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Yomjang repeats his demand, his voice firm. I'll ask once again. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. The scene fades, promising a continuation. Yomjang's gaze bore into the unseen subject, his expression a mask of grim determination. The man with the bandana's voice cut through the air, a low growl promising unpleasant consequences. He would ask again. The group stood amidst the aftermath, the gray-bearded man's question hanging heavy in the air. What had happened here? The man with the gray beard pressed, demanding clarification on the situation. Yomjang's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Mr. Woon's gaze fell upon the deer, a realization dawning. It was food, he mused, for the magic beast he raised. A strange, echoing sound reverberated through the area. Soul gestured towards someone unseen, referring to them simply as this guy. The small, white creature leaped from Soul's shoulder, confirming the fussy nature of the beast. As the training to stop a beast's breathing continues, the creature remains still. A supreme chrysanthemum, an extremely precious poisonous herb, stands alone. Yomjang inquired, his gaze fixed on the flower. Did you dig it up, young lord? He mused to himself, the old man thinking of the potential value. It grew alone in a place thick with spiritual energy, so he figured it must be special. If it's precious, he could get a lot of spirit stones. Mr. Woon turned, his expression unreadable. By the way, what business do you two have here? Yomjang narrowed his eyes, suspicion lacing his tone. You didn't follow me here, did you? Yomjang reiterated, his voice firm. I said this the last time too. To achieve the sex goal, finding the descendants of the Valley of Secrets is crucial. He recalled a past encounter. He saw a descendant of the Valley of Secrets one time, and that place was foggy like this one too. Woon's soul suggested, his gaze sweeping the landscape. So, shouldn't we look around here too? The young lord tilted his head, unconvinced. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be anything special here to me. Yomjang responded, a hint of amusement in his voice. HM, nothing special you say? Woon's soul's eyes narrowed, his suspicion peaked. What are you trying to say? Yomjang begins to explain, informing the young master that he may not know of the Valley of Secrets, and that they're known to be extremely peculiar people. An image appears, depicting a woman with long, flowing purple hair and eyes that shine with a bluish light. The explanation continues, stating that because they learned a unique craftsmanship, they're called blue eyes purple hair, as their eyes shine a bluish light, and their body fur glows purple when they're in the sun. Furthermore, they practice special sorcery by which they transform into animals, like bears, wolves, and birds, improving their abilities through transformation. Yomjang gestures as he speaks of these strange people. The young lord wonders if they get stronger by transforming into animals, realizing that's why the girl was so fast. Yomjang confirms, stating that he didn't believe it at first either, but that changed once he saw it for himself. Yomjang asks if Soul saw it himself. Yomjang reveals that he caught one of them, showing an image of a leopard-like creature surrounded by purple energy. At first, the captive looked like a leopard, but as they fought, he turned into a beast, now resembling a deer. Yomjang suggests that they can get the information from the one they caught. Yomjang explains that they plan to do that, but he was quite tight-lipped. He mused that mild methods hadn't worked to get any information from the captive, so they had to find other ways. For example, what about showing them being tortured to each other? Chutasong wondered if at least one of them would speak up that way, remarking that it sure was a cruel method. Yomjang insisted it was an effective method, adding that there were people in the sect who were experts at it. Some after-effects may remain, but it's easy to differentiate so they don't die. Yomjang asked why they didn't hand over the deer. The transformation continued. The transformation was complete. A meow sound echoed. The young lord commands Wonwan to stay back. Flames seem to engulf the area as Woon's soul stares intently. Yomjang asks if he is really asking because he doesn't know, then reveals that the deer is a disguised descendant of the Valley of Secrets. The figure declares that the deer is not some food for a magic beast. Yomjang states that the deer is a descendant who'll spit out some valuable information. A figure is seen running. The figure continues to run through a forest. Woon's soul is seen fighting someone. Yomjang states that as he thought, Woon's soul knew about it. Woon's soul stares intently. Yomjang says it doesn't know whether it's a descendant of the Valley of Secrets or a deer, but he'll be the one taking it, stating that it's his possession, yet they're trying to steal the deer he caught himself. Chutasong states that he is not someone generous enough to watch that happen silently, adding that Woon's soul is somewhat mistaken. The voice insisted they weren't trying to steal credit, but to help. The sect's true goal, however, was to gain the treasure. The informant listened intently, her expression unreadable. She wondered if that was the way to get the book they desired. But the informant knew they would take her away to torture her, and they were great at lying. Yomjang, frustrated, decided he would confirm it himself. Woon's soul stood atop a swirling sphere of blue energy, preparing to unleash its power. Suddenly, a deer appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The blue orb expanded, its energy intensifying. Yomjang barked, Baldy! The unknown girl's eye widened, realizing she was one step too late. The energy surged outward, a wave of raw power. Woon's soul extended his hand, focusing the energy into a concentrated beam. Yomjang wondered if he had dodged it. The girl looks down, her expression clouded with sadness. The informant and Mr. Woon stand together, observing the scene. Woon Sol's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He wonders aloud, you? Why would you? Yeom Jang's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. Yeom Jang stands amidst the trees, a thought bubble revealing his shock. It's shocking that he blocked and extinguished Yeom Jang's burning flame skill with just his spirit barrier. The informant looks on with concern. A voice echoes, thanks to Senior Yeom and young Master Woon, it became certain that it's a descendant of the Valley of Secrets. How was I supposed? An unknown figure asks, know that? Another figure replies, haha, that's true. It was indeed a confusing situation. But regardless of the reason, after finding the descendant, wasn't the order to take it to Senior Jong and Ma first. The informant declares, I'll make it certain that you, young master, get the credit for capturing it. The informant thinks, reaching here, Senior Jong, Ma, and the alchemist were a great help. I'd stop Chu Jasong if he stubbornly told me to take her, but the girl remained silent. The informant states firmly, there's no reason to say no to taking her to Zhongyou and Ma Jeju. Yeom Jang, standing beside the informant, remarks, I take it you've. He's stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Yeom Jang pauses, turning his head slightly. Woon Sol's hand rests on the older man's shoulder as he declares, it's my possession, so I'll take it. Yeom Jang placed a hand on the older man's shoulder, his expression firm. He declared that it was his possession and he would take it. The woman with purple hair looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. What, she wondered. Elsewhere, the group made their way through the dense forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. A voice echoed in someone's mind, contemplating their purpose. They had come to the poisonous lands because of the memoirs, but what should they do now? Yeom Jang's expression hardened, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. But Woon Sol watched as the older man was bound, a question hanging in the air. Was this really the right thing to do? The woman whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. Her thoughts raced, a dark shadow falling across her face. Someone was caught. A realization struck like a bolt of lightning. It was her older brother. Yeom Jang, sunglasses perched on his nose, declares that he has a question for the young lord. The woman with purple hair seems to want to say something. From behind, a man with white hair tied in a ponytail watches. The blue fabric of a robe hangs loosely. In the distance, a group of people sit and stand amongst the trees. The two men are shocked. Yeom Jang is told that the woman is a descendant of the Valley of Secrets. The woman with purple hair is considered a means to achieve their mission, if they can find out where she lives by interrogating her. Woon Sol wonders if what Cha Jo-sung says is true, as he only came across her by chance, and doesn't know if Cha Jo-sung is right or not. Yeom Jang is asked how a woman could be all alone in these poisonous lands, and is shown something. Purple hair and blue eyes are features that exactly match those of the descendants they have to find. Yeom Jang asks the young lady if it is true that she was born and grew up here. The elder, Yeom Jang, presses the woman, acknowledging her shock but urging her to reveal her name. Yeom Jang's companion interjects, suggesting that simply asking won't work. He asks if Yeom Jang will listen to his suggestions first. Yeom Jang demands to know what the suggestion is. The companion explains that one option is to use a drug that makes the brain hazy, blurring her consciousness and making interrogation easier. Yeom Jang asks what the second suggestion is. The companion proposes taking the woman to the sect's General Assembly. The companion elaborates, stating there are more remarkably talented people who can get information effortlessly. Yeom Jang thinks to himself that either way, the companion plans to do something malicious to her. Yeom Jang internally debates what he should do. He realizes sending her to the General Assembly will delay the process a lot, and if the drug doesn't work, he'll have to find another way. Yeom Jang and the unknown woman stand in silence. The woman's inner thoughts reveal a command, take the drug. The woman remains silent, her expression unreadable. Yeom Jang wonders what would happen if he ended up revealing everything. The man with the bruised eyes assures, don't worry, I have a plan. His companion wonders how long it will take. Yeom Jang estimates that with the medicine's effect, 5 days will be enough. He adds that she has 3 days, after which he'll handle it his way. The man glances back, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that they'll feed her the drug right away and keep track of time. A hand clamps over the unknown girl's mouth, her eyes widening in fear. The girl struggles against her captor, a muffled scream escaping her lips. The order is given to assign 2 alchemists to take turns keeping watch on her. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat stands before a cage, thinking he needs to wait a bit for his turn. The man reflects on Senior Chu Jasong and even Senior Yeom Jang, who interfered so hastily. The man's expression hardens, realizing this might get complicated. The cage is observed, and the question is posed. If it's from magic beasts, why would they use that? Since it's a special material that absorbs spiritual power, it can't be easily broken. Yeom Jang tells Mr. Woon that he doesn't need to keep watch. Yeom Jang dismisses the need to worry. Woon Sol wonders why Yeom Jang thinks that way, considering a group of descendants from the Valley of Secrets might raid the place, which would be a great opportunity. Mr. Woon is curious as to why Jang would say that, asking if he has another secret plan. Jang says that rather than a secret plan, they'll think about it when the time comes, adding that regardless of what they do, the cage won't budge, and that in the General Assembly, they even have the main alchemists. He adds that it's been an hour, so the medicine will slowly start working. Elsewhere, the unknown girl is tied up in a cage. The girl seems to be affected by the drug. Jang observes that the drug worked well. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, a silent testament to her suffering. Jang's voice dripped with false concern. Looks like you want to say something. There you go. Be obedient just like that, and speak up. The elderly man's gaze is cast downward, his expression unreadable. The camera looms over the unknown girl, highlighting her vulnerability. Wiping the blood from his lip, the elderly man muttered, "Ugh, this crazy." Jang's grip tightens around her neck as he taunts. "So you still have the strength to hold out, do you?" A disembodied voice echoes, laced with disappointment. I was almost disappointed that it was all unfolding. The sound of metal echoes as Jang strikes the cage, the impact reverberating through the captive girl. Woon Sol's expression is grim as he listens intently. Jang approaches the cage, his words laced with menace. "Enduring it if you can, that is." Confined and helpless, the unknown girl remains bound within the cage. Their eyes meet, a silent exchange of defiance and determination. He asks for trust, his expression serious. Woon Sol, accompanied by Jang, approaches a large gate. His hand reaches out, fingers curling around the cold metal bars. He wonders if there isn't another way, a material that absorbs spiritual power as expected. Jang asks what Alchemist Woon is doing, reminding him that it's time to change shifts. For now, the young lord thinks, that cage is a problem. Woon Sol wonders what Fourth Master would have done. Meanwhile, the informant tells Sol that she will tell him how to escape imprisonment at the Breath of Sun stage. He asks if the Breath of Sun stage will be far in the future, but the informant tells him it's to prepare him, just in case. She wonders who knows. The informant says that the method she teaches him now might be a great help to him in the future. He recalled the Fourth Master's words, the memory echoing in his mind. The image of Jang flickered in his thoughts, a reminder of the lessons learned. A spark ignited in Sol's eyes. This might just work. The alchemist affirms, his expression resolute, that things are proceeding just as the Fourth Master had foreseen. A disembodied thought suggests that this plan might actually succeed. Jang's gaze drifts off into the distance, a flicker of concern in his aged eyes. The elder asks, his voice laced with curiosity, why Alchemist Woon is so late. He offers a quick apology, explaining that he was exploring another place. Jang presses, inquiring if Woon Sol is planning something these days, referencing events from yesterday. He simply repeats the question, seeking clarification. Woon Sol's expression shifts, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he simply says, "Ah." The conversation continues, now mentioning Guak Mi and leopard Guak Shin. The woman shifts uncomfortably as Jang continues his questioning. He remarks that she will be even more useful thanks to her siblings. He then asks her to tell him the place and population of her home. She hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. That. The woman whispers that it's okay and there's nothing to worry about. Jang's grip tightens on her hair, his voice laced with menace. What did you say? Now, slowly. He leans in close, his face contorted with rage, demanding an answer. A sharp slap echoes through the room as Jang strikes the woman across the face. She cries out in pain. The woman lies on the ground, seemingly dazed. Jang thinks to himself that the effect of the mind-scrambling peony should have spread by now. Jang's anger boils over, his face a mask of fury. This damn bitch, he roars. He raises his hand once more, ready to strike again. The sound of another blow fills the air. Suddenly, golden threads lash out, binding Jang's hand. He looks at his hand in shock and asks what is happening. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Woon Sol stands, golden threads emanating from his hand. The man's face contorted with rage, his eyes narrowed to slits. Let go, Jang demanded, his voice a low growl. Jang's gaze intensified, his expression hardening. There's no need to slap her, is there? He questioned, his tone laced with sarcasm. After all, it's your drug that didn't work. Jang's eyes narrowed further, scrutinizing the situation. Also, the bite isn't even visible, he observed, his voice tinged with disdain. Jang turned his attention to the young lord, his expression skeptical. Young Master Woon, I can't help but doubt whether you're on my side today, he challenged, his voice laced with suspicion. Your side? Woon Sol's gaze remained steady, his expression unreadable. You people and I just happened to become companions by chance on our way to different destinations, he stated, his voice calm and measured. The young lord's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone unwavering. So, I've never considered us to be on the same side, Woon Sol declared, his words carrying a subtle challenge. Jang's expression darkened, his voice laced with warning. That's quite a shock, what's with you? I'm warning you, he snarled, his eyes fixed on Woon's soul. Yom Jang's gaze hardened, his tone uncompromising. If you keep doing as you please, I won't guarantee anything, he threatened, his words hanging in the air like a dark promise. Woon's soul stood alongside the elder, his expression thoughtful. The elder's gaze was stern as he spoke. Turn a stand guard, is it? The elder's thoughts drifted, a silent reprimand forming in his mind. That was quite reckless, Alchemist Woon. The elder's expression remained grave, his voice laced with concern. Even Senior Yom was there. That could have been a big problem, he warned. If you keep being like this, we'll pay for it as well. The elder's gaze softened slightly, his tone shifting to a cautionary note. Be careful from now on, he urged. Woon's soul responded with a simple, ha-ha. He approached the bars, his expression focused. A silent observer watched on. Woon's soul extended his hands, a soft blue light beginning to emanate from his palms. Stand farther back, he warned. The blue light intensified, swirling around the iron bars as he focused his alchemic power. The iron groaned and contracted. This is good. The iron bars contracted and shrunk, a voice echoed. The elder squinted, feeling a strange draft. Where's this draft coming from? Woon's soul continued his work, the bars now visibly smaller. The elder's eyes widened. Alchemist Woon, he exclaimed. The bars continued to shrink. With a final surge of power, the bars vanished completely. The elder looked around in disbelief. Huh, what? He disappeared? The man's gaze narrowed, his expression hardening with resolve. A voice cried out in disbelief, no way he's... Woon's soul launched himself forward, a flying kick aimed squarely at the elder. A startled voice echoed behind me. Mid-air, the young lord wondered, did I hit too hard? Someone looked up, their face a mask of surprise. A surge of heat filled the air, the crackling sound of flames erupting. A voice declared with power, true, Samadhi fire. Flames erupted from the figure's mouth as they proclaimed, I'll repeat contraction and expansion with art of Een and true Samadhi fire. The flames intensified, a swirling vortex of pure energy. A voice boomed, it'll melt with true Samadhi fire, so why do all that? Damn you punk. You dare interrupt when a master's talking? Someone stood with arms crossed, a smirk playing on their lips as they looked down at the fallen figure. The elder gestures with a pointed finger, explaining, I told you, didn't I? It's not about one energy. Rather, depending on how you coordinate Yin and Yang together, the results differ. He continues, emphasizing the need for persistence. And it's important to be persistent, cautiously yet quickly, but that'll depend on the future you'd have. Woon's soul, his brow furrowed, wonders aloud. What if I can't do it? A younger voice calls out, Uha, fourth master. The elder, identified as soul, elaborates. The blazing hot, true, Samadhi fire and the cold, chilly art of Een both have different properties. He continues, his expression serious. And if they meet, what'll happen? The elder concludes, they won't be compatible with each other, right? Also, what if there won't be harmony and both just keep exerting their own power? Their face-off will become even more fierce, finally reaching the core of the issue, causing an explosion when this can no longer continue. Meanwhile, the unknown girl is tied up. She remains bound, helpless against her restraints. Her expression is unreadable. Elsewhere, a figure races forward, a blur of motion. The figure shouts, stop, a look of desperation etched on their face. A surge of crimson energy erupts, the air crackling with heat. The destructive force expands, consuming everything in its path. Engulfed in the inferno, a figure is battered by the intense heat and concussive force. Meanwhile, Woon's soul stands with his back to the viewer, the unknown girl tied up in the background. The young lord cradles her gently, promising, lean on me, I'll take care of everything else. Below, the fire rages with renewed intensity. Looking off to the side, Woon's soul observes, I see you banged up my power-limiting prison. The cage looms in the background as the young lord carries the girl. A voice muses that it's extremely befitting to lock up someone with scattering spiritual energy, questioning if its name is power-limiting prison. His green eye gleaming, Woon's soul thinks to himself that it wasn't strong after all, wondering if he should buy a new one in the morning. A sinister smile spreads across a face, an eye gleaming with malice. The elder states, as expected, it was you. Actually, I've never once believed we were on the same side. He continues, revealing his true colors. I didn't like you from the start, so I'm glad it turned out this way. No more warnings now. Prepare yourself, Woon's soul. Below the floating figures, Mr. Woon steeled himself, muttering a quiet vow to prepare. A sinister smile crept across the elder's face, revealing his true intentions. Cradling the unknown girl in his arms, the elder urged her to give it her best shot. A smirk plays on his lips, a silent promise hanging in the air. Then you guys. He cradles her gently, his expression a mask of grim determination as he holds her close. His eyes narrowed, the challenge ringing out, give your best shot at blocking this. From below, a figure gazes upward, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes as they watch the unfolding events. Raw power crackles in his hands, the air shimmering with heat as he prepares to unleash a torrent of flames. A blinding inferno erupts, consuming everything in its path with a searing intensity. The air explodes with a deafening roar as the energy surges outward. Shielding her from the blast, he braces himself against the onslaught, a desperate act of protection amidst the chaos. His gaze hardens, a chilling realization dawning on him. If I let this drag out, the other alchemists will come here too. The figure's feet pounded against the ground, a red glow emanating from below as they sprinted forward. High above, two figures reacted, their expressions a mix of surprise and urgency. A blur of motion, the figure continued their desperate flight. The landscape stretched out before them, a vast expanse under a watchful sky. Plunging into the water, the figure thought, as expected, they're following me. Determination hardened their gaze. They mused, but they won't be able to catch me with that speed. The figure pressed on, a streak of motion against the backdrop. Meanwhile, a clash of red energy erupted as two figures engaged in fierce combat. One of them clicked their tongue in annoyance. An attack, fueled by crimson power, hurtled forward. The first figure continued their flight, the fog drawing nearer. Planning to use the fog to their advantage, they thought, fog's ahead. Going through will make it easy to get them off my tail. But a voice cut through the air, shouting, stop. The elder's face contorted in rage, his voice a thunderous roar. If you don't stop right now, the man with the bandaged eyes threatened, you'll be a target of the Baoxian sect. His face twisted further, the elder's voice rising in intensity. The alchemists of the Baoxian sect, he warned, would chase them to the ends of the earth. The young lord knew that turning the Baoxian sect into an enemy would come at a huge price. But nothing to worry about, he thought. Before them, a dark portal swirled, promising escape. Damn it, the man with the ponytail cursed, if only it wasn't for the fog. Wound soul, a voice boomed, I would melt all your organs and make you vomit blood. He held her close, a silent promise of protection. Meanwhile, the escape was underway, but the threat still echoed in the air. The elder gestures with his hand, his expression thoughtful as he speaks with the other man. Elsewhere, a face is shown in profile, the expression unreadable. Under the vast night sky, the two figures stand together, their robes flowing in the wind. A landscape stretches out, shrouded in mist. A small building is nestled between towering rocks, a beacon of light in the darkness. A small building stands alone. Meanwhile, she lies on the floor, her expression peaceful in sleep. Her eyes flutter open, a hint of concern creasing her brow. She pushes herself up, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. Act. The girl rises to her feet, her eyes scanning the surroundings with newfound alertness. She looks over at him, blinking a few times. So you woke up, huh? Wound Soul stands near a small cart, his expression unreadable. He stares intently, his gaze unwavering. The girl stares back at him, her expression questioning. You? Her brow furrows, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Why'd you save me? Wound Soul looks away, a slight smile playing on his lips. Didn't I? The place called Baoxian sect is quite a powerful one, so I don't know if I can handle it, but... The girl's eyes widen, her voice rising in disbelief. What? You're really an idiot, aren't you? The young lord stands near a small building, his expression thoughtful. I'm not the type to take away something that belongs to someone else. The girl stares intently, her lips pursed in annoyance. Wound Soul's gaze is steady, a hint of determination in his eyes. He takes a step forward, his boots crunching on the ground. She looks down, a slight blush on her face. The girl offers a quick thanks, but then calls Wound Soul an idiot. He got her what she needed, apparently. Wound Soul massages his temples. Just thinking of the future is giving him a headache. He holds out his hand, palm up. He asks for it back. The girl exclaims about the supreme chrysanthemum. Wound Soul furrows his brow, completely lost. What's she even talking about? She thinks to herself that she needs to take it home and return it quickly. The girl explains that she called dibs on it the first time she saw it, and raised it. She also has to keep it because she needs it the most. She lied because he kept interrogating her so much. Wound Soul points out that she left it with him. He wonders what she's talking about, insisting that he called dibs first. Wound Soul sighs, wondering what's with her. She asks if he lacks common sense. The girl shouts, asking how he can say that, since she's the owner, so it's obviously hers. She tilted her head, inquiring if Mr. Wound had sown the seed himself. The young lord denied it, explaining that he had simply found it by chance and taken care of it. Soul trailed off, lost in thought. He suggested that she could either make a deal or he could take it by force, before turning his attention to her attire. The clothes she wore, he noted, were made from the golden web. Her eyes widened slightly, and she questioned how he knew it was from the golden web spider. It was obvious, he thought, since the clothes hadn't been damaged by the flames. Soul proposed a trade. If she made him clothes using the golden spider's web, he would give her the chrysanthemum. Her eyes widened, and she asked if he was serious, before he pressed her for an answer, asking if it was a great deal. With a wide smile, she exclaimed that of course it was a fantastic deal. She thought he was an idiot, but getting the supreme chrysanthemum was nothing compared to the golden spider's web. A manic grin stretched across her face. Sol asked if she knew that too, and then questioned if she really needed the golden spider's web. He explained that things could get dangerous, so he thought it would be useful to wear under his clothes. The girl mused that if she extracted it from just those two, it would take too long, wondering what to do. She then proposed that Mr. Woon come to her home. The girl's eyes sparkled with determination. She assured him that there were plenty of golden spiders back home, so she would be able to make it there. Sol wondered if he should go to Guakmi's house. Sol's expression hardened. He agreed, stating that they should leave immediately. Great, he thought, relieved he wouldn't have to head back on his own. He admitted to himself that he hadn't been able to recover fully. All right. The girl with the purple hair suggested they stay just for a second. She asked Woon Sol why he didn't come a bit closer. The girl held out her hands. She asked if she could take his hands. Woon Sol was taken aback. He asked what was happening all of a sudden. She told him to come on. It's how they make a promise. Woon Sol looked at her hands. She asked if it was like this. They held hands, and the girl with the purple hair was happy. She explains that the palms of an alchemist are their weakness, and if their palms are held like this, it's hard to attack. The girl with the purple hair continues, stating that placing hands together like this means that they trust one another, and asks if Woon Sol trusts her. Woon Sol looks at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. He confirms that he trusts her. The girl beams, expressing her joy that they trust each other fully. A brief pause hangs in the air. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a quiet realization. The girl suggests that they need to circle around. A voice, seemingly from elsewhere, expresses frustration, noting that this is the 5th time. Woon Sol observes that there are too many alchemists, and asks how many there are. The silhouettes of numerous figures flicker in the background. The girl estimates that there are at least 50, some even a breath of the sun alchemists. She flew alongside Mr. Woon, the wind whipping through her hair as they navigated the swirling fog. The girl declared that if he didn't believe her, he could go see for himself, adding that she wouldn't stop him. The pair continued onward, the fog swirling around them. She reassured Mr. Woon that they had promised to trust each other. Woon's soul affirmed, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of the swirling mist. The girl asked if he was all right, her voice carrying over the whistling wind. Mr. Woon countered with a question of his own, wondering why she asked. She explained that this place had the thickest fog in all of the poisonous lands, and wondered if he was affected by it at all. Woon Sol simply stated that he was taught and trained from a young age. The young lord continued, explaining that his master made sure he built up his tolerance to poison. Beside him stood his master, a kind smile on his face. The girl commented that he had a good master. Woon Sol agreed, adding that it was all thanks to his master. He then asked how she was doing, to which she replied that she was doing all right, and that this was nothing since she lived here after all. A hazy, mountainous landscape stretches out before them, the air thick with an unseen mist. The girl pauses, holding out a dark cloth. She needs Woon Sol to wear this blindfold. The girl wonders if he can still sense alchemists. Woon Sol listens intently, his expression unreadable. She tells Woon Sol that he has to follow her closely from here on. The girl reiterates the need for the blindfold. The girl explains that it's for his own safety. If he sees the way to her house, she won't have a choice but to lock him up. The girl's expression is serious, her gaze unwavering. She continues, saying that even if he manages to escape, traps will activate, and he'll lose his way not long after. She asks him to trust her. The blindfold is now tied around Woon Sol's eyes. He asks if it is tied too tight. Woon Sol assures her that it's fine. The girl reaches out her hand, urging Woon Sol to take it. She shouts for him to let go. The unknown girl continues to carry the blindfolded Woon Sol downwards, deeper into the earth. Her feet find purchase on the uneven ground. She warns that if he does, she can't help him, so he should be careful. The descent continues, the air growing colder with each step. Woon Sol asks if they're going in a downwards direction. He then asks if they're still going. Woon Sol wonders how far down they have to head. The sound of a boulder moving echoes through the cavern. The unknown girl announces that they've arrived. They stand before a vast, subterranean city, its lights twinkling in the distance. The blindfolded Woon Sol stands at the entrance, ready to take the next step. The girl with purple hair tells Woon Sol to wait there, as she goes to bring her father and others, though she isn't sure they'll be happy to see him. He tells her to go on, before noticing the high-grade spirit stones lying right in front of him, wondering why they aren't being collected. Woon Sol takes a closer look at the crystals. The young lord realizes that if sects like Bao Xin find out about this place, their greedy hands will be all over the place. A guard stands watch. Suddenly, the guards rush forward. Woon Sol is surrounded by a large group of guards. The boy didn't expect so many people to come out to greet him. The guards look menacing. They seem quite angry. The guard captain recognizes him as the young man that saved his daughter. The purple-haired girl returns. He began, addressing Woon Sol with respect. Gwakyong expressed his gratitude, identifying himself. Gwakyong acknowledged that the young man had only done what others would have. However, he emphasized that despite saving his daughter, Woon Sol was still an outsider, hence the hostility. The elder asked for forgiveness for their rudeness. Woon Sol acknowledged that he was well aware of their situation. Gwakyong gestured, inviting Woon Sol to follow him. He suggested they continue their conversation in the assembly hall, where he would guide him. The two began to walk. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floor. The camera panned out, showing the scale of the building. It seemed everyone was here, so they should get on with business. Woon Sol agreed to follow. Gwakyong warned the young man, stating that lying wouldn't get him anywhere. Woon Sol insisted he was telling the truth, as he had promised Gwakyong's daughter. The unnamed girl asked what promise they had made together. The young lord, Woon Sol, and the girl stand together, the weight of their shared promise hanging heavy in the air. They had promised to trust each other. Gwakyong's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. A promise of trust? He feels betrayed. The promise made with him has been broken. She looks away, guilt etched on her face. She had promised to stay home, yet she snuck out, causing worry. He thought he lost her, just like Shina, and then she brings home an outsider. Her blue eyes glint with a hint of defiance, though her gaze remains lowered. An outsider, she thinks, the word laced with a complex mix of emotions. Her expression softens, a hint of remorse in her eyes. She apologizes for causing such a ruckus, vowing to never do such a stupid thing ever again. A hand, weathered and strong, extends, a silent gesture of authority and perhaps a hint of warning. But still, she thinks, relief washing over her. She's glad to be home safe, and that she covered the eyes of the outsider as well. The man with the gray ponytail smiles thinly, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement. They've gone off topic, he observes, suggesting they introduce themselves properly. Gwakyong steps forward, his gaze intense. He is the Mango village chief, he declares, also known as the two-faced monarch. The elder stands beside Woon Sol, his expression unreadable. Gwakyong continues, any outsider that finds their way here, so he must ask them to make a hard decision. Gwakyong's smile widens, but it doesn't reach his eyes. If you refuse, he begins, the threat hanging in the air. Gwakyong's eyes glow with an eerie light, surrounded by countless unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The pressure mounts. He states that the decision must be made by him. It's nothing too bad, he thinks, as he is told to move to Mango Village. What is he saying? A sense of unease hung in the air as the group considered the implications of the situation. What could the reason be? The man steeled himself, resolving to follow orders for the time being. He had no choice but to do as he says, for now at least. A voice echoed, laced with concern. You're worried that I will go off and tell the Bao Xian sect about this place. The man with the dark hair nodded, confirming the suspicion. That's correct. The gray-haired man crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. As you know, I am from outside the poisonous lands. The dark-haired man bowed his head slightly, expressing his gratitude. I'm very thankful for your leniency. So I will. Do as you say, Chief. A close-up revealed the man's hands clasped together, a ring glinting on his finger. The gray-haired man turned to the purple-haired girl, offering reassurance. Thank you. I will make sure you settle in well. The gray-haired man then turned to the purple-haired girl, his expression shifting slightly. Before that, can you tell me what happened out there? She thanked him for his father's ear, but questioned if he was truly all right with everything. Woon Sol admitted that it couldn't be helped. The girl admitted that she thought he would have gone ballistic and tried to escape. Woon Sol responded that a few townsmen were still skeptical of him. He admitted that he would be skeptical too, and that it would have been better if he had not told them the whole story. Woon Sol lamented that he told them everything, from taking her hostage to his ties with the Bao Xian sect, wondering who would dare to trust him after hearing all of that. The girl vehemently disagreed. Her expression hardened. Woon Sol tilted his head, asking why she would say that. She retorted that he looked like a suspicious person from the get-go. The girl continued, saying that someone like him shouldn't hide a thing from others, because once he lies and people find out, it'll be... She finished, calling him a bit of a dunce, and that if they find out, it'll be too late then. So now? Woon Sol smirked, implying that others will follow. Woon Sol retorts with a made-up word, calling the purple-haired girl a smartiot. She questions the validity of the word. He admits to inventing the word. The girl acknowledges that he says smart things sometimes, despite being an idiot, which Woon Sol takes as a compliment. The girl suggests they go visit Brother Ogwang, referring to him as the monarch of 1,000 demons. Woon Sol reveals he was already planning to speak with him about the supreme chrysanthemum. The girl says she will tell him about the golden web spider's webs and its location later, as she needs to hurry and visit Brother Ogwang. Woon Sol wonders about this plan. Woon Sol suggests that she visit the monarch of 1,000 demons while he visits the golden web spider and pulls out its web. The girl vehemently refuses, stating that their babies don't like to be treated that way, and that she has to keep an eye on him. Woon Sol questions why she shouldn't be the one to follow him. The girl insists that the monarch of 1,000 demons is an incredible being. Woon's soul explains that the monarch is a genius who trains and raises magic beasts, and that he has made it so that every villager has at least 1 or 2 rare magic beasts like the golden web spider. The girl urges him to hurry, saying that the monarch is a bit reserved but fun to be around. Woon's soul agrees. The monarch of 1,000 demons sounds interesting. Woon's soul reflects that the world is full of the unknown. He strides along the stone path, the wind whispering around him. The purple-haired girl walks beside him as he suddenly stops, declaring that she should stop lying. But about what? The girl offers a comforting assurance, telling Woon's soul that he'll go through what appears to be a nightmare, but he will be okay. The young lord's brow furrows, the words hanging heavy in the air. A nightmare? A flicker of determination ignites in his eyes, a silent vow forming on his lips. A deep, resonant feeling emanates from Woon's soul, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. He knows this feeling very well, a familiar dread creeping into his bones. A faint, unsettling sound begins to permeate the air. The girl asks if he hears that sound. The purple-haired girl confirms that she hears it loud and clear, identifying it as the sound of golden teeth locusts. Woon's soul is taken aback, wondering how she knows that. How could he not ask? Well, he's been chased by them. Elsewhere, a vast chamber swarms with countless golden teeth locusts, their wings buzzing with a menacing drone. His gaze hardens, a promise etched on his face. He'll meet whoever raises those things soon. A voice rings out, filled with joy. A girl calls out for her brother, Guang. The shout echoes through the cavern, the voice belonging to the guard captain. The captain's tone is accusatory, questioning if he wasn't supposed to be grounded by the Chia. A beat of silence hangs in the air. The guard captain's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Woon's soul's gaze is unwavering, his face set with grim resolve. The purple-haired girl steps forward, introducing Woon's soul and her brother, Guang. She pleads with the guard captain, explaining that Soul saved her from the bad guys and asking him not to harm him. The guard captain defends his actions, claiming self-defense against hostile individuals who were trying to kill him. A disembodied voice echoes, revealing that the speaker couldn't kill the Bao Exine sect members because of Soul, suggesting that it might be a good idea for him to die in their place. The guard captain's expression remains cold and calculating. Soul states that he was getting curious to see how skilled the guard captain is. The purple-haired girl frantically tries to defuse the situation, exclaiming that Guang and her elder brother are good friends. After the kidnapping of his brother, he started attacking all the outsiders that entered the poisonous lands. The purple-haired girl, standing in a cavernous space, declares she has a favor to ask. Soul simply asks what it is. Soul wonders what it could be. The girl states she needs some fat earthworms. Soul is shocked by the request. Fat earthworms? He places a finger to his lips, considering the request. The girl with purple hair is denied. She asks why, stating she only needs a few. She insists her babies don't deserve the hardship. Soul is surprised. He wonders if earthworms can be kept alive, as they usually die like a sacrificial lamb. He asks if it's possible for them to be kept alive. A voice demands the supreme chrysanthemums. A hand reaches out. The purple-haired girl offers as many golden web spider strings as he needs, urging him to hurry. Soul seems to agree. The girl asks if he knows what she plans to do with this. He presents her with a flower, his expression unreadable. A potion, swirling with dark colors, sits ready. The voice reminds that making acid poison is very hard, and that all the ingredients except the fat earthworms have been prepared. The elder instructs to plant the supreme chrysanthemums in the land flowing with spirit energy, warning her to sit still and stay out of the way. He adds that the poison is going to be used against the alchemists of the Bao Exine sect. She retorts that it will be of great help to them, and tells him to stop hinting that she should stay out of the way like a good little girl. To him, he's a friend that was kidnapped, but to her, he's her brother. The voice ominously states that the next village chief in line was kidnapped. The girl, a mid-class law of spirit energy alchemist, declares that she won't sit idly any longer. The elder remains silent. She vows to get his goddamn fat. The elder explains that earthworms can make that acid poison too, but warns her not to dare try to use it herself, insisting that he will use it himself. She asks if he's serious. A hand offers a bag. The voice wonders if this is enough for what they are about to do. Guacme thinks that she needs to speed up the process of growth from 800 to another 200 years, wondering if this is enough. The elder's words hung heavy in the air, questioning if their preparations were truly sufficient. He emphasized the gravity of dealing with something that spanned 2 centuries. Guac Yong crossed his arms, dismissing the concerns. He instructed them to ask the old man for help, but to ensure their target was returned in one piece after they were finished. The girl with purple hair expressed her need to feed them and let them rest. Woon's soul chuckled, assuring them that he knew exactly what to do and that they shouldn't worry. The young lord stood tall, his expression confident as he spoke. Woon's soul bowed his head slightly, thinking it was an honor to meet the monarch of 1,000 demons, who was so knowledgeable in magic beasts. He clasped his hands together, a look of determination on his face. He chuckled, hoping that they could get along well from now on, after being a bit rude earlier. Ogwang told him to stop bothering him and being all weird, thanking his brother. Guakyong stood before a group of people, his expression unreadable. A question arose. Who exactly was this monarch of 1,000 poisons? They were on their way to meet him now. The girl with purple hair mused that the monarch of 1,000 poisons must be good at crafting poison. Woon's soul agreed, but with a hint of reservation. An unseen voice declares that someone is the best poison brewer in the world. The purple-haired girl seems to be the subject of the declaration. The forest path is overgrown with vines and dotted with crystalline formations. Woon's soul sits in the forest, as someone observes that they have some cute visitors. The story is to be continued. The girl, surrounded by towering red rock formations, gazes upward, a question forming on her lips. What could this place be? Is it the red itself that calls to her? A disembodied voice echoes, a dire warning not to approach. This is the territory of the monarch of 1,000 poisons, a place where caution is paramount, for those who enter unprepared may never leave. The warning hangs heavy in the air as the two figures continue forward, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The man with crimson hair considers the implications of the warning. So, that's what it's for, but still, something compels him to continue. The girl ascends a long staircase, the walls adorned with ominous red markings, a silent testament to the dangers that lie ahead. A palpable sense of unease washes over her. This place oozes bad vibes. A voice cries out, filled with desperation. Grandpa. The girl pauses, confused. Huh, it's Guacme. Where did Grandpa go? He's always here. The other figure states a grim truth. Grandpa Poison never leaves his territory unattended. A sense of foreboding settles over them. The air hung thick with the scent of unfamiliar flora, a tapestry of green woven with unseen dangers. The girl with purple hair spotted him near the doorway. Oh, yeah, that's him, she exclaimed. Her voice echoed through the clearing, calling out, Grandpa. Another voice chimed in. It's me. I brought all the ingredients. A sudden cry pierced the air. Ah! Woon's soul recoiled, his eyes wide with alarm as he stared at the approaching figure. Guakyong snapped his fingers, a faint click echoing in the clearing. The girl with purple hair and Woon's soul stared in disbelief. What? How? They exclaimed in unison. Guakyong tilted his head, a curious glint in his eyes. Are you not affected by it? Woon's soul's expression was unreadable. He explained, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. This field is filled with poisonous herbs. I've blocked it off so that no one gets hurt by accident, but it seems like my barrier has no effect on you. Guakyong chuckled, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. That's right. My hobby is enjoying a plate of poisonous herbs. Ha ha, you're a jokester, aren't ya? A voice booms from off-panel. Guacme looks on, a question forming in her mind. Guakyong declares he'll humor her after he's dealt with Mi's business. The ingredients lay spread out on a white cloth. Great job. You've gathered all the ingredients, a voice notes. Guacme and Guakyong stand together. She notes that they need more supreme chrysanthemums. Guacme assures him that he doesn't have to worry about that, and asks if he'll still make the acid poison. He replies that he'll plant the supreme chrysanthemum in the field and wait for it to grow for 200 years. 200 years? Guacme asks him to give her a second. Guakyong reveals he brought fat earthworms from brother Ogwang. He wonders if that bastard let her have these. He chuckles, stating that he knows how he is, and that she's his weak spot. He thinks that's probably not the case, and that he probably wants the acid poison for himself as well. He holds up a small doll, stating it's for himself as well. Guacme and the unknown girl stand with Guakyong, who says there's some little worms, he tells you. Guakyong holds up the bag of earthworms. Guacme spoke gently to the worms, coaxing them into the soil. She told them the light was likely bothering them, and that she would help them get underground. Indeed, fat earthworms dislike light. A question arose. Was that a white flower crystal? Guakyong gazed at the white flower rock, which emitted replication sunlight. It was usually used to create and activate teleportation spells. The village must be rich in resources to be able to spare a white flower crystal to use as a light source. Guacme continued to encourage the worms. There we go. Come on, buddy, go on. The two worked in tandem, preparing the soil. Now all they had to do was wait. The most concentrated, spirit energy-rich soil was used. Guakyong and Guacme stood back to observe their work. Woon's soul watched with wide eyes. He thought to himself how lucky he was to be able to see them in action. The young lord was amazed. This is so cool. Guacme, however, was growing impatient. Ugh, I'm so bored. Now come on, get to work. Guakyong reached out and touched the flower, a soft glow emanating from his fingertips. He directs a question to the boy beside him, inquiring if he is still channeling his spirit energy into the plants. Guakyong explains that plump earthworms are naturally drawn to areas rich in spirit energy. He is luring the earthworms closer to the supreme chrysanthemum's roots, hoping they will enrich the soil. He reminds himself to be patient, lest they ruin everything. Guacme asks if he plans to continue watching. She finds the process very interesting. The village chief finds the scene increasingly fascinating. He muses that if he had some fat earthworms, he could raise the effectiveness of his elixirs. Guak Yong admits he wants to stick his head in the dirt to see what's happening beneath the surface. Guak Mi expresses her desire for the fat earthworms. Guak Yong is surprised, noticing the supreme chrysanthemum is growing. The size of the flower has increased, and its color has deepened. The supreme chrysanthemum looms large, its golden petals radiating a soft light. The elder's hand gestures towards the supreme chrysanthemum. It's time. The earthworms writhe, accompanied by strange, echoing sounds. Yongjiang levitates the earthworms and floating rocks with a gentle wave of his hand. Purple energy swirls as the elder pours something from a small bag. It's so easy and simple, he thinks. Yongjiang stands before the supreme chrysanthemum. Oguang has his work cut out for him. He muses he's going to have to take good care of these babies. Guakmi, her hands clasped together, asks, Grandpa Dang, is it finally ready? The elder confirms that it has reached a total of 1,000 years of age and is ready to be made into acid poison. Yongjiang raises a finger, stating that it'll take about a month to complete it. A month? Guakmi asks, that's too long. The elder retorts, what are you saying? It's only a month because I'm making it. Yongjiang explains that if she tried to make it, it'll take more than 10 years. The elder chuckles, hee hee, I know. I was just joking. Yongjiang suggests, come to think of it, why don't you learn poison craftsmanship and become my apprentice? Guak Yong expresses his worry, concerned that someone might be given the mask in place of his brother. He seems troubled by the thought. The price for wearing the mask is not easy. A voice seems to warn the cost is great. Guakmi's voice rises in disbelief, insisting that her brother will return. She declares him the one and only heir of the two-faced monarch. A question hangs in the air. Are the two-faced monarch and the mask related? Yongjiang strokes his mustache, lost in thought. The elder apologizes for his poorly chosen words, then asks if consuming poison is still Guak Yong's hobby. Guak Yong confirms, answering with a respectful, yes, sir. Yongjiang invites someone to come and try some of his poison. Yongjiang and Woon Sol walk together through the forest. Guak Yong laments that he hasn't been able to find a decent poison since the 7 silver-scaled snakes poison. Guakmi speaks up, telling Grandpa Dang to take it easy on him, if he may. Yongjiang dismisses her concerns with a yeah. The figure's voice dripped with menace, the words a promise of violence barely contained. He would ensure the target was still breathing, but the implication hung heavy in the air, barely. A row of wooden cases sat before him, each holding a deadly secret. Each wooden case contained a single poison pill. The elder watched Woon Sol, his expression unreadable as the young lord considered the challenge before him. The elder offered, it's your choice. Will you take on my challenge? The elder mused, finding the situation interesting. The elder declared, you've endured the 7th, no the 8th pill. I am thoroughly impressed. Woon Sol swallowed the pill, a grimace of pain contorting his face. He admits that he has finally met his match with these pills, though it wasn't easy, but it wasn't that bad. The elder asks if he has any idea what the complete consumption of the 8th pill means. Woon Sol wonders if there's a meaning behind it. The elder states that he'll tell him a few things. The narration explains that the first pill is to test for one's talent in handling poison. The narration explains that the 4th pill is to test if one will be able to handle living in the poisonous lands. The narration explains that the 8th pill is to test if one has what it takes to set foot in the land of the dragon. The narration explains that the land is located right in the center of the spirit core. Not even the people of Mango Village dare to enter. The elder explains that Guakmi was able to pass up to the 4th stage without training at a young age. Guakmi dismisses it as nothing. Woon Sol exclaims that's amazing and asks how far she went. Guakmi states that she's gone to the 7th pill. Woon Sol replies that it's not bad. The effects of the pills were clearly taking a toll, but it was not bad, all things considered. The elder, Yongjiang, seemed unconcerned. There was still more to go. Yongjiang inquired if Mr. Woon wished to continue on to the next stage. Sol, with a determined look, confirmed that he would. The elder presented the 9th pill. Now that he thought about it, he had reached the breath of the sun, so he should be able to burn these things internally. Sol resolved to burn these to a crisp inside his stomach. He swallowed the pill. This poison was way stronger than the last one. The poison began to take effect. His spiritual energy was trying to push the poison out of his body. He needed to quickly burn the... No. He grits his teeth, fighting through the pain. Woon Sol vows to endure this with the poison resistance he's built over the years. The effects of the pill intensify, causing him to gasp in shock. Yongjiang watches the young lord struggle, a strange chuckle escaping his lips. Sweat pours down his face as the poison courses through his veins. Guakmi leans in, her voice laced with concern. She asks if he will take the antidote now. He remains on the ground, fighting the effects. Panting heavily, Woon Sol struggles to regain control. Finally, he manages to sit up, declaring that he is okay now. Yom Jang smiles, a hint of pride in his eyes. The elder observes, stating that he is quite the odd one, and that he is back to normal. Woon Sol stands before Yom Jang, having weathered the storm. He looks up, asking if he can move on to the next stage now. He pauses, a silent question mark hanging in the air. Yom Jang watches with a knowing, almost weary expression. The elder muses that he gets to try high-quality poison every day. He then asks the insolent child, the outsider, if he wants to try the 10th pill. Yom Jang decides that the 10th pill it is. The elder reflects on how Woon Sol has gotten through all the pills with only the immunity he has built over the years. But this is just about the limit to where his courage can take him. Woon Sol thinks that this pill doesn't seem all that different from the last one. He raises the pill to his lips. Guac Mi, alarmed, shouts, asking if he's taking it right away. Woon Sol thinks that he was right. It's almost the same as the 9th pill. Yom Jang pauses, realizing something. He wonders what it is. Something is clearly wrong. Someone shouts Woon Sol's name. A deep, rumbling laugh echoes through the room. The monarch of 1,000 elixirs, So Wan Young, chuckles, amused. He says, ho ho ho, he took on the 10th pill. Guac Yong places a hand on Guac Mi's shoulder, remarking that Woon Sol didn't pass the stage. Guac Mi notes that he was able to wake up after a few hours and move around without even taking the antidote. So Wan Young recalls that Woon Sol's body got all plumpy-wumpy, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to wake up, but here he is. Woon Sol lies still, seemingly asleep. So Wan Young says that it's incredible for an outsider to make it past the 9th pill without ever taking the antidote. He asks if they brought him there to get his approval so they can marry him. Guac Mi retorts, asking what he's talking about, and that he's just like Grandpa Dang, so childish. She tells him not to compare her to that. So Wan Young calls her an old man, then says all right, he'll give him what she wants. So Wan Young presents something. So Wan Young offers a red pill, sparkling with light, to an unseen person. A voice says, thank you. Woon Sol's eyes snap open, a look of shock on his face. A surge of power erupts. He stands bathed in the room's golden light, the events that just transpired still fresh in his mind. The boy wonders aloud, questioning what is happening. Guac Mi exclaims to her grandmother, excitedly asking if she witnessed the display and if she agrees that he is amazing. Woon Sol receives a dismissive response. Yet, nothing is certain. Guac Mi explains that while a golden spirit barrier is rare, it isn't solely the result of consuming a gold elixir. She insists that it's definitely not lightning energy, having witnessed fire and frost ki with her own eyes. She adds that there's no way his barrier would be able to put off such a golden hue without him taking the gold elixir. The young lord thinks to himself, recalling the origin of the elixir. He wonders if the gold elixir he took from the faceless murderer was related to the Mango village. The two stand in silence. Guac Mi observes that his face betrays a sense of guilt. Guac Mi refuses to elaborate, stating that the matter is unfortunately tied to her past and therefore off-limits. She acknowledges that this might seem rude, but hopes it's understandable. A visible irritation flares around Guac Mi, her arms crossed tightly. She explains that the gold elixir is so precious because of its ingredients and the complex crafting process. Even in this village, only the 3 monarchs have ever taken it. Guac Mi continues, emphasizing that gathering the ingredients to make the gold elixir is no easy feat, even in the poisonous lands. Her voice rising, Guac Mi demands the truth, questioning if he was born and raised here. If not, did he simply stumble upon a gold elixir lying around, looking like a pearl? The young lord dismisses her accusations. He insists that this is his first time in the poisonous lands, countering her outrageous claims. Guac Mi suggests that they will discuss this further later, given that they don't know each other well. The young man introduces himself formally. He is Woon Sol, and she may call him as she pleases. Guac Mi acknowledges Woon Sol's introduction, stating that she will ask him one thing. Woon Sol simply agrees. Guac Mi inquires about his stage of alchemy. She observes that his stage appears higher than that of a high-class law of spirit energy, a realization that seems to surprise her. She acknowledges the truth in the statement, but notes that unfortunately, she cannot get too detailed. The young lord reveals that most of the elixirs he has consumed were self-made. The monarch of 1,000 elixirs suggests that Woon Sol stay and make more elixirs. Sol expresses confidence in his level of alchemy. The young alchemist thinks that if he works under her, he'll be able to improve and learn elixir craftsmanship. Guac Mi assures him that he'll be able to make all the elixirs he needs there, and that she can help him too. Woon Sol replies that there's no reason for him to refuse her offer, senior. Guac Mi suddenly calls out to Woon Sol, declaring that she needs to go see the acid poison being made. Deep within the cavernous depths, the unknown girl paused, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Finally, she whispered, the word echoing in the vast emptiness. Holding up a dark jar, she beamed with pride. The acid poison's complete. She continued deeper into the cave, her footsteps echoing against the crystalline walls. Father will be happy too, won't he? She wondered aloud. Elsewhere, the elder lowered his gaze, a faint sound echoing in the air. The unknown girl's eyes widened, her expression unreadable. The elder sat across from her at a simple table. Someone walked through a doorway. Another figure approached the unknown girl. The elder observes that it didn't go well. She asks how he knew. The elder gestures, explaining that her face makes it obvious. He expected as much the moment she ran with the acid poison in her hand. The girl asks if he was thinking about her. The elder chuckles. She then asks what kind of poison acid poison is. The elder says he will show it to her, suggesting she spread the spirit barrier. He adds that he will explain more after he shows it to her. The elder pours out the acid poison. The girl walks forward. A spirit barrier activates. A hand reaches out, seemingly touching an invisible barrier. Woon Soul's eyes widen in alarm. The spirit barrier is falling apart. A voice taunts, "Surprised you, didn't it?" Woon Soul asks, questioning if the acid poison corrodes the spirit barrier. The elder responds that it's misleading to call it a poison. A voice explains that it doesn't hurt the body at all. Woon Soul and the elder discuss the poison's use against the Bao Xian sect. Woon Soul seeks confirmation that the elder agrees. Woon Soul wonders why the elder keeps saying no. The elder explains that it's understandable, but it won't be easy with Woon Soul's older brother in the hands of the Bao Xian sect. Woon Soul seems lost in thought, contemplating the situation. Someone calls out to Woon Soul, asking what's wrong and if he can hear them. Guak Mi's name is spoken. The girl explains that they're in Mango Village to make decisions on an extremely important matter. The reason for the call is revealed. A group gathers around a table. The girl states that Guak Mi's esteemed son was captured in their General Assembly. Guak Yong admits he has no idea where the General Assembly is. Woon Soul is asked to go to the General Assembly. Woon Soul offers to help with the rescue of Guak Mi's esteemed son. The girl looks on. The elder and Guak Yong sit in silence, the weight of their unspoken thoughts hanging heavy in the air. Beside Guak Yong, the girl with purple hair remains still. The silence is broken as Guak Yong declares the meeting a waste of time. Woon Soul stands beside him, listening intently. Woon Soul acknowledges that the elder thinks his suggestion is absurd. He knows that the Bao Xian sect General Assembly isn't exactly an easy place to break into. Despite the difficulty, Woon Soul believes now is the best time to act. The General Assembly has sent many people to the poisonous lands to find their people and steal their treasure. Woon Soul explains that, as per the General Assembly's reputation, there will be relatively less talented alchemists there. The elder urges him to go on, as Guak Yong listens intently. Woon Soul continues, explaining that the General Assembly appointed and hired people in the branch offices as well. They must have sent most experts into the poisonous lands, so the number of experts at the General Assembly itself will be the least ever. Experts at the General Assembly itself will be the least ever. Guak Yong points out that Woon Soul is telling them to give up that advantage. Woon Soul pauses, remembering that he gave up Guak's Sin 4. Guak Yong declares that he can't put the whole village in danger for him. A masked figure declares it is his decision as the two-faced monarch, adding that he also gets this feeling. The reason for this feeling is that he saved Guak Mi in order to earn their trust. The elder's gaze is intense. The woman with purple hair believes that they are using that trust to catch them all by dragging them out of the poisonous lands. Guak Mi's expression is unreadable. Guak Yong wonders if he is being too skeptical, but quickly dismisses the thought, stating that it's not true. He also has a target in the Bao Xian sect, and is after the memoirs of an alchemist from the General Assembly. Guak Yong seems surprised by this revelation. Memoir, he asks. He learned a lesson after meeting Guak Mi. The group sits in a circle, the tension palpable. Woon Soul believes that a suspicious person like him needs to confess the truth to be able to gain trust. The woman with purple hair pauses, then declares she will tell them the truth. Woon Soul recalls the circumstances surrounding his inability to refuse the offer from Xiao Bing, the Bao Xian sect's lord. He had traveled far, even reaching the poisonous lands. The elder finds this difficult to accept. Woon Soul explains that he hails from a distant continent, a truth that may be hard to believe. Guak Mi, pressing for answers, reminds him of his promise to confess truthfully and prepares to ask again. She brings up his golden light spirit barrier. Guak Mi asks if he took the gold elixir, to which Woon Soul admits it's true. Guak Mi reflects on this, recalling that she had said he was at the law of spirit energy stage, yet he used the fire and frost chi. Woon Soul remains silent, a slight smile playing on his lips. He reveals that he was hiding his stage using advanced techniques. Woon Soul clarifies that he is actually in the beginning phase of the Breath of the Sun stage. Someone calls out to Woon Soul. The elder declares that there has been enough chatter. The group stands together, awaiting further instructions. The elder expresses his desire to hear the detailed plan. A confident smile plays across someone's lips. The plan is revealed, to take the Bao Xian sect's lord. Elsewhere, a woman with blue hair stands illuminated by a soft glow. Xiao Bing is identified as a captive. Beneath the crescent moon, the Geijiang province, Namzhou district, lay still. Chains clinked softly as they were held aloft. Go Jiangbu began, addressing someone as senior. The monarch of 1,000 elixirs reiterated, as he had several times before. The cost for the round trip must be quite expensive, someone observed, looking at the distant structure. The elder suggested that handing over the prisoners would save the cost. The response was immediate and forceful. No need for that. The guard captain, arms crossed, conceded. Fine, they could pass through. The monarch of 1,000 elixirs was not to be trifled with. The guard captain thought to himself that he couldn't handle it if that old man went berserk. The energy stage of these prisoners was hard to estimate, almost like prose. There was nothing to gain from messing with a breath of the sun alchemist, the guard captain realized. The Yan'an region metropolis of Huijing bustled with nighttime activity, lanterns casting a warm glow on the crowded streets. The flow of people continued, each on their own path through the city. A sudden, sharp cry pierced the air, followed by a pained groan. A cool breeze swept through the area. What's with the sudden breeze? Someone wondered. The hooded figures stood silently, their faces obscured by shadow. The elder lowered his hood, revealing his face. It should be safe now, he rasped. Guak Yong smiled gently, his eyes crinkling at the corners. How do you feel coming to the outside world? The hooded figure watched the elder with an unreadable expression. Guak Yong's smile faded slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. But all of that's pointless, because we need to hurry. The question hung in the air, directed at Dang Munj and O Guang. What did they think? O Guang believed it would be best to get started right away, his expression firm. The elder, So Wanyong, nodded slowly. He understood O Guang's haste. So Wanyong acknowledged that Guak Yong's resolve to rescue his old friend, Guak Sin, was as clear as the sky above. Woon Sol inquired how far the Bao Xian Sec's Huijing branch was. The response came quickly. It was right there. The speaker clarified that the place in question was indeed the Bao Xian Sec's Huijing branch. The group gazed upon the towering pagoda that marked their destination. Guak Yong cautioned that even though there weren't any houses nearby, any commotion could still be a problem. The plan was simple: overpower them without making any loud noise. It was a shame, though, that O Guang's golden teeth locusts were too noisy for the task. O Guang assured them that he had plenty of other magic beasts at his disposal. Elsewhere, the group approached the Bao Xian Sec's Huijing branch, ready to execute their plan. A figure with dark hair, eyes narrowed, declares it's time to begin. Elsewhere, 3 figures stand in silent contemplation, their expressions grave. Elsewhere, a ripple of energy pulses outward, the telltale sign of an unwelcome presence. The energy signature expands, revealing the scope of the intrusion across the complex. A lone candle flame sputters, reacting to the disturbance in the air. Seated, a figure with vibrant blue hair remains still, seemingly unaware. The silence is broken by a sudden realization. Someone broke in. Xiao Bing turns, a subtle shift in her posture betraying her awareness. Her gaze falls downward, a flicker of concern crossing her features. A strange quiet hangs in the air, unsettling and heavy. Xiao Bing, standing in the hallway, anticipates trouble ahead. She laments the timing, with all the experts away in the poisonous lands. She gripped the fabric of her robe, weighing her options. To hide in the camp, or to run away. Running away, she decided, was the better option than hiding. She should hurry. The Bao Xian Sec's central garden offered a potential escape route. She sought cover behind a thick tree trunk. Catching her breath, she peered around the tree. If she left, she knew she'd have to depend on the provincial inspector. Footsteps approached. Her eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. The sound of rustling leaves grew closer. Panic surged within her. A voice whispered, "Oh, how come?" The unknown person, with their hair pulled back in a ponytail, had found her. A rustling sound echoes through the garden as Xiao Bing peers out from behind a tree. How could the alchemist Woon be here? Woon Sol, his back turned, seems to be heading towards the main building. Xiao Bing watches him, her mind racing. The sound of her own heartbeat pounds in her ears. Woon Sol's expression is unreadable, his intentions a mystery. Xiao Bing's eyes narrow. Woon Sol is supposed to be in the poisonous lands, so why is he here? No way. Woon Sol continues his walk, unaware of Xiao Bing's gaze. For now, escaping is his priority. He glances up at the wall, calculating his next move. He'll be completely safe if he just goes over that wall. Xiao Bing watches Woon Sol, a plan forming in her mind. This is her chance. Xiao Bing leaps into action, a determined look on her face. But then, she stops short, startled. The unknown person stands before her, blocking her path. The man with the gray ponytail reveals himself, declaring that they have come to pay a visit. Xiao Bing's eyes widen in terror. A hand reaches out, energy crackling around it. The force of the blow sends her flying. She is sent hurtling through the air, a blur of motion. The wind whips past her face as she soars through the sky. Xiao Bing realizes she cannot compete against him. She knows she needs to run away. The ground rushes beneath her as she continues to fly. Reaching out, Xiao Bing hopes to reach the city. Her eyes widen in shock. A scream tears from her throat. She plummets through the air, the wind screaming past her ears as the ground rushes up to meet her. Xiao Bing lies still, sprawled on the hard earth, unmoving. Tears streak down her face, a testament to the pain she must be feeling. Meanwhile, one of the figures addresses Lord Xiao, his tone respectful. "It's been so long, Lord Xiao." Xiao Bing remains prone, her expression unreadable. A faint whisper escapes her lips, barely audible. "Wound soul." A voice, laced with concern, suggests, "You look so tired, so how about you take a little rest?" Her eye, barely visible, reflects a deep weariness. A towering pagoda pierces the night sky, its many tiers a testament to ancient craftsmanship. The group gathered in the room seems to be in agreement. This has nothing to do with them, so they can rest easy. The person they want is Xiao Bing. Lord Zhao's expression hardens as he utters the name, Xiao Bing. Lord Zhao's gaze pierces through the room, his voice laced with command. He tells someone to stop pretending to be unconscious. Xiao Bing lies prone on the floor, Lord Xiao standing over her, his shadow looming. Xiao Bing's thoughts drift, reflecting on Mr. Woon and how well he's carried out the favor she asked of him. Her eyes narrow, a hint of regret in her voice. It was way too well, unfortunately. Lord Zhao's expression is unreadable. He reveals that what he truly desires is not the descendants of the Valley of Secrets, but their treasure. Xiao Bing wondered aloud what made the treasure so irresistible, declaring it was something no alchemist could ignore. She offered Lord Xiao one last chance to set things right and correct his mistakes. Lord Xiao remained silent, his expression unreadable as he considered her words. Xiao Bing confessed her disappointment, reiterating her offer to give him the memoirs he desired, along with a reward for the treasure, if he joined her again. Lord Xiao declared he would do things himself, revealing that the treasure originated from the High Ancient Era. The two stood face to face, a silent tension hanging in the air between them. He wondered if the treasure from the High Ancient Era was similar to the Frost Pill from before. Xiao Bing stated firmly that the treasure belonged to the descendants. A sinister smile crept across her face as she mused that it was only natural for the strongest to keep the treasure. Now that he considered it, Lord Xiao decided that his sect should be the rightful owner of the treasure. He continued, asserting that they were stronger than the descendants of the Valley of Secrets and would be able to make better use of it. Xiao Bing, disgusted, declared that this was the most alchemist-like mindset. She tilts her head, a glint in her eye. Xiao Bing wonders aloud if Lord Xiao is curious about the treasure and what it's capable of. Lord Xiao, standing behind her, silences her. He tells her to shut her mouth. His expression darkens, a clear threat hanging in the air. If another word comes out her mouth, Xiao Bing retorts that he will melt his organs from the inside out. Lord Zhao's face remains impassive, though a slight twitch betrays his annoyance. He suggests they should hear what else she has to say. Lord Zhao's gaze softens, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he speaks about them. A shadowed figure looms behind Xiao Bing, as Lord Xiao invites her to continue her little rant. The two stand in silence, the tension palpable between them. Xiao Bing finally reveals that the treasure her people hid from the world was a very special mask from the High Ancient Era. A mask with the ability to read through the memories of the alchemists from the High Ancient Era. The knowledge gained from the High Ancient Era was now accessible, and the descendants of the alchemists from that time were highly skilled at a young age. That was because they were able to learn the techniques of their ancestors through the mask. That is also the reason why they have blue eyes and purple hair. That is called the divine powers of UNZ. The alchemists of the Valley of Secrets were also good at taming magic beasts, thanks to the mask. This was also thanks to the knowledge gained through the mask. That alchemist right there, he seems to be a breath of the sun alchemist. The conversation continued. Thanks to the mask. The elder gestures, urging them to go on. It was heard that the poison created by the people of the Valley of Secrets is tough to handle. It was sure the poison was created by combining the knowledge from a mask and the ingredients from a valley. The masked figure scoffed, declaring, "You don't know anything. Our poison crafts have nothing to do with the mask. The knowledge of craftsmanship was gained through experience." Xiao Bing chuckled, then excused herself. She declared that the mask was a priceless treasure, her eyes gleaming with ambition. The woman wondered aloud how many valuable things could be created with its help. Lord Xiao remained silent, his expression unreadable as he listened to the offer. Xiao Bing promised him a high position in their sect officially and a chance to share in the treasure. But the memoirs were still on his mind. Lord Zhao's gaze remained fixed, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. He questioned if she had forgotten who possessed the memoirs he so longed to acquire. Lord Xiao smirked, assuring her that he had not. A glint in his eye, Lord Xiao asked if she didn't change. He admitted that he didn't need the memoirs. Lord Xiao stood beside Guaqiong, his expression unyielding. Lord Xiao insisted that she name him and those present as the General Assembly of the Bao Xine sect. Xiao Bing listened intently, her expression hidden behind a mask. Her face contorted in disbelief. Xiao Bing could only manage a strangled W. What? Lord Zhao's eyes narrowed, his voice a cold command. You heard that right. You will need to do what I tell you to do. His tone dripped with disdain as he added, You dare. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Bing's face as she whispered, W8. The silence hung heavy, broken only by the unspoken threat. A confident smirk returned to Xiao Bing's face. They can't kill me so easily, right? The guard captain, his expression grim, declared, All right, let's try things that way. He wondered himself what the outcome would be. A voice, laced with dark amusement, mused, It'll be fun to see how things turn out. The Valley of Secrets is famous for their poison. Are you going to feed me one of your poisons? A chuckle escaped someone's lips. Ho ho, she's got so much confidence that it's funny. A defiant voice echoed. Try me. I'll just die after I take it. Ah ha ha. Elsewhere, a woman with striking white hair and a blue gem on her forehead looked on. A man with dark hair paused, a concerned expression on his face. Is there something wrong? The white-haired woman's eyes widened slightly as she uttered a name. Beck Ran. Lord Xiao reflects on his past actions, thinking that he needs to repay Mr. Woon for saving his life. His expression hardens, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he considers the possibilities. He believes that he can achieve his goals, whatever they may be. Lord Xiao orders someone to use some evil spray fragrance on Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing is enraged. She calls him a bitch. Xiao Bing screams that he fed her and gave her a place to call home. Lord Xiao is furious that she dares rebel against him. The unknown person thinks that Ms. Beck will be making the Bao Xin sect her enemy if she does that. The person thinks that Xiao Bing won't be able to handle it on her own. The person thinks that the fate of a woman who was trained in making evil spray fragrances in the General Assembly is obvious. She will be used as a tool of the sect and become a wife to an alchemist the sect chooses for her. The unknown person thinks that if things go smoothly, he will let Ms. Beck in as one of the people of the Valley of Secrets. The decision made, footsteps echoed as the figure turned and walked away. No, Xiao Bing thought, a silent scream trapped in her throat. She wouldn't let them control her fate. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision as the weight of her situation crashed down on her. Her resolve hardening, Xiao Bing vowed that she wouldn't let them break her, no matter what they tried. Lord Xiao, looming over her, smirked. He would finally see the true effectiveness of the fragrance he had prepared, something he couldn't witness before. Elsewhere, the sprawling cityscape of Pingchuan City's Beijing district came into view. A newly purchased carriage made its way through the streets. It was the first time anyone had seen Huijing's conch ride in such a vehicle. Beneath the wide brim of a traveler's hat, a pair of eyes observed the city. The figure, holding the reins, inquired if they could proceed. The scene unfolds in Pingchuan City, within the Beijing district. A newly bought carriage comes into view. He mused, never having seen Huijing's conch ride in a carriage before. It was a newly bought carriage with fire pegasi, he observed. They were pulling it. The Lord couldn't help but try it out. It's unique indeed. Aside, Lord Xiao decided he would have to take a look inside the carriage. Xiao Bing's gaze narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. The drawstring of the pouch is pulled tight, securing its contents. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat holds up a small mirror, her expression thoughtful. She mutters that she'll have to check them out as well. Looking at her reflection, she wonders if he's checking to see if she used a face-changing skill. The mirror seems to be made of the same materials as Xiao Bing's mirror. Lord Xiao, standing before the carriage, declares that they are all clear. He then asks for a moment to check the inside of the carriage. The view shifts to underneath the carriage, showing the wheels and undercarriage. Footsteps approach the carriage, the sound echoing slightly. A foot clad in a white shoe steps forward, the sound crisp and distinct. It is mentioned that the Lord is very stressed recently, so one must be careful not to. Meanwhile, Beck Ran sits with a concerned expression, seemingly lost in thought about something that might annoy her. A man with a red headband looks at her, calling out, Ms. Beck Ran. The man pleads with Beck Ran to let them off just this one time, citing the poisonous land projects as the reason. Beck Ran responds, Oh, if you say so. Lord Xiao pauses, his hand resting on the doorframe, considering what he's about to do. A voice calls out, Please excuse me, Lord. The woman stands silently, her expression unreadable. A gasp escapes her lips. Lord Xiao thinks to himself that she's like the sect's leader, his daughter all right. He doesn't want to overdo it and get on her nerves. A man's face is contorted in fear. The reflection of the woman is seen in a mirror. Lord Xiao watches the woman through the mirror, his expression unreadable. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat says it's all good and asks to be forgiven for intruding, then tells someone to go on now. The sound of a door creaking open echoes. The sound of footsteps approaches. Footsteps approach a traditional Korean building. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and wheels echoes through the courtyard as a horse-drawn carriage makes its way across the stone path. A figure in a conical hat stands before a wooden door, awaiting the carriage's arrival. His gaze is fixed downward, a serious expression etched upon his face. The man considers the situation. There are a couple of alchemists, but only one of them is a breath of the sun alchemist. He thinks to himself he can handle them. With a sharp gesture, He declares, clear now. Elsewhere, Xiao Bing sits quietly, her blue hair cascading down her shoulders. A soft sigh escapes her lips. Meanwhile, the sound of a door sliding open echoes through the halls. The ornate window frames rattle as the door is forced. One of the figures speaks, relieved. Thankfully, they made it through without getting caught. Another asks, ensuring their companion's comfort. You weren't too uncomfortable, right? The situation was acceptable. A throaty chuckle rumbled from neutral, unknown person. One of them never thought they'd see him curled up like that. Neutral elder Dang mused that it felt good to be alive at his age. A younger version of neutral unknown person curled up in his thoughts. Neutral unknown person stated that it was for a mission. Neutral unknown person's expression hardened. Neutral elder Dang knew well just how much neutral unknown person cared about Shina. Someone exclaimed, talking about how if it wasn't for that thing, they wouldn't have. Another voice added that they didn't say anyone cried or anything. Neutral elder Dang was addressed directly. Someone exclaimed, what? Neutral unknown person declared that after they rescue Guak Xin, that idiot, someone proposed that they kill all the bastards there. The Mango village chief, Guak Yong, observes the others, noting that they are holding in their feelings. His expression is thoughtful, perhaps considering the weight of their shared mission. A figure with white hair assures another, presumably Woon's soul, that they will be arriving soon and receives thanks for their help. Guak Yong's voice echoes, stating that they are almost there. The two-faced monarch's gaze is steady, focused on the path ahead. A voice calls out, urging them to hold on just a bit longer as a tall tower looms in the distance. Elsewhere, a guard stands watch, the word captured hanging in the air. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way through the city streets. The figure in the hat states that the Lord has some business here. Someone asks about the Lord, and another confirms, stating they have come to see the person captured. Xiao Bing listens intently, her expression unreadable. The guard captain explains that the person is under special supervision and cannot be met without approved business. Xiao Bing questions if that's the case even if she wants to. Guak Yong stands firm, his expression unreadable. He acknowledges, Lord Xiao. The village chief inquires about the purpose of the visit, asking what brings them there. Xiao Bing states that she must see the prisoner and know the location of their village. Guak Yong responds that it won't be a problem to let her see him, but Guak Yong warns that she won't be able to get anything out of him. Xiao Bing replies that she will take care of that herself. Guak Yong expresses his disappointment, saying that he thought Xiao Bing was smart, and questions if she knows when to quit. Xiao Bing, her gaze intense, demands to know what he said. The village chief declares that Guak Xin is hopeless now, his body and mind broken. The two stand in silence, the tension palpable between them. A low growl rumbles, the sound of suppressed rage. Guak Yong, his face contorted in fury, curses the man under his breath. He struggles against Xiao Bing's grip, his face contorted in anger. An unseen figure's thoughts erupt in frustration, demanding calm, but also acknowledging the need to adhere to their plan. Another unseen figure's thoughts echo with a plea for patience, urging someone to endure just a little longer. Xiao Bing stands firm, telling the guard captain that she has come all the way from Hujing and cannot return without seeing him, insisting on assessing his condition herself. An unseen figure relents, acknowledging Xiao Bing's stubbornness and ordering that she be let in. Xiao Bing, her expression unreadable, instructs someone to follow her. A figure with dark blue hair expresses relief, stating that they have finally arrived. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands before a towering pagoda, its height stretching into the heavens. A disembodied voice pleads for someone to hold on just a bit longer, the words echoing with urgency. Confined within stone walls, a figure sits huddled on the ground, their posture conveying despair. The figure's face is obscured by shadow, their expression hidden, but their suffering is palpable. A towering structure pierces the sky, its ancient stones weathered by time. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat offers a word of encouragement. Please hold on just a bit longer. Confined within a stone cell, a lone figure sits in quiet desperation. From the depths, a voice cries out, desperate and raw. Guak Xin. Footsteps echo through the stone corridors, the sound of approach. The pair continues deeper into the prison complex, their destination unknown. The figure in the hat observes, a grim assessment in their voice. The sex-holding cells are in a horrid state. The journey through the prison continues. The figure in the hat pauses before a cell, offering a reassurance. Please wait there. The key slides into the lock with a metallic click. The figure in the hat peers down the narrow corridor at Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing announces their arrival. She instructs someone to wait outside. The cell door looms, a silent promise of what lies within. A spectral blue flame flickers. A hand extends, reaching for something unseen. The figure declares that they've come from Mango Village to save the person. The wounded man is Guak Xin. He lies prone, his body battered and broken. The rescuer observes that Guak Xin's entire body is covered in wounds. A close-up reveals the extent of Guak Xin's suffering. He lay broken, his body a testament to unimaginable torment. A wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Bing as she took in the sight. His left hand, 3 fingers were missing, a brutal amputation. The shape of the cut was too bumpy, too jagged. It was hard to even begin imagining what had happened to him. He probably bit off his own fingers to keep his sanity due to the immense torture. A glimpse into that torture, masked figures looming over him, instruments of pain glinting in the dim light. Xiao Bing placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, a silent promise of aid. A dewdrop pill, a pill used specifically for a person that has been mentally broken. Yishengso, Xiao Bing resolved, I'll have to use the elixir of purity I got from MT Beck sect and a 9-leaf healing elixir. There's not a single part of his body that has been left untouched. Gently, Xiao Bing supported him, preparing to administer the elixirs. The order is given, initiating the clandestine operation. The figure with dark hair acknowledges the command, a silent confirmation passing between them and the blue-haired woman. A voice demands the guard open the door, their business concluded within. The guard, concealed behind a mask and wide-brimmed hat, wonders at the unusual request. From within, a muffled voice agrees, the sound of shifting weight accompanying the confirmation. A sharp sound echoes, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. A figure dashes forward, a blur of motion against the dimly lit stone. A hand, adorned with a simple ring, glows with a faint yellow light, activating some unseen mechanism. The dark-haired figure silences another, urging them to remain quiet. The figure's thoughts betray their urgency, the carriage their only goal now. He clutches his burden close, his resolve hardening with each step. Safety is paramount. The pair stand before a looming door, the final barrier between them and freedom. Xiao Bing calls out to Lord Xiao. Something weighs on Xiao Bing's mind, prompting her to seek answers from Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao is taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Lord Xiao seems to realize something as he and Xiao Bing walk through a stone gate. A young man with dark hair and piercing green eyes contemplate a question. A voice booms, accusing Xiao Bing of overstepping her bounds due to her lineage. The man's face contorts in rage as he shouts. An armored figure declares his target before pausing, as if he has a question. The dark-haired man smirks, demanding to know the identity of someone. The man carrying someone on his back wonders if the tower is soundproof. A sinister smirk plays on the man's lips. The man glances to the side, his expression unreadable. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips as the swarm descended from the shadows above. A voice declared, identifying the attackers, descendants of the Valley of Secrets. With a burst of speed, one of them unleashed a sweeping attack, energy crackling around their form. The energy slammed into the swarm, a visible shockwave rippling through their ranks. Another ready to vial, the sound of Bach echoing as they prepared to unleash its contents. Golden energy surged from the descendant of the Valley of Secrets, a torrent aimed at the encroaching insects. The blast connected, vaporizing several of the creatures in a flash of light. Behind a shimmering spirit barrier, a masked figure snarled, cursing the bugs and the barrier itself. With a determined scowl, he sprinted forward, his eyes fixed on an unseen destination. One of the figures called out, leaving the rest up to his companion, who simply affirmed, "No problem." A voice boomed from the depths of the corridor, urging them to go this way. He ran, his breath ragged, and asked, "How did it go?" The guard captain listened intently as one of his men reported, boasting of success in bringing someone. The guard captain's subordinate reported that the situation within the tower would soon be resolved, and they must prepare for departure. The guard captain's expression remained stern, his gaze unwavering. The weight of responsibility seemed to press down on the guard captain as he considered the situation. The guard captain's grip tightened, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead. The guard captain's face hardened, a sign of the resolve he carried. The guard captain acknowledged Ms. Beck's presence with a curt nod, receiving a confirmation in return. The guard captain entrusted the mission to someone, stating that it was in their hands. Beck ran confidently, assured the guard captain that she would take care of it. A voice declared that everything had been dealt with. Elsewhere, a figure moved swiftly through a stone tunnel, their purpose unknown. Far above, figures flew through the air, their destination a mystery. High above the complex, a winged figure soars, the wind rushing past as they declare they'll be safe once they pass a certain point. The figure rides a large, winged horse, the wind whipping around them as they make their escape. If he had known it would be this easy, he would have just barged in the front door. 2 figures streak through the sky, their destination unknown. It was easy because they were only law of spirit alchemists. The figure with the dark ponytail urges, "Let's get out of here before the alchemists of the sect." A sense of unease settles over the figure's face. Xiao Bing fans herself, remarking that she hadn't heard anything about guests coming by today. Xiao Bing stands, seemingly unaware of the intruders. A hand reaches down, an invitation hanging in the air. "Shall we have a little chat?" A simmering resolve hardens the man's features. He won't stand idly by. He must act. The blue-haired woman smiles down at the figure trapped within the icy prison. A figure garbed in blue hardens their gaze. They must intervene. The old man's face contorts with worry, his voice cracking as he shouts a warning. It's dangerous, Mr. Woon. Time is of the essence, the man realizes, his eyes narrowing with determination. He searches for a solution, a strategy to turn the tide. Uncertain if it will even work, he steels himself, ready to try anything. He clutches the glowing blue flower, a faint hum resonating from its petals. With a surge of power, he throws the flower, a streak of blue light cutting through the snowy air. The glowing blue flower pulsed with an inner light, snowflakes swirling around its ethereal petals. A wave of energy emanated outwards, the air shimmering with cold power. The flower continued to radiate, its light intensifying as it drew in the surrounding cold. Elder Dang watched with growing unease. The blizzard that bears the cold. Guak Yong's eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping his lips as he witnessed the flower's power. Xiao Bing felt a strange pull, a sensation of being drawn inexorably closer. She realized she was being sucked in. A voice, filled with urgency, exclaimed that it was working. The crystal was melting fast as well. The flower crackled with energy, the absorption intensifying. Xiao Bing gritted her teeth, fighting against the force that threatened to overwhelm her. A voice, laced with fury, demanded how dare a mere brat like her interfere. Xiao Bing stood defiant, the glowing flower looming behind her. She gasped, the frost flower radiating an intense chill that seemed to claw at her very core. A strangled cry escaped her lips as the flower pulsed with an eerie light. A surge of golden energy erupted outwards, a protective barrier materializing around her with blinding speed. The force of the expanding barrier slammed into those nearby, sending them flying back with a collective shout of alarm. A desperate cry pierced the air, a plea to aid their monarch against the encroaching threat. A voice, laced with resentment, declared that they should be the ones in control of this chaotic situation. Xiao Bing, her face etched with pain, continued to struggle against the flower's influence, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A voice called out, offering gratitude for an unknown act. A figure offered an item, urging her to use it in the coming battle. Meanwhile, the masked figure of Guak Yong examined the frost flower, acknowledging its value and the effort required to obtain it. He vowed to remember the sacrifice. A voice sneered, dismissing others as mere insects. The woman with blue hair smirked, questioning if such a simple thing could stop her. Her face contorted with rage, she vowed to shred her enemies to pieces. The air crackled with frost as the protective barrier flared around Xiaobing. She was at the epicenter of a swirling vortex of ice and snow, the power emanating from her core. The force of the barrier rippled outwards, a visible wave of frigid energy. A piercing scream echoed through the chamber, a cry of pure terror. The ice storm intensified, the air growing colder with each passing moment. An unseen figure barked, "Stop it, you bitch! Fight with me from now on." Elsewhere, flames erupted, engulfing a figure in a blazing inferno. The heat intensified, the air shimmering with the force of the blaze. Whirlwinds of fire danced around the figure, a vortex of destruction. The flames licked higher, revealing the silhouette of a determined warrior. The fire user's eyes blazed with fury, a silent scream of defiance. The ice barrier pulsed once more, a final surge of protective energy. A burst of energy erupts, the shockwave rippling outwards. Xiaobing's face is marred by a trickle of blood, her expression unreadable behind the dark visor. She wipes away the blood, her gaze hardening. The fire user stands before her, a question hanging in the air. Do you still not know? He holds up a delicate blue flower, explaining its properties. It's a treasure from the high ancient era, capable of absorbing all kinds of cold, highly lethal to those who wield Frost Key. He admits that continuing the battle would only be harmful to him because of that ice crystal. The fire user suggests that Xiao Bing meekly step back while he's being kind. Xiao Bing looks away, responding with a curt, "Certainly." She thinks to herself that it's annoying, but it becomes disadvantageous for her because of that ice crystal. Her expression darkens, a hint of frustration crossing her features. The blue flower glows faintly. Xiao Bing's gaze remains fixed, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. The fire user declares that he will let her off the hook, stating that it seems like the winner won't be determined here. He laughs, taunting her by saying she's giving up because she's scared. He expresses his boredom, finding the fight dull. The fire user declares that they will fight again, advising her to prepare well until then. Xiao Bing scoffs, questioning what pride he speaks of. The fire user retorts that without the ice crystal, she is nothing but a boastful little kid. The masked figure smirks, thinking she can believe whatever she wants. Guak Xin expresses concern, questioning how the sect leader could let them off like that, suggesting gathering the sect's master alchemists. Xiao Bing silences Guac Xin with a sharp command. She believes they cannot break free from the poisonous lands anyway. The fire user thinks of them as rats trapped in a jar, and as for that ridiculous punk, Wound Soul is shown in profile, his expression unreadable. Xiao Bing vows to definitely catch him alive. Guac Xin simply agrees. Elsewhere, a building stands tall, with strange, winged creatures flying around it. He, still wearing the ornate mask, inquired with concern, his voice muffled by the ceramic. Are you all right? With a slow, deliberate motion, the mask was lifted, the painted visage disappearing from view. The face beneath was pale, beads of sweat clinging to his brow, a testament to the toll the mask exacted. Xiao Bing supported him, concern etched on his face. I have several tablets elixir, so please hurry up, and... The fire user waved him off, insisting he was all right. The fire user reflected, a grimace twisting his features. It was better to be in a powerless state like this after wearing the Hellfire mask. Or was it? Xiao Bing, his gaze unwavering, knew there was a price to pay for power, a debt that always came due. The fire user continued his internal monologue, the words echoing in his mind. When he used the Hellfire mask, he had the feeling that the consciousness of the high ancient era's alchemist merged with his own. The image of the mask loomed large in his mind as he considered the implications. It felt like he wasn't the owner of his own body. The personality of the person who used that mask was bound to be completely different. That's why, after using it, they could feel that they'd been different from their usual self. Beck Ran watched over the fire user, concern etched on her face. If not, they would be unconsciously swallowed by the mask. Xiao Bing explained the reasoning behind his choice. The reason why he chose Guac Xin as the successor was not only because of his talent, but his personality as well. Also, he knew it thanks to the consciousness within this mask and Beck Rant's Frostflower. The fire user expressed his gratitude. Thanks to them, they were able to save Guac Xin and avoid the critical situation. Really thank you. Xiao Bing acknowledged the difficulty of the situation. No, it must be hard without them and the others' help. Months had passed, and they were able to return to the Valley of Secrets, having successfully avoided the eyes. Because of Beck Rant's heartfelt care, Guac Xin's condition had improved significantly, a welcome change within the Bao Xian sect. Now, the Valley of Secrets would no longer hide, standing as a rival to the Bao Xian sect. Even so, Wound Soul knew that not all problems were solved. In the end, he couldn't obtain the memoirs. Also, they couldn't avoid the war with the Bao Xian sect. Xiao Bing and Beck Ran stood together, the weight of their situation heavy between them. As long as they still existed, this threat would continue. Xiao Bing watched as Wound Soul walked away, calling out, "Where are you going?" He turned back, a slight smile playing on his lips. "There's a place I want to drop by. Just for a little while." Beck Ran placed a hand on Xiao Bing's shoulder, urging, "Let him go." She could only respond with a sigh. The Yi family manor stood bathed in the pale moonlight, petals drifting through the air like fallen stars. Traditional buildings nestled together, their rooftops adorned with intricate details as the gentle breeze carried the scent of blossoms. Inside one of the buildings, Beck Ran stood silently, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The flower is blooming beautifully, she thought, her expression unreadable. A soft voice called out, "Senior sister." Beck Rant's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "It's been a while," the voice continued. Beck Ran looked up to see Wound Soul standing on the rooftop, petals swirling around him. "Senior," she exclaimed. Wound Soul observed, "You've been growing day by day like always, I see." Beck Ran stepped closer, her voice laced with concern. "I always prepare for the worst. I missed you. Are you finally back from the poisonous lands?" Her brow furrowed. She asked, "Where are you going?" Wound Soul's expression turned somber. "I'm afraid I can't tell you." Beck Rant's voice rose in disbelief. "What? What?" Her voice rising, she demanded an explanation. Beck Rant's anger flared. Why couldn't he consider her feelings? She worried, not knowing what was going on. Beck Ran pleaded with him, even as he touched her head, telling her it was for her own safety. But still, she felt uneasy. Mr. Wound promised her, crossing his heart, that he would come find her. Tears welling, Beck Ran warned him that if he didn't come find her, she would kill him herself. He pulled her close, whispering that he felt the same way she did. Clinging to him, Beck Ran told Wound Soul that he'd better come back alive. She told him to stay safe until then, calling him Makyom. Elsewhere, a destination, poisonous lands. As he prepared to leave for the Jade Dragon's Peribolos in the Land of the Dragon, Beck Ran reminded him of the upcoming war against the Bao Xian sect. He held the ring, a silent promise hanging in the air. Beck Ran clasped her hands together, telling him not to worry too much, adding that the descendants of the Valley of Secrets and Guac Mi wouldn't be too sad about his departure. She wished Mr. Wound the best of luck. A determined look settled on his face. He vowed, "I will." The journey stretched before him. The future ahead had a strong grip on his life. But he still had something he must figure out. Avenging his masters who had raised him was paramount. He needed the memoirs with the clues. He also had to find M.T. Beck's sex elder. And I will come back alive, because I'm an alchemist. No, a Millennium Alchemist. The Millennium Alchemist, E&D. Thank you readers for the love and support and for reading The Millennium Alchemist.